Hey everybody, how you doing? Come on in. So good to see you. Welcome to our Powernomics training. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins, and this is what we do every Wednesday. And if you will give me 1 second, I realize I have to run and do something really quick, but get comfortable. And if anybody comes in and says, "Where's Boyce? Where did he go?" Just say he went to the bathroom real quick and he had to go do something. So I'm gonna be right back. So give me 1 second, everybody. Okay, I'm back. How's everybody doing today? I hope you're doing good. Welcome, welcome. I hope somebody told everybody where I was, because what always happens is if I step away and I do something, somebody comes in and says, "He's not here. I don't see him. What's going on? There's no sound. What happened?" So if that ever happens and the screen's just wide open, you like that, just know I'm coming right back. So anyway, I hope everybody's doing good. And tonight I thought that what we might do is read more from my book, The Ten Commandments of Black Economic Power. And I figured that might be a great next step in our journey to learn about wealth, which we do every single Wednesday at the same time, 8:30 p.m. Eastern. And so let me pull this up and get us started here. Okay, so I'm going to jump into the second chapter, which is the second commandment, which involves buying black, buying black whenever possible, and why buying black is really the key to our economic survival. It's more important than you'll ever know. It's more important than they'll ever tell you. And if there was anything that really drives black wealth, it would be buying black. Um, if we don't understand this, then we're never going to really get it. Supporting black-owned business is the key to our economic survival, and the reality is that if you don't support your own businesses, if you don't even like your business, businesses from your community, what makes you think anybody else is going to like them more than you? If I think my baby's ugly and I don't want to feed my baby, then why would I be surprised if no one wants to feed my baby, if everyone lets my baby starve to death? So a lot of our economic babies starve because we don't instill that importance of making sure the baby gets fed. The one of the reasons that supporting black-owned business is so important is because you have something in economics called a multiplier effect. And what the multiplier effect basically says is that $1 is not $1. $1 is not $1. $1 becomes as many dollars as you want it to be. Think of a dollar like a pair of underwear, right? So imagine a person who buys underwear, and every time they buy a pack of underwear, they wear them one time and then they throw them in the garbage. Right, just like I bought me, 3 packs of Fruit of the Looms that got me through 3 weeks, and then I'm gonna throw them away, and I'm gonna just buy new underwear every 2 or 3 weeks. I'm just gonna go buy new underwear, right? Think about how much money that person's wasting, right? Think about how ridiculous that sounds to buy clothes or underwear or anything and throw it away. Allen Iverson used to do that. Allen Iverson used to buy clothes in a city, and he literally would just throw away. He'd leave all the clothes in the hotel room and then go buy a whole new wardrobe in the next city, which is crazy. I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous. And but here's the thing, you know, if you want to talk about what's going on with the black dollar, then that's pretty much what's happening in America. That's why you run out of money so much. That's why it's so expensive to be black sometimes, from an economic standpoint, is that we haven't really understood the importance of our dollars. We haven't understood the power of our dollars. And if you want to talk about the power of the black dollar, a lot of the black dollars are lost. A lot of black dollars get lost because the reality is that if you don't if you don't value something, you're not going to protect it. It's that simple. If you don't value what you have, then you're not going to take care of it. Just like if you have a rental car versus a car that you own, you're not going to take care of the rental car like you would your own car. If you talk about a child with low self-esteem, they're not going to value their body. Maybe they become promiscuous because they're thinking that whatever they're giving away to the world is not of value. So we become very promiscuous with our dollars because we have low economic self-esteem. And that low economic self-esteem becomes very costly because that money that could stay in the community, that those dollars, they could be recycled, refueled, reused, redone over and over and over again. They never get reused. And so really, if you want to understand the quickest way to multiply black wealth, like the quickest way, if somebody said, well, what's the fastest way we could grow our wealth? And one person says, well, we got to get more DEI. We need more white people. Give us more jobs. I would say, yeah, that might help. I mean, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that, and I had nothing against DEI. I just don't think that would be the best thing the most immediate impact. And then somebody else might say, no, we need reparations. I would say, yeah, absolutely. We deserve reparations. Reparations are owed. They've been stealing our money for all these years. You better give it back. But it's deeper than that. I would actually say the quickest way to multiply black wealth, the quickest way to see black wealth literally skyrocket, quadruple, quintuple, is to love ourselves, right? And to value ourselves and to value our dollars and to really kind of know, like, hey, my black dollar means something. And you see a lot of this maybe happening with economic boycotts and things like that being used. And I'm not against any of that. I will say though that what's interesting about the boycotts is that things are not symmetric. They're not balanced. And what do I mean by that? Well, what I mean by that is that when you look at our boycotts, we will, if we get mad at somebody, we might boycott them for a few weeks or even a few months. But they boycott you every single day. They boycott you by default, right? The default condition, the default economic state for the black community is to have no money going in your direction, right? That's the normal state of affairs. That's not, so there's nothing special or significant. Let me know if you get what I'm saying. Nothing special or significant has to happen in the world for black-owned businesses to be boycotted. They just boycott them because they just want them to die anyway. And you had no business owning the business. Why would your black butt even think that you should be a business owner? You're supposed to be somebody's employee. And not only do others think that about us, that's one thing. It'd be bad enough if others felt that way about us. But self-perception and self-worth is kind of a two-way street. So what really makes it sinister is not that other people feel that way about us. What makes it sinister is that we feel that way about ourselves. So because we feel that way about ourselves, because we see ourselves as subservient to others, because we see ourselves as kind of the economic losers in the game or the subordinate class or the weaker class, we train our children to work for other people. And so as a result of that, trillions of dollars, trillions with a T, gets thrown out of the community every generation because we raise our children and say, hey, make sure you dress nice and you learn how to speak proper and you go to school because at some point there is a white man that you're going to ask for a job and you really, really want this white man to like you. And what's interesting is that I don't know many white people who raise their children to expect that they're going to work for a black person, right? Now, isn't that strange that most black people expect to work for a white person? Right? Most black people kind of assume, like, if you have a job, if your friend says, I got a new job, and someone was to say, okay, let's take a bet. Do you think that they work for a black-owned business or do you think they work for a white-owned business? What do you think they're going to bet? Like, who do you think that they're going to expect that person to work for? Right in the chat. Okay. So if you want to talk about this, I think it's a little bit, I think you got to really, 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 to analyze a problem, you got to question the assumptions of the problem. If you start a math problem, remember I taught math at the University of Kentucky, and you sit and you think about little things like, why do so many black people work for white people in the first place? Well, that's interesting because that is the fundamental assumption. We pretty much assume, we pretty much expect, and that you're going to work for a white person, and if you don't, like if you work for a black person, that becomes a big deal. If a white person works for a black person, that's a big deal. No one expects that. So when you're kind of sort of thinking about how to solve these economic problems, you really have to kind of back up and kind of look at the assumptions of the problem and say, okay, maybe if we wanted to really start talking about changing these economic outcomes, if we wanted to have a power shift and we want to talk about building Black Wall Streets and everything else, I think you got to start with the economic self-esteem issue and just ask yourself just basically like why is it that we are trained to assume that we're supposed to work for other people, but it would be ridiculous, hilarious, it would just be almost ludicrous and almost maniacal, almost seen as insane to think that your black child is supposed to be the boss and other people's children are supposed to be the employee. But for some families, that's the default. That's the default assumption. Donald Trump, when he raises his children, I don't think Donald Trump raises his children to expect to work for anybody, especially not a black person. But many people will work for Trump's kids because it's a mindset. It's also an economic positioning sort of thing, right? So if you really want to sort of talk about just basic things that will make a massive difference in your wealth status as a community, you got to look at where you're putting your dollars. You got to look at the assumptions that you're making, and then that all those things impact your economic self-esteem. So let's hop into this buy black thing. I'm on page 25 of my book. It's called The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. And you can get a copy if you go to drboycebooks.com. You can get copies of my books there as well as our financial flashcards for kids, stuff like that. drboycebooks.com. So the great redirect. What could we buy with $1.8 trillion? I've done over 18,000 YouTube videos over the years and engaged with millions of black people. As a result, I've had a bird's eye view of our different lines of thinking, both good and bad. I've seen the trends and how black economic thinking has evolved over the years. One thing I've observed is a substantial rise in what I refer to as black economic consciousness. Consciousness of any type is defined as, quote, the state of being awake and aware of one's surroundings. That's why we have a class every morning called financial consciousness, right? Because the first step toward improving the condition is to be aware of the condition and the requirements to improve that condition. Another way to describe consciousness is being woke. The term woke is used a lot, but most people who use it are actually asleep. Being woke means being aware of what's happening, seeing where the problems are, and then consciously coming to conclusions regarding the necessary steps to make the situation better. We must ensure that all of us are economically woke. Simply put, being economically woke means that we are aware of where the money resides, how to acquire it, how to grow it, and how to protect it. When we spend our money, we should be aware of who is receiving these funds and what they are doing with this money. Economic wokeness is critical because the black community loses well over $1 trillion per year in wealth that goes into the hands of those who take advantage of the fact that millions of our people are asleep at the wheel when it comes to finances. This might include the neighborhood stores run by foreigners, the hair and nail salons, the music industry, fast food restaurants, and merchants who sell goods to our people and give nothing in return. The truth is that while they will gladly take our money for a wide variety of goods and services, they have no such desire to return the favor. So this is where you start. This is the first step in talking about this. So first of all, somebody says they can't hear. Can you hear? Give me a quick yes if you can hear my audio. Let me know if I'm coming through okay. I just want to do a quick sound check real quick. Okay, I'm seeing yeses. Okay, yeah. So whoever said they couldn't hear me, maybe you can't hear me actually say this, but hopefully you can. Someone can tell you that the audio is working fine. So let's keep going. Okay, all right. And by the way, we're still shipping out hundreds and hundreds of books every day. So hopefully, if your book hasn't arrived yet, it's still on the way. Just give it a little bit, give it a few more days. We've got a bunch coming in the next couple of days. So thank you all for selling the book out. It's right now on Amazon. It's the #1 bestseller in the public finance category, and I'm honored that you guys like the book so much, and the reviews are good as well. So feel free to go to Amazon. You can take a look at the reviews and possibly get a copy. If you want to join our Black Wealth Ambassador program and actually get the books at a steep discount, I'll sign the book. The cost of a signed book is $40. We'll drop the price to 15, and you can order them in bulk if you want and make it a business if you want to. If you want to find ways to make extra money as you're doing the Black economic thing and teaching that to your family and community members. So feel free to do that. You can go to 10commandments.boycewatkins.com, 10commandments.boycewatkins.com, and do that. And also text the word wealth to the number 87948, and I'll send you a link as well. So text wealth to 87948. All right, so here we go. So it says the reality is that everyone boycotts black-owned businesses, including black people. Black-owned businesses aren't just shut out of global commerce in a multitude of respects, but they are often passed over by black people who firmly believe that black people are less competent than whites. This vast economic divide is the kind of thing that holds our community back economically and keeps our best and brightest as nothing but job seekers. While there is certainly nothing wrong with seeking a job, the reality is that you can't have an entire community filled with people who are only looking for employment. So let me stop on that point because there's 2 points I want to make on this. Does anybody know what one of the biggest economic moves in the history of China was? What, like, one of the biggest catalysts for Chinese wealth was about 30 years ago? Does anybody know um, what happened in the early 90s to China that literally just shot their wealth up dramatically? Anybody know? Can somebody guess? NAFTA? No. NAFTA murder. That was Canada and the US and Mexico. But good guess. It's kind of like NAFTA. They joined something called the WTO. Anybody know what the WTO is? Trade, Ryan. Ryan knows. Ryan's smart. Trade. They allowed China into the World Trade Organization. When China was admitted to the World Trade Organization, Chinese wealth shot up like crazy because now China was able to trade with the rest of the world. Now Chinese businesses were no longer being boycotted by the rest of the globe. They were included. They were integrated. There's that word. They gave them integration, but they were integrated differently from us. We were integrated as employees and as servants. We were integrated as renters and as consumers. They trained us to believe that buying things was a way to show power. They trained us to believe that our goal was to rent a nice apartment from a friendly white man and hopefully get a job working for that same man or maybe his friend, and that somehow meant that you were equal and you were included. And that is not how integration is supposed to work. The Chinese were integrated as business owners. They were integrated as manufacturers. They were integrated in a way that allowed them to trade. They were integrated in a way that allowed their businesses to thrive. That's why to this day, the Chinese they have one of the greatest, most impactful, most powerful manufacturing bases on the entire planet. The Chinese are playing powernomics on the 10th level. The Chinese, they're like, we don't want to buy your stuff. We're buying Chinese stuff. Their biggest goal, the president Xi Jinping just made an announcement where he said our biggest goal is to train Chinese people to buy from Chinese people. We want to make the products and consume the products. We want to do for real in real life what African Americans are doing kind of in theory, where people like Boyce Watkins are talking about it, but we know black people won't be able to do this for 50 to 100 years. But we're going to do it right now. They're literally practicing powernomics in China right now. That's what they're doing. And they don't want to buy Tesla electric vehicles. They want to buy BYD. They don't want to use they don't want to have Uber in their country. They want to use Didi Cha-ching. They don't need Amazon because they've got Alibaba. So what they're saying is that we want to be economic players and we want to sell you stuff, but we don't want to buy your stuff. We want you to consume from us, but we're not going to consume from you because we know the consumer has no power. Do you understand? And so if you want to understand what powernomics looks like, what a power move looks like in real life, it is the commitment by Chinese leaders who are very strong, who are very clear about what they want their people to do and how they're guiding them to an economic destiny that is greater and more powerful than the one they even have right now. In fact, in China, they actually have that law. Did anybody else see this? Where they passed that law that says that if you're rich, you can't be out here acting like a buffoon and getting on the internet and showing your wealth off. Did anybody see that? They literally were like, no, you look stupid. Like, stop that. You look like these dumb Negro rappers that are getting online and saying ridiculous things where you have 45, 50-year-old men like Kanye West acting like little children. And we don't celebrate childish behavior. We don't celebrate that. The other thought that came to mind, I had another thought, but it ran away. So it'll come back at some point. Sometimes the ideas come from the ether, and if I don't write it down, it'll disappear, but it'll come back later. Um, Something else came up today, and I'm trying to remember what that particular thought was. Gosh dang it, I hate when that happens. It'll come back. It'll come back to me. Let's jump back in the book. Let's start reading again, and then some, it'll come back to me in a second. But I'm kind of mad right now because I know it was direct. Anyway, I'm on page 26. On page 26 of my book, The Ten Commandments of Black Economic Power. So the reality is that everyone boycotts black-owned businesses, including black people. This vast economic divide is the kind of thing that holds our community back economically and keeps our best and brightest as nothing but job seekers. That's right. To fix this issue, black people must consciously seek out and support black-owned businesses whenever possible. This should start with the businesses being run in your own family and neighborhood. You start from the inner circle and you work your way out. Supporting black-owned businesses doesn't just mean buying the products. It means adding value by any means necessary and in any way possible. So supporting a business doesn't just come down to spending at the business. Sometimes you don't have money to spend. It doesn't just come down to being an investor. Sometimes you don't have the money to invest. It might mean sharing a link on social media. It might mean telling people about the business. It might mean offering free labor to your cousin because you know your cousin can't afford any employees right now, right? Whatever it means, it might mean words of encouragement. It might mean just saying, "Hey, good job, black girl. I see you. Good job, black man. I see you." Right? Like girl, I got your back. I want you to win, right? So these are things that these are feelings that money cannot buy and that money is not required to buy. It doesn't require anything for me to just support you and to show love for you and to give you the encouragement required for you to keep going because times are going to get difficult, right? So here's a quick list of things you can do to support black-owned businesses in your community or your family. I will address these issues further on my podcast on the Black Financial Channel. One, buy products from the company to directly support it financially. Most black-owned businesses aren't financed as well as white-owned businesses, so they need customers immediately in order to survive. Banks don't give us the same loans that they give to white people. So a lot of black-owned businesses struggle. Why do most small businesses die? Can anybody guess why small businesses die? Put it in the chat. Somebody try to guess. Why do most small businesses die? I want to see if anybody can guess. Ryan says no support. Okay, that's part of it. That's not what I'm looking for, but good answer, good try. Let's see. Lisa says money. Okay, that's kind of vague. Ryan, access to capital. Exactly, no capital. The liquidity. That's another way to describe it. A lot of businesses die not because they don't have a great product or a great vision. They die because nobody believes in them. They die because there's nobody willing to write a check to say, here's some money to hold you over through so you can get through the dark times and get to the good times. Faith is really important, and respect for other businesses is so important. And here's what I mean. I want to try to see if I can explain this because this really applies to not just money. This applies to everything. This applies to so many different areas. If you look at businesses and the ones that fail and the ones that succeed, one big variable that will make a massive difference is the ability of the business to be able to get access to capital when things are not going so well, to be able to get through the dark times and keep the boat floating. Uber, for example, is a corporation that has had years where it literally has lost billions of dollars. I don't know if y'all know that, but Uber has been losing money for a long time. Uber was losing several billion dollars in a year, right? And Amazon was losing several billion dollars in a year. So I want you to ask yourself, well, how in the hell did you stay in business if you was losing all that money? I want you to think about when you start your business, imagine if you were losing $1 million a month. How are you going to stay afloat when you're losing $1 million a month? Either you got to be insanely wealthy or you have a massive line of credit or you got a backer. You have a backer. You have somebody that believes in you. You have somebody that respects you, somebody that's committed to this dang thing, somebody that's kind of willing to go down with the ship. That's a hard thing to do. That's an act of faith. Everybody go to church. We want to pray to Jesus and white Jesus, black Jesus, and baby Jesus, and we claim to have all this faith, but I don't know if we always have faith when it matters the most. I think we have faith in whatever is happening spiritually at church, but I don't know if we have faith in ourselves or our community. And I say that because if you look at a lot of our businesses don't die because the founder can't be successful or the business idea was bad. They just die because they hit a rough patch, went south a little bit, and there was nobody there to back the damn thing. There was nobody there to sort of say, okay, here's a $500,000 loan, here's $100,000 or whatever the number is that would allow you to stay afloat in order until things get better. And I want you to understand this point. I want to drill in this point deeply because I need you to understand that this is not just why black businesses die. This is why black marriages die, right? This is why a lot of black stuff, this is why a lot of stuff dies. A lot of things die because because you don't understand what it means to be anchored down to something. You don't understand what it means to be 10 toes down committed to something. You don't know what it means to stick with things even when you feel like you're losing. Most of us don't know this. We don't know. As soon as things go bad, I best get out before it gets too bad. That's what we do. That's why we don't. That's why we lose money in the stock market. Because if you know anything about the stock market, we talk about this all the time. If you don't know about the stock market, hang out with me. I wrote my whole dissertation on it. A lot of black wealth gets lost in the stock market because as soon as that sucker dips, y'all dip out, right? As soon as that portfolio goes bad, the trauma sets in, the fear. Ooh, Lord. Ooh, the lack of faith. You talk about all this faith you got when you go to church, but you ain't got no faith. As soon as stuff gets a little difficult, you running away. So this is what happens in business. Do you understand that anybody who ever go talk to anybody who's ever built a multi-million dollar business, and I want you to just ask them a basic question. Like, was there ever a time where it just looked really dark, like things were just not going to work out? And I bet you they'll have at least five stories for you. Go talk to somebody who's been in a 50-year marriage and say, did you ever have times where you just weren't happy? Because everybody just want to be happy all the time. I wasn't happy anymore. Did you ever have like long periods of time where you just wondered if it was going to work out? And I want them to tell you that story because what you're going to hear is you're going to hear like, oh yeah, all this happened a lot. This happened a lot. And what you're going to find is that typically people that can stick to things and get to the finish line of something that's hard, whether it's a business, a relationship, or anything, they had a type of foundation. They had a type of commitment level. They had a type of like sturdiness about them. They like conviction. They had a type of conviction. Like stupid commitment, like stupid loyalty to something, right? Like I when I asked my father, I said, what's the secret to staying married for 50 years? You know what he said? He said, it was easy. I just didn't get a divorce. I wasn't going to ever get a divorce. But what if she was mean to you? And what if she was abused? No. But what if she did? No. It just wasn't going to happen. I talked to another woman recently who's, she's Hebrew Israelite and she loves the hell out of her husband. And her whole position is, I love my daddy and I never stopped loving my daddy, no matter how imperfect he was. And I feel the same way about my husband. I will always love my husband. I'm not going, I'm that there's I'm just here. I'm here. And here's the thing, I want you to pay attention to how many people would listen to that and say, "Well, that's stupid. You should go find your best life and live your best life and be happy." Okay, and I get it. I understand. We know it's complicated. But see, but the reality is that anybody who's ever stuck to something and built something amazing, like a business or a relationship or physical fitness, to the level of becoming an Olympic athlete or won a championship, most of those people had a stupid commitment to what they were doing to the point where they were willing to go down with the ship. Willing to go down with the ship. Listen to this. Pay attention now. There's a bunch of cryptos out here, a bunch of cryptocurrencies you can buy, but the number one cryptocurrency that I believe in the most, the one that I think has the greatest probability of making everybody in this room wealthy if you're investing consistently. Guess which one it is? Guess in the chat. Guess. It's Bitcoin. It's Bitcoin. And do you know why I believe Bitcoin has the greatest probability of growing through time and always surviving? It's because you have these people in the Bitcoin community. They call them hodlers, hold on for dear life. And these hodlers, they're not gonna sell for nothing. Bitcoin could drop to a penny and the hodlers are still not gonna sell their Bitcoin. They said we're in this 10 toes down, nonstop. Yes, we can stand the rain and anything else, the tornadoes and anything else you throw at us, because we are committed to this thing. We are the captains that will go down with the ship. How do babies survive infancy even when their fathers abandon them and all this other crazy stuff that might happen? Well, because of this thing called oxytocin, they're wired to the baby. They can't reject the baby could come out with a disability. The mother's still going to be right there. The baby could be sick. The mother's right there. The mothers are willing to go down with the ship. The baby could grow up and become a serial killer, and the only person that will visit him will be his mother, because mothers will go down with the ship, because you're wired that way. You're built that way, right? So when we become the parents and give birth to a business, when you give birth to a dream and you really believe in that dream, I believe this. I believe that the people who are more likely to see that dream to fulfillment are the people that are willing to go down with the ship, the ones who understand the value of stupid loyalty, stupid commitment. I'm talking about where you are so committed to something that people say, "Why would you keep on being committed to that? Look at it. Look at that. It's raggedy. It ain't working. It ain't done." But the people with the stupid loyalty are the ones who make sure that the thing survives. You're the one that keeps the baby breathing, even when the baby's on life support and it's an ugly baby and it's a disabled baby and don't nobody want the baby except for the person who gave birth to it. So my belief is this: look, if you're going to do this damn thing, learn how to do it. Learn from your grandparents, learn from your ancestors, learn from black folks that lived before integration, before we got diluted, before they started putting milk in the coffee and weakening us. Go back to the black coffee days where they were strong and black and committed and 10 toes down, just determined to stick to whatever they started. Those are the people who are successful. And if you study any book on entrepreneurship and millionaire status and all, it's typically that's the one characteristic, that resilience. Like like I'm in this no matter what. That resilience is what makes people become wealthy, successful, and everything else. In fact, let me just tell you, I said something last week, and I said it on Twitter. Twitter's a great place. My Twitter is Dr. Boyce Watkins 1, Dr. Boyce Watkins 1. Feel free to follow me on Twitter. And I said on Twitter, I said, isn't it interesting that I played a clip of Donald Trump? Did anybody see that? Where Donald Trump goes, you black people built America. African Americans built this country. And he's there with all the black Trump supporters. They're like, yeah, yeah, yeah. And he's like, you're just not getting credit for that. But you built this country. Other people helped. Of course, he got to include other people because all his whole cabinet's white, right? But he said, but you built the country, right? And I said, yeah, well, and this is something we can agree on. Most of you, right? Most of you, if I was to say, do you believe black people built this country? Most of you would say absolutely yes, right? And I said, well, if we are strong enough that we built the country, why do we believe that we can't build the black community? Like, why can't we build? I mean, we built a whole country. That's hard. Why can't we build the community? That's tiny. That's a small part of the country. And what I saw is I looked at the comments and I wanted to see how people responded. And of course I knew some Negro naysayers would pop up. The Negro naysayers, they always find a problem for every solution. They hate solutions. Like the solutions just make them mad. Like why are you solving problems? You're supposed to cry about it. You're supposed to sit back and whine and let the problem fester and metastasize. And and so one of the Negro naysayers, and I'm not making fun of him because I get it. A lot of people felt this way. So you know what they said? And this is true. There's nothing wrong with what he said, actually. He said, because every time we build something, they burn it down. We already built stuff and then they burned it down. Did anybody, would you agree with that? Let's tell me if you agree that, yeah, we built black towns, we built black businesses, we've owned land. Your great grandparents were not lazy people. They worked hard. They were not people without dreams. They had a dream for you. They left you an inheritance. Somebody stole it. So let's just be clear about that. We know what happened. We know what is owed to us. And the thing was though, the problem that I had with the response was not the accuracy of it. It's true. I said, yeah, they have burned down our stuff. I said, but you can't really point to any group of free people on the planet or any group of powerful people on the planet who did not have to fight to defend their freedom and their power. Most successful businesses, most successful countries, most successful communities have had periods where they had to rebuild. See, the secret to building is not just building. The secret to building is knowing how to rebuild. In the Vietnam War, I told you I was fascinated with the Vietnam War. I watched this documentary. It was 12 hours long. I watched it like 4 times because I really wanted to connect emotionally to what my father went through by being in that terrible war because it affected him so much, and I just wanted to get closer to him by understanding what he went through. So I just kept watching this. I was really fascinated with this, and they interviewed soldiers from the North and from the South, and they said in the Vietnam War. There were more bombs. The United States dropped more bombs on Vietnam, little Vietnam, than all the bombs dropped by all the countries on all the other countries in all of World War II combined. Like we just bombed the hell out of that. I mean, it was crazy, blowing up everything. The Ho Chi Minh Trail. We blew up the bridges. We blew up everywhere we could drop a bomb. We dropped a bomb. But yet, it was fascinating. They said every single time they would blow up something, it would be back. It would be rebuilt like 2 days later, and they were like, "How in the hell these people just?" It was crazy, right? And what they said was, one lady said, "Well, we had saying in Vietnam, and the saying was, if they blow it up, we will rebuild. If they blow it up again, we will rebuild again." Did you follow that? Do you get that? It was a simple and it was a powerful statement. I said, I get it now. I get it. I get it because here's what you got to understand. See, I'm an expert. I don't I don't just have a PhD in finance. I also have a PhD in player haterology. And player haterology means that it's the science of just hating on people. It's the science of haters. I know haters very, very well. I know the Negro naysayers, and believe me, I'm internet famous enough to have my share of haters. And so I got my degree in player haterology. It's a deep, deep science. Lots of research papers written on this. And the thing about player haterology is that I guarantee you this. I guarantee you that there is nothing amazing you will ever accomplish in your life, nothing that you'll ever build that's extraordinary, that's not going to attract some haters. They just gonna see it and it's gonna be like a fly smelling some doo doo. They gonna be like, ooh, somebody's winning, somebody's the shit up in here, so they gonna be hating. I don't like her outfit. Look at him, he's stupid. Look how short he is. They just come and they just can't help it. It's a so don't get mad at them. Forgive them for they know not what they do. It's an incurable disease. It's we're working on a vaccine and we're going to if you have player hateritis, just know that we will eventually open a clinic for your raggedy ass, and you can come in and you can get a shot, and we're going to it's free. The shots are free, so don't worry. And so we're going to take care of that. But here's the thing: so there's nothing great you will ever accomplish that isn't going to attract an enemy, that isn't going to lead to some type of somebody seeing what you have and saying, "Well, I'd like that too." Oh, you got a good man, and I'm sitting here all miserable and lonely and mad. Well, I want a man like that. I don't want a man like that. I want that man. Oh, you wait, why you living in a nice house and I don't have a nice house? I work harder than you. Hey, why are you driving this? I should be driving a car like this, right? And you never know where it's going to come from. The thing about player hateritis is it's a disease that can affect even your closest friends. You've seen this. Some of you have parents and siblings that are infected with the virus. So this is a public health crisis. I've warned the Center for Disease Control, and we got to really work on this, right? We got to contain the epidemic. And so the thing about it is, social distancing is big, right? Social distancing matters. But the hard part about player hateritis is that sometimes you don't know who to distance from. Sometimes the hater, the biggest hater in your life, might be right next to you. It might be your best friend. It might be your spouse. It might be your parents, right? And then sometimes the biggest hater in your life is actually yourself. That's really bad. Sometimes some of y'all are infected and you wonder, like, who's hating on me? Who keeps sabotaging my success? Every time I try to do something, it gets undermined. Like, who's ruining all my relationships? And you don't realize the enemy is actually in the mirror. This is how insidious this disease is, right? It's crazy, right? A lot of people are infected. So the reality, here's my point. Here's my point. Stop being silly boys. Okay, I'll stop. When you build, you should assume that somebody's gonna come try to burn it down. You don't know that it's possible. You need to assume it's going to happen. When you build wealth, you should assume that at some point someone's going to put you in court and sue you over something frivolous. If you build a business, you should assume that somebody's going to try to harm your business. If you get something good in your life, especially when you are surrounded by misery, when you are prospering in a space of desperation, you come out of a family where everybody is struggling, and then suddenly you're actually comfortable. You have the nerve to be happy. You have the audacity to be fulfilled and content and have abundance in your life. Well, why would you think that you can have abundance without people that have scarcity feeling like they want to get a piece of that? It's either the scarcity or it's the greed. It's one of the two. It's either I ain't got nothing, so I need you to have nothing too, so I can be comfortable with you, or it is you should not be doing better than me. I loved you. Mike Epps talked about that. Anybody ever see that video? Mike Epps was saying that when he was struggling and on drugs and wasn't doing well, his friends like, "Oh, brother, I love you, man. Come on, I got your back." Blah blah blah. But then when he was doing well, he said, when I was exercising and working out and feeling good about myself and doing well in life, people said, "Oh, you think you better than us." Right? So my point is to say that here's the deal. Here's what I'm saying. If you look throughout history, and this is documented, there's you talk about the history of haterology. It goes deep. It goes back 100,000 years. The very first hater was found in Ethiopia. They found the skeleton. He was looking like this. He looked like a hater, like he was just mad, like jealousy. So they found him with the first, the Ethiopian girl. She had a hater that was buried next to her. It's all documented. Well, if you look at the history of this, one of the things that you'll find is that if you go through history and you look at any group that has ever built things and owned things and had things, they've had to defend those things. That's my point. You're always going to have, there's very few haters in history that's greater than what white Americans have done. The white male, not all white men, but white America in general, the racist white America, not all white America, not all white people think this way. But this has happened all throughout history. In Black Wall Street, you had the Greenwood section of Tulsa, where the black people had the nerve to be doing better than the white folks. So they said, "Oh, well, you think you're better than me. Well, I'm gonna come over here and take what you have. I'm gonna burn it down. I'm gonna destroy you. I'm gonna use my power to take what you have." And it was terrible. And here's the thing about those people that they don't tell you about. I got to bring in Cody Ransom. Cody Ransom is one of the greatest Black Wall Street experts that I've ever met. I love this guy. I got to bring him in. I've had him in the Black Business School. He's amazing. He works at a place called the Black Wall Street Liquid Lounge. I think he owns it. And if you ever go to Tulsa, go look for Cody. Tell him I sent you. Tell him you're from our family, and he's going to treat you well because Cody told the history of Black Wall Street that nobody knew. Oprah didn't know it when she made her. We didn't know it when we made our projects. Nobody. LeBron didn't know. I think LeBron made a Black Wall Street project or something, but he didn't. Nobody knew these things. And one thing that isn't discussed is that the people in Black Wall Street, they didn't just become victims. They didn't just get everything burned down. Oh, they rebuilt. They rebuilt in multiple occasions. And so ultimately what I'm saying is that this idea of rebuilding, it isn't just something that is absolutely required if you want to be successful, but rebuilding is something that our people have always done. That we've always done that. We didn't just sit back and whine and cry and pray and hope that white Jesus or somebody was going to come and fix it. No, we got up and we fought. So when you build something, I want you to just understand that there will be rebuilding. And in order to withstand all that, you got to have somebody that's a part of this idea that's willing to go down with the ship. Like right now, everything that we built this black economic revolution. I think a lot of what's happening in the black community in terms of wealth, it started right here. If you go back to 2007, 2008, I was doing the exact same thing on a regular basis that I'm doing right now, and we were able to get this thing going. And I know for a fact that at some point, and it's happened already, and it's going to happen, somebody's going to kind of try to disrupt it. I don't know if it's going to be the CIA or somebody, or what. It's okay though, because number one, I can tell you that as one of the captains of the ship, I'm not the only captain. As one of the captains of the ship, I will go down with the ship. It's okay. I'll die for this. That's okay. A lot of people die for nothing. Well, it's an honor to die for something. And then on top of that, I hope that you, and when it comes to your family, your generational wealth, your legacy, your last name, your business, your idea, your passion, whatever it is that you're building, whatever you're building for those kids, step in and be about it. Be ready to go down with the ship. You gave birth to that idea. You gave birth to that entity. You got to believe in it and commit to it. And commit to it even when it gets ugly. Even if the baby's ugly and the baby's about to die, somebody has to be sitting in the ICU next to that baby and stay there for as long as necessary. And that's what is required actually to build businesses. So you got to ask yourself, are you ready for that? And I think the same thing is also true when you talk about building strong families as well. I think most people have it wrong. I think the reason that families break up at such a rapid rate is because everybody's busy trying to look good instead of actually trying to be good. I saw this thing. I just keep seeing all these celebrity stories that they talk about with, like, I think there's a really pretty girl, Tiana Taylor, and she married some NBA player, and everybody thought they had this beautiful relationship because she's a gorgeous woman and he's 6'8" and has all this money, and everybody talks about how beautiful the couple looks on the outside, but ain't nobody wondering how they're doing on the inside. Nobody's wondering if they actually have the sturdiness to actually keep a family together. And I believe that the reason a lot of families don't stay together is the same reason a lot of businesses don't stick together. It's because we don't understand the value of stupid loyalty. Stupid loyalty is when you're loyal to something even when other people say you're crazy for doing that. And some of y'all have that. Some of y'all have that. And I'm here to encourage you to say it's okay. If you're willing to go down with the ship, then just know the ship might go down. And then then the Negro naysayers gonna be saying, I told him not to stick with that business. That business wasn't gonna work anyway. Now look at you. Now look, you're sitting there, you're broken, you're bankrupt. No, but that's okay. That's all right. You didn't make a mistake. You did exactly what you were supposed to do. Do you understand that the black business failure rate is damn near 80%? So that means that if 10 of y'all go in 10 toes down, sturdy, committed, willing to go down with the ship, 8 of y'all are going to drown with the ship. 8 of you are going to be in the same position that Nat Turner probably was when he was about to be killed for trying to start the rebellion because he felt like God meant for him to be successful. But the thing about it is that God didn't mean for Nat Turner to be successful. God said, no, you're supposed to die. Sorry, you ain't scoring the touchdown, buddy. You're supposed to block. But tell me this, would you not agree with me that there was a tremendous amount of momentum and history made from the fact that Nat Turner made that sacrifice. Would you not agree with me that Nat Turner is one of the people that set it off? Nat Turner is seen as one of the greatest black men in the history of the world. And what's crazy about it is that not only did he not get the rewards of his sacrifice, he probably didn't even know that the sacrifice was coming. Only way he knows is if he somehow is wired in from heaven and he could watch the results of his effort. But he died thinking that he had failed. I mean, how crazy is that? And if he did not have that commitment, if he wasn't willing to go down with the ship, then all the benefits that came from Nat Turner's sacrifice would not have existed, because he would have done what the Negro cowards and Negro naysayers do, which is to get scared and run away every time you think you ain't gonna win. Every time you think you ain't gonna get the rewards. Every time you think it ain't gonna work out for you, you get scared and you run away and you never get to see how the story ends. Sometimes the story doesn't end the way we want it to. But that don't mean that you're not part of a bigger story. Do you understand what I'm saying? That Walt Disney built one of the greatest corporations in history after having a father that struggled in business. But you can't tell me Walt Disney didn't learn a lot from his father that led to him to create that multi-billion-dollar company. So you might not get what you want. You might do everything right and it may still not work out for you. But don't just know energy is neither created nor destroyed. The energy that you're putting into building the legacy, starting the business, making the moves, taking the chances, and pushing hard. Oh, there's an intergenerational wealth transfer that is occurring, except you're not passing money, you're passing energy. You're passing some sort of spiritual power that your children are going to have. And then when your child is a billionaire in the year 2060, they're going to say, yeah, I watched my father struggle and he worked on his business until he died and he did not succeed. But watching him struggle taught me the things that I need to know how to do more appropriately or in the right way this time around. And I took what I learned from him, and that's what made me great. Do you understand that? Do you understand the importance of generational transfer in this? I mean, we understand generational curses. We understand what it feels like to be in a family where everybody got beat up and molested and all these other horrible things. We know we can see that. But can you also see the good stuff? Can you see the good stuff? And do you understand how much of the good stuff that existed in your ancestors before integration, how much of that was lost? Because we were out here trying to be white. We out here trying to fit in. We trying to be like everybody else. I don't want to be like everybody else. I want to be like me. I want to be like us. I want to be like this. I don't want to fit. I don't want to fit into your little plan or your protocol or whatever, because you're losing. Your folks are. Your a chunk of our people are not winning. And I think that it's not just an economic problem. It is a spiritual problem. It is a mindset problem. It is an attitude problem. Because if your attitude is that, oh, we the best and the brightest, I'm the baddest. Don't tell me that I don't belong. Don't tell me that I'm not great. Don't tell me I can't be whatever I want to be. Don't tell me that this ain't the most lit spot in the country. You're not telling me that, because I know these things, and because I know these things, I invest in these things. Remember, you don't invest in anything that you see as having no value. There's nothing that you don't value, that has low value, that you're going to put time and energy into. And you think white people are special. You love white people. That's your problem. Y'all, some of y'all the biggest racists out here. Y'all really love you should probably get like with Elon Musk. He was doing the Nazi salute. Some of y'all walk around doing the Nazi salute because y'all really think that his businesses are more worthy than yours. You think that his ice is colder. You take tremendous pride. He gives you a little award and a pat on the head, and you say, "Oh, look at me! I'm somebody now. I'm important now." And but I would just say, no, you were actually important before that. He just maybe identified your greatness, and that's good for him. That means that he's a good observer of talent. But he did not make you important. He did not make you relevant. You were already relevant. God made you relevant. And now the problem is that because you are so in love with what he thinks about you, you waste your energy trying to impress him instead of putting your energy into trying to impress your wife. You're spending your energy trying to make everybody else happy, but not putting that energy into trying to make your children happy. You're not putting the energy. You're putting energy into his economic fortune, but not into the fortunes of your last name, your family, your community, your businesses, the things that you built. That's what's happening. When you love something, that is what you pour into. For example, I love my business. I pour into I work on my business 14 hours a day. I love my wife. So talking to my wife is more important than talking to damn near anybody else. I love those kids. So The kids are top priority. I love you. That's why talking to you is more important. Can't nobody pull me away from that table. It's very rare that when someone calls me, they say, Dr. Watkins, we want to pay you $1 trillion to come speak. I say, well, I really don't want to because it's going to require me to miss my class and I can't, it's going to be expensive. Right. So my point is to say I need you to find the things that you love. I mean, the things you want to be 10 toes down with, and don't be embarrassed to be a little bit of an extremist when it comes to how committed you are to the things that matter to you. Like it's okay for a parent to be an extremist about their child. You're supposed to be. Right? It's okay to be an extremist about your marriage. I love my wife. I'm going to do my best to love her no matter what. Right? It's okay to be an extremist about your family. I mean, that's your last name, that's your legacy. It's okay to be pretty radical as it pertains to your community. That's your community. They'll defend their own, you defend yours. So let me keep reading here. Let me go back here and let me give you a few more ways that you can support black-owned businesses. Okay, I hope I didn't get too sidetracked for you. I hope that did not throw you off. I hope that there was value added in that part of the discussion because this really, if you don't believe this is a spiritual thing, then you don't understand it. A lot of economics is driven by spiritual energy. In fact, right now, the biggest concern they have about why there might be a recession is because people are spiritually uncertain. They're not committed. The consumer is not sure whether they want to spend. Businesses are not sure they want to invest. And so that sort of uncertainty, that lack of conviction, literally can slow down the entire economy and has caused numerous organizations to reduce their GDP growth expectations for this year because they're saying, look, they just scared. So scared people don't really build anything extraordinary. You have to have a little bit of courage. So let's keep going here. So one, to support your businesses and your family. This is for your family and friends, people that you love that are starting businesses. Number one, you can buy companies to support the businesses. Number two, you can market the business to your friends and family to help them find new customers. A lot of you have great networks. You should share that with people that you love. Customer testimonials and word of mouth marketing is very powerful. Don't just waste time on social media. Use it to help the people you love. This is page 27 of the book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. I want to make sure that you know this. Okay, so or that you know what page we're on. Three, offer advice or support on how the business can improve. There's a lot of knowledge, skill, experience, and feedback we can give our friends. Why not leave a supportive comment in the chat or inbox on how they might do things better? So a lot of you went to school a long time to get all this expertise and skill. Why not use that skill? We are very wealthy in terms of just human capital, like knowledge, and we go and we become nurses and doctors and teachers and everything else. So there's a lot of intellectual capital in the Black community that's very, very valuable. Four, offer free labor to a business being run by a loved one or a friend so they can save on payroll costs. If you have some free time, why not invest in a loved one struggling business on a volunteer or IOU basis? So either you volunteer the time or you just say, okay, you got to pay me, but we're gonna just keep a tab. Right? That's what I did with my cousin. When I first started my business, I couldn't hire nobody. And my cousin, she was super smart. She was worth over $100,000 a year. She had an MBA. And she said, well, I want to stay home with the kids. So how about I work for you? And I said, look, here's how much I can offer you. Here's how much I can pay you now. And then the rest, if we can put it on a tab, I promise you I will pay you when I get the money. Because she knew me, because she'd known me since we were little, I didn't need to give her my credit score and all this other stuff to get the financing. She gave it to me because she knows what kind of person I am. And also she knew where my grandma lived and where my mother lived and all that. So she knew she could come get me if I didn't pay back. And I did. And it was actually something that helped keep my business alive when I first started. So let's see, offer financial support or financing for the funding of a business venture so the company can expand and overcome cash flow issues. If you trust your loved one in the business and the business is solid, why not consider becoming an investor? Be careful though, because this involves legal contracts. So if you invest in a loved one's business, get a contract so everything is clear. Number six, share ideas on products and markets that the family business might explore. A good idea can launch a business to the next level. This might include new products or new markets that the business can explore. Great ideas are powerful when they're executed. So maybe remember back in the day, anybody remember back in the day when they used to have rent parties when somebody couldn't pay their rent? And that would, everybody would come together and throw a little money in the bucket and have a party, and then so and so would be able to pay their rent from that. Well, I think the same thing could be done when it comes to businesses. You have a little party, and instead of just something like supporting the product, which is a direct impact on the business, maybe you also share your ideas. You share networks. You talk. You just talk. We all get together and we just have a business party and we have fun. We play music. We eat grandma's chicken and whatever we want to do. And in the meantime, we dedicate a certain amount of time to talk about what we're doing business wise, so that we can all just share information. Just share, just briefing each other on what we're doing. And because what will happen is a lot of ideas will come out of that. Somebody's going to hear what you say and say, "Oh, I didn't know you were working on that. Really?" Or "I didn't know you were interested in that. Oh, well, I'm interested in that too. Okay, let's talk on Monday." Do you see where that goes, right? Or I know somebody at my work. Those people in my job, they love chocolate chip cookies. Oh, I can help you out with that. You know what I mean? Or whatever, right? Just these partnerships, these connections. It's like the way it's the way like when they talk about, here we go. So let's talk about it. Let's explain it like this. There's a concept in the book that I talk about called financial fertility. And financial fertility is basically where dollar bills get together and make babies and create more dollar bills. And in order to have fertility, you have to create a fertile space, right? So if I want a bunch of rabbits to have babies, and my goal is to have as many rabbits as possible, then one way I could do that is I could buy 10 rabbits one week. And then the next week I could buy 10 more rabbits. And then the next week buy 10 more rabbits, as many as I can afford. So after 10 weeks, I have 100 rabbits. Now I want to ask you, is that the most efficient way for me to have as many rabbits as possible? What do you think? Do you think that me buying 10 rabbits a week for 10 straight weeks and having 100 rabbits, is that really the most effective way for me to maximize the number of rabbits in my possession? What do you think? Yes or no? That's what they call linear growth. That's a mathematical term, right? Linear, right? Well, no, obviously not, right? If I really want to have as many rabbits as possible, then I get a bunch of boy rabbits and a bunch of girl rabbits, and I mix them together, and I put them in a room, and I turn the lights down, and I start playing some Luther Vandross or something, or some Marvin Gaye, and then I just let nature take its course. I just let the rabbits go in there and get the rabbiting, and next thing you know, we got a whole lot of little baby rabbits because the fertility is going to be at an all-time high. Why? Well, because I set the mood for financial fertility, right? And so really, if you think about this now, here's what the opposite of that looks like. In China, they had a problem, right? In China, they had a problem where they had too much fertility. They had too many people. They were giving birth to too many babies. And so they came up with the one child rule. And they were like, no, you can't have babies on you only one child because we got too many damn people, too many mouths to feed up in here. Well, that was a huge mistake on the part of the Chinese government because they didn't realize how much of a valuable economic resource human beings actually are. And so what they started doing was they started incorporating anti-fertility policies into their society. They started separating boys and girls when they were little. When I taught finance in China, the girls would sit on one side of the room, the boys sat on the other. The boys did not talk to the girls. We didn't have no problem with students getting pregnant at that university because they weren't even they were barely talking. Let alone holding hands and kissing and doing things that are required to make babies. And I was like, and I asked one of the students, I said, why is it that the boys and the girls are separated? Because one of the girls was very frustrated by that. And this is actually one student, she was a really beautiful young girl. And to be honest, transparency, this was kind of hilarious. I think she hit on me. I think she wanted me to like take her to America or something. She sends me an email, and in the email, there's nothing but a picture of her looking really pretty standing next to water. And I was like, why are you sending me this? This ain't OnlyFans, girl. Like, what you doing? Like, what you like? She was really like, trying to look cute and Chinese, and she don't know I'm built for black women. And in China they don't build the women the way they like. They don't. I did. Y'all know what I'm talking about. You know what I mean, right? So I wasn't interested, but I just found that really fascinating because I think that for her, it's like you're an American, you're a professor, you're rich. I don't care if you're a little older than me. I think I was about 35, maybe she was 22 or something, right? So I think in her mind, the math was math, and for me, it was like, no, I would feel like R. Kelly or something. I can't be dating no 22. Go get out of here with that. Take your picture, put it in your pocket. But anyway, so the thing was though, I remember I did ask her. I said, how come the boys and the girls are not hanging out with each other? And she said that when she was in public school, that it was strictly forbidden to have a boyfriend or a girlfriend. She said that if you got caught holding hands with a boy, you would be kicked out of school. They would expel you. So they were traumatizing them early to stay away from each other. And what happened was this was spinning off into adulthood. The boys and the girls, they just don't want to talk to each other. And even in America, that's happening now. Did y'all know that there was a study, I think, that said 75% or 70% of all the boys like 25 and under haven't gone on a date with a girl in a year or something crazy. They're scared to ask the girls out, right? Because the mix between COVID and the politics and everything else. So now the boys are like, no, I'll find other things to do, and it's gonna affect fertility. So my point is to say that if you look at economic fertility in the same way, this is where I'm getting at. If you look at economic fertility in the same way, and you look at the black community in particular, and you wonder why is it that we don't have sort of bustling businesses and investment opportunities and a lot of economic activity coming from the community, I would argue that it's because you don't have a fertile space. The space is not fertile because you're not getting together. You're scared of each other, just like those Chinese kids. The boys were scared of the girls. Black people are very afraid of each other. We're afraid because the trauma's high and nobody wants to be re-traumatized, and we traumatize each other. Trauma's a virus that we infect each other with, right? I loan you money, you don't pay me back. Now I'm hurt and mad and screaming, and we fighting. Next thing you know, I'm trying to shoot my cousin. Like that story I told you about the lady who said that her cousin, they started a blessing loom. They called it a susu. And next thing you know, one of the cousins threatened to come to the house and shoot everybody. Right? This is not what's supposed to happen. Right? And these traumas have an impact. So the lack of economic fertility, the lack of getting together, not getting together, and not being able to get together in a way that breeds fertility is what causes a lack of economic fertility. It causes an economic desert, if you will. And so what happens is because you're so afraid of each other, you go do business with white people. You just say, well, I don't trust my cousin, but I'm gonna go over here with white folks. I'm gonna go work for this white guy and do my thing. Or you have people like I remember Magic Johnson saying, I don't hire relatives in my businesses. I don't want to do business with any of my relatives. And I'm like, that's kind of strange. You should probably have some of your relatives in your business. So you do things with strangers, but not the people that gave birth to you and fed you when you were a nobody. That's a problem, right? That's a big problem. So economic fertility is something that similar to replicating the bunny rabbits in a Luther Vandross environment with the lights down, it requires a type of consciousness and a type of intentionality. The intentionality says we're going to consciously create a space where the economics is going to happen. In that space, we're going to have people that come together with good ideas. They're going to network with each other in a certain way. We're going to respect one another in a certain way. We're going to support each other in a certain way. And in the midst of this connected, supportive, loving, love is the key word, loving and mutually beneficial environment, great things are going to happen. At some point, I will like you, connect with you, and trust you, so I might invest in you, or maybe I'll loan something to you, or I'll buy from you, or you'll supply something to me. We're communicating. I'm telling you what I'm trying to do, so you know what my goals are. And then I align and connect my goals with your goals, right? Just like a nice nightclub, right? Where the men and the women get together, and he says, hey, can I buy you a drink? She says, yeah, I'm thirsty. He buys a drink, gives her some good conversation. She gives back. She's looking good. He's looking good. So everybody's smelling good, right? Everything works. The next thing you know, a baby's born, right? But imagine in that same club, imagine if half of the people in the club are sexual predators, and imagine if the other half of the people in the club were stinking. They didn't take baths, they got stinky breath, everybody's rude, everybody's yelling at each other, and everybody feels like somebody's going to rob the other. Imagine if a nightclub was like a prison, right? Think about a prison. In prison, you don't have like appropriate love connections in prison. That happens, but it ain't never pretty, right? And it's because it's not, there's nothing natural about that, right? Everybody's wondering, are you the guy that's going to try to shank me today, right? So it's a very scary, traumatic environment. So it's a very different kind of energy. So when you're trying to create economic love in the black community, you have to create spaces that are nurturing and connected, and where everybody kind of knows what the rules are, where everybody kind of knows what appropriate behavior looks like. And if you do that, then that's when you start to see things prosper. So this is part of and this is why I talk about this a lot in the book, in the sense that I want you to really understand that these environments are created. Right? See, consciousness isn't just a matter of surviving in the environment that you're in. Consciousness goes into being strategic and thoughtful about what environments you will participate in. And then even going further and thinking about what types of environments you want to facilitate and create. Do you follow me? Right? So if I'm conscious, I'm like, no, I don't want to be over there. That's ratchet. That's ignorant. That's crazy. That's ridiculous. It's goofy. it's not productive. I don't want to be in that space, but I want to be in this space. They're having great conversations. Everybody's good to each other. Everybody wants each other to do well. Nobody's scared of being pro-black. Everybody's pro-family. The men love the women love the men. Everybody's good to each other. I want to be in that space because that's the space where good things happen. That's the space where connections occur. Do you follow me? So look for that when you're talking about building your economics. And if you don't have that space in your family, that's okay. Go find one. But then also, if you are the head of a family, understand how powerful you are in deciding what type of environment you're going to have. That's a conscious decision. I talk to the kids and I tell the oldest one, I say, you're the oldest child. You're the leader. Like they look up to you. You should support your sister. Your sister Taylor did I did oh my God, I was so proud. Tater is the little one. Taylor, I call her Tater. She's 14 and she did a TikTok. She's a big dancer. She likes to dance. That's her passion. And so she did this twirl, and I was watching, and I thought she was just gonna do a few little spins, and she just kept spinning. And then she started going faster, like the ice skaters. It's like boom, 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 boom. And she was really happy because she had done more spins than she'd ever done before. She spun like 14 times. It was crazy. And I think I'll put it on my Instagram. I don't like putting the kids up there, but this has made me really proud. And I went to the siblings and I said, go congratulate your sister for accomplishing something that she's been working very hard to do. That's really important. You got to encourage each other, right? You may not think it's a big deal, but it does matter, right? So that was me. And again, I don't have the whole father thing mastered. I'm not perfect at this. I just do my best. That's it. I just do my best. And I try to think carefully about everything that I do. And I said, I did this because as the dad, I know get to decide what the temperature is going to be in this house. I get to decide what a lot of the mood is going to be. Right. So if I came home, and let's say I was a drinker and a mean drunk and just, disrespectful and dismissive, I can make everybody in the household depressed. I could get everybody in the car and be like, man, F this, we ain't going nowhere. We can't get no food. Wait, you gonna get a job? No. You know what I mean? Like the kind of stuff some of us went through. Some of us had parents like that. Maybe that because they were dealing with their own mental health issues. And they one lady, I kid you not, I talked to a friend of mine who had a mother on drugs. And she said that her mother and her father would get together with some lady on drugs and they would do stuff and then by the end of the night they'd all be fighting and it was terrible. I said, "Whoa, that sounds like about $100,000 worth of therapy." She said, "Yes." She said, "I had to get away from that." So as a head of a household, to me, that's one of the greatest honors you can have in the black community is to be the head of a household. That there's no job a white man's ever going to give you that's more important than your job of being a father. No job that white man can give you that's more important than your job of being a mother. I'm not saying that you can't be proud of your little black job. Absolutely. You are now the senior manager of monkey shoes in Bangladesh or whatever it is, or you are the head of Coca-Cola's division of Coke can lids or something. I'm happy for you. God bless you for that. I'm not making fun of you, but I'm serious. Good for you. But that don't touch the importance and the value of your role of being the head of a black family and having the solemn and sacred responsibility of nurturing and raising and mentoring and guiding black children. One of y'all has the child that is the ticking time bomb, so to speak, in terms of what they can do for the community. One of y'all got a child that's going to take this little bit. They're going to take this influence we're giving them when they are in the revolution, when they're raised in the movement, and they are going to freaking explode. They are literally they are a sleeper agent, so to speak. They are literally taking in information right now and influence right now that's going to lead to something extraordinary happening in the year 2062, right? So what we got to do is understand what the assignment is. Like, what is your real black job? Your real black job is, in many cases, it might be raising a black family. My real black job is being a black husband and a black father. My real black job is doing things that involve the black community. There is no black job that matters for me anyway, or for I think of a lot of us, that happens outside of our community. Your black job is right here. This is the job that matters. So what is your black job? Think about what your black job is. Some of y'all are homeschooling your kids. Okay, that's your black job. Right? And this is critical. If you think this way, then it not only maximizes the investment and contribution that you can give to the community, because it's got to be bigger than just the money. The money should flow. The money matters, but it's got to be bigger than the money. But the way to get to the money is you got to be bigger than the money. If you're smaller than the money and or all you think is the money about is the money, then you're typically not going to get the money, right? So it's got to be bigger than the money. And the question for you, and this is a question I cannot answer for you, is what is it in your life? What responsibility do you have, or what potential responsibility could you have that is bigger than just, look at the job I got from this corporation that cares nothing about me. Corporation, I know corporations like the back of my hand. They don't care about you. You'll work for 45 years at your black job, die at your desk, and they will drag your dead body out of the office and replace you by Tuesday because they've got to make sure they make their quarterly numbers. That's what it is. Okay. So anyway, I'm done. I want to say thank you all for hanging out with me. I hope that this was beneficial. Sorry if I went on weird tangents or said something that made anybody uncomfortable, but that's just who I am. I can't apologize too much for that. And the book is called The Ten Commandments of Black Economic Power. And we have, if you like these ideas and this is your thing, we would love to do business with you. We don't have distribution. The book has sold almost 100,000 copies, and we've never had a publisher. We have nothing mainstream because I don't want to be mainstream. And so if you want to be a part of this and do business with us, everybody in here can buy this book at a steep discount, and you can resell them and make money as you build your homeschools or as you build your community investment groups, as you start your investment club at your church, whatever it is, learn your stuff with your family, giving it out to the neighborhood kids, whatever it is. So if you want to participate with that, you can go to tencommandments.boycewatkins.com and you can get the book. And I'll sign it for you and send it to you for 15 bucks, and you can resell it for 30, 35, 40. On the website, it sells for 40. You can buy it for 15, buy as many as you want, and you can make it into a business. And I'm throwing that out there for those of you that are asking, like, well, how else can we help? We don't do donations. I believe in trade. Trade is always better than charity. Charity means that one person's being drained and the other person is becoming dependent. We don't do charity, but I'd love to do trade. So if this is of interest to you, you can go to tencommandments.boycewatkins.com, and also you can text the word wealth to the phone number 87948. I'll send you a link. I'll send you also a discount link for our kids' workbooks. We have so many different great workbooks on different topics, financial topics. We also are going to do something with the flashcards. We can't do that with the flashcards just yet because they're hard to get. We're working with the supplier to get a bigger supply. Once we do that, then we'll discount the flashcards, and you can educate all the kids in the neighborhood by doing it. And to me, this is what leadership is. Leadership is us confidently teaching and really co-opting, like really taking over this damn thing, like really coming in and saying, no, this is our community, these are our kids, this is our wealth, this is our future. We're controlling all this. So text the word wealth to the number 87948. I'll send you links where you can get started and jump right in and make it into a business. And if some of you are already doing it and getting it moving, you can email our team. There are some of our team members are actually in the chat. You can email us and let us know what you got going on. And maybe we can work something out where I can stop by and check out your operation when I come to town or something, right? So, or if you get a venue and you want to make money by saying, hey, we got Dr. Boyce Watkins coming in and signing books or something, if you want to do that, like, I'd love for you to make money. That's what I want. I want to support you in that. So the email for the support team for the Black Business School is support@theblackbusinessschool.com. That's support@theblackbusinessschool.com. So Elaine says you never come to Massachusetts. You're right. I haven't. I spent the summer in Boston when I was 20 years old. I really enjoyed it though. But y'all got some interesting white people out there, boy. Boston's something else. But you also have a great black man there by the name of Jaylen Brown, the basketball player. I love him. And someone actually mentioned that they were going to introduce me to him somehow. And I'd love to talk to him and support what he's doing because I think that his vision of creating the Black Wall Street and all that, I was really impressed by that. And I really would love to support in any way that I can help him out with that. All right. So anyway, the website, well, actually, instead of going to the website, you can just text the word wealth to 87948, or also you can go to tencommandments.boycewatkins.com. So have a good day, everybody. God bless you. I will see you all soon. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Come on in. I hope everybody's having a great day. Welcome to Money in the Morning. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. This is where we practice the art of economic elevation and what it takes for us to become great again. I want Black people to become great again. That's the goal. And I hope everybody's doing well. I hope you're feeling good today. Just a reminder that tonight we are having a Powernomics training, and as you guys know, we've been reading Dr. Claude Anderson books for years, because I know and I believe we can educate our own people. So as a college professor, I didn't ask anybody's permission for me to start teaching my own people. I don't need anybody's blessing or approval. I just said, let's just start teaching. Let's make it happen. I got a doctorate in this stuff, so let's put this sucker to work. All right. One thing that I actually was curious about the other day is I saw this article that was discussing the cost of living in different cities and just how much it costs for a single person to survive in a given, in different cities and states across the country. And I thought that that was a really interesting story, even just on the premise of it. The premise that that they were talking about a single person as opposed to a married couple. Maybe 40 years ago they would have talked about married couples, right? Um, and and one of the things that I think is worth, sort of asking is, well, if I can't pay my bills, like, why is that? Like, what actually happened here to cause me to end up in a situation with this much financial stress and this much financial anxiety? My wife, actually, who is the head of our Black Financial Therapy department, because we need financial therapy. We need to really do healing as it pertains to the economic trauma that many of us have experienced. She's going to come in tomorrow, actually. Dr. Alicia, she's going to come in, I believe tomorrow. She's so busy, so hopefully I can get on her schedule. And right now, one thing that we're doing is we created a think tank actually in the Black Business School. And so we're doing original research that she's going to submit to an academic publication that involves basically studying Black economics, financial mindset, money mindset in the Black community, and just some solutions in terms of things that will actually work and make Black people great again when it comes to our economics. Because we used to be great, right? We used to have people that were that didn't have the same level of support that we have now, but they knew how to make a dollar out of 15 cents. Right. You had grandmothers who could feed a family of five during the Great Depression. You had grandfathers that could go and start companies, and we had insurance companies and banks and everything else. And what's really interesting to me is how literally in most Black communities that are torn down and dilapidated and just ripped to pieces, you always hear stories, and tell me if you've seen this. You always hear stories about how those neighborhoods used to be bustling. Anybody ever notice that? That like a lot of these places where it's like, oh yeah, this is the neighborhood you go if you want to get shot. They'll say, "Oh yeah, but in the 1940s, everybody came on this street, and there was nightclubs and restaurants and a bank and millionaires lived on the street." Has anybody ever seen that? Like that isn't that interesting? Isn't that deep? That a lot of the areas that are considered to be just the economic hellholes of America used to be sources of Black pride, right? And I'm gonna tell you. That made me very curious. That made me want to do an investigation, like almost like a Scooby-Doo mystery. Like what happened? Like who stole the Black wealth? Who stole our sense of community? Who stole what we used to have? Even if if you ever want to really feel bad, go like watch some of these videos where they talk about what South Central was like before the 1980s and maybe late 1970s. When they talk about what South Central was like in the 60s and in the 50s, it wasn't no whole bunch of gangster stuff and killing and, little 12-year-old children being shot on their way to school. You didn't have all that in South Central back then. You actually had a bustling, a vibrant community with lots of people that were doing quite well. Right. And so I personally think that we should sort of reflect on that and say, how did that happen? How did we go from here to here? Like, what did y'all do with our economics? Like, what did y'all do with our community? What did these systems do? And how do we get to the point where we stop trusting these very same systems? See, the very same systems that destroyed you are the ones that you lean on for your financial security. Do you understand? Does that, am I just a wild radical black man for saying that I don't think we should trust these systems? I'm not saying that you can disconnect completely. I'm not saying, segregate and never talk to a white person again. I'm not saying that at all. I had a long conversation with my white neighbor last night, and I always thought of him as like somebody that was just like me, just a dad, trying doing dad stuff. And then I realized, I said, wait a minute, he's 38 years old. And the thing that used to be true for my life was there was a time where 38 was like a regular age. But then you get like in your fifth year, like I'm 53, and I'm like, oh my God, 38 is like a kid in my mind. I should be giving him advice. I shouldn't be talking to him like we're on the same level. When I was in the 10th grade, he was a newborn baby. When I was in college, he was in elementary school. So I go into like old man mode. And I'm like, well, what you want to do is you want to do this, and you probably should start your own business because you already know how to sell. Because he's a car dealer. He's a really nice guy. He's super cool. And just because since we're talking about white people, I'm gonna tell you about my white neighbor because I like him, And now I've got another one across the street, a little bit. I'm trying to figure him out. But he's a cop though, so I give him grace because my daddy was a cop, and I tell my dad, I say, cops are weird, man. Y'all just be going through. But God bless you though, because you keep us safe, the good ones anyway. But so I give you grace for being a little weird because you see weird stuff, right? So anyway, so my white neighbor. And how do I deal with my white neighbors? I deal with them as human beings. And as long as you ain't messing with me, I ain't messing with you. I ain't gonna give you no problems. You don't give me no problems. And so we were just talking, and one thing I was saying to him, and this actually might help some of you. That's why I'm telling this story. In case you want to know, I teach finance through storytelling. I think stories about life are more interesting than like charts and stuff. And so I was telling him, I said, he learned how to sell cars. He was really good at selling cars. And I said, so you do understand that the best way to make money, the number one way to make money is to learn how to sell something. I said, companies can't go without, so nothing happens till somebody sells something. Do you understand? Like if you ever get a job, like I had a job at Taco Bell when I was 16 and a job at Wendy's when I was like 16. 16 was a bad time for me to be working at Wendy's because I was the only man working and there were all these really pretty girls and they wore these super tight uniforms and so it just kind of does weird stuff to your hormones. But anyway, so I was working at Wendy's and Taco Bell, and here's the thing. I remember years later realizing that my job at Taco Bell wouldn't have existed if somebody in Taco Bell had never learned how to sell a taco, right? Without their marketing team and their advertising team and their ability to sell, it wouldn't matter. There'd be no revenue. There'd be no money to pay me with. And so if you really want to get to the money, this is the point. Some of y'all want to know about money. Like, how do I find money? Where's the money? Well, here's the mistake that somebody made in your life is they taught you that the best way to make money is to fill out job applications. But I say that sometimes you can cut out the middleman. If you want your kids to know how to make money, we've talked about investing. Like that's just a given. Like we know about that. We got that down. But I tell the kids, I'm like, well, if you want to make money, learn how to sell something. If you can sell something, then you can create an economic engine. I said a person who masters the art of selling will never go broke because selling is psychology and knowing the customer and there's all these tactics and tricks and methods. Not unethical methods. You shouldn't do things unethical, but just methods of persuasion. There's a whole literature. There's thousands of research papers written on how to connect to a customer and persuade them to consider whatever it is that you're offering. It's no different from what some of y'all got sons that have mastered the art of getting a girl, right? That ain't number selling. That ain't number selling. Ladies, you get that right man to look in your direction, you kind of selling something, not to make it nasty or trashy, but you know what I'm talking about. We sell ourselves all. You go to the job interview, you're selling yourself. So why is it not the case? Here's the deal. Why is it not the case that all of the children, and this is going to happen when we create the Boyce Watkins School of Black Economics. When I find that billionaire who believes in the mission and wants to write a check to prove that he really believes in it, when that happens, and I'm joking, I'm not begging for nobody's money. We just gonna make this happen. So maybe somebody else will do this. But when this school is built, one of the things that all the kids will know how to do is they will all know how to sell. They will all know the art of persuasion. They will all know how to make an offer, how to develop a product, because that's what manufacturing and wealth building, wealth creation is all about. Mark Zuckerberg got rich not because he filled out a job application, but because he learned how to sell a product. Elon Musk got rich not because he filled out job applications, but because he learned how to sell a product. Jeff Bezos got rich not because he knew how to network on LinkedIn to find the best job. He got rich because he learned how to sell a product. So people that know how to sell do better than other people. So that was what when I went into mentor mode, when I suddenly realized sometimes being, I like to think, I believe in humility. I like being humble. I like to think that I try to be a humble person. I'm very confident, but I'm humble. I do truly believe in myself. I know what I'm good at. But at the same time, I don't believe in being arrogant or cocky or thinking you're better than other people. And sometimes that's actually a trap. The reason this becomes a trap is because sometimes I'll be sitting there talking to somebody where I'll literally have stuff in my head that I think could really help them, but I won't actually impose it on them because I don't believe in telling people what to do or forcing them or saying, "Hey, listen, son, listen, boy, what you got to do." No, I'd rather learn. I'd rather listen and learn. So with my neighbor, I had always been just like, "Hey, so tell me about yourself. Like, tell me about your family. How are the kids?" And then I was like, "No, boys, you should be reversing the conversation. He told you that he just left his job and he's looking for his next move, and you see him with his children. Again, this is a white guy. So I want to make this clear. Like, I love the black community, but I don't dislike white people. Stop. Don't put that on me. I can't carry that emotional weight of being like, I hate the white man today. I hate him more than hated him yesterday. And I'm just mad at everybody. I don't want to, I'm 53. You get high blood pressure like that. Don't be running around mad at people. Carry love. Love is a better energy anyway. I love my wife. I gave her a big old kiss. I love y'all. I love this, right? I love building and being black, right? So I want to talk about what I love, not what I hate. So I'm talking to this guy and I was like, yeah, I said, in your next move, I said, I see how much you want to spend time with your sons because his sons all play all the sports and everything. And I just love that, right? I just love the idea of involved dads, and I really wish that we would really, 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 really just drill in that narrative of the importance of fathers being directly involved with the kids. I saw that crazy thing yesterday where the NFL star and Antonio Brown, his baby's mama sends him, or his child's mother, just stop saying baby mama, sends him a text and says, "Hey, I could use help with the rent," and he says, "B suck my D," just literally just ignorant, childish stuff that a really profane 3-year-old might say, right? And this immaturity gets celebrated. You have people that say, "Yeah, that's right. You tell her to, and it's just kind of like sad because you don't understand what you're doing. You haven't because you're not even thinking. You're not processing. Maybe he has CTE. Maybe he's on drugs. Maybe he's just stupid. But he's not processing the long-term effects of just creating that much trauma and chaos in the life of his child. And this is again my challenge with some of the culture that's built around the celebrities that many people celebrate. When you're talking about athletes and entertainers, I remember the rapper Future showing up to his one of his kids' birthday party, and he gets into a fight with the child's mother and gets into a like almost this confrontation with the mother in front of the 8-year-old at the birthday party. And I'm like, man, you don't ruin this kid's childhood memories for the next 40 years, and you don't even care because you're an arrogant piece of shit. Excuse my French. I'm not gonna say it anymore, but that's what you are. And nobody trained you to understand the importance and the power of fatherhood. You're supposed to be involved in a productive way in the lives of your children so you can construct memories and an emotional disposition that's going to lead them to happiness, peace, success, prosperity, and everything in between. You're not supposed to use your power to destroy that child and traumatize that family. That's just a misuse of the power of being a man and being a father. They literally it wouldn't. I just don't. I don't understand it. I'm not gonna sit here and belabor this point, but this is something that I just believe. So I was talking to this guy. I always come back to the key point, just so you know. Sometimes my brain takes me on tangents. That's my undiagnosed, untreated ADHD, in case you're wondering. So I'm talking to this father, and I'm like, I know how much you love to spend time with your sons. I said, I think you might want to consider trying to see if you can start your own business. I said, because you already have the skill. You have leadership skill. You ran the car dealership. You've been selling for 20 years and you did a damn good job. All you got to do is figure out how to shift your thinking a little bit. And he was like, well, I don't know. I got to figure out what I want to do and stuff like that. I said, yeah, that's why maybe join groups, listen to podcasts. Maybe I said, just go to YouTube University, watch a bunch of videos on entrepreneurship and how entrepreneurs think. I said, because that was what I had to do when I was at Syracuse. I said, when I was about your age, a little bit older, this is when you start sounding old when you're like, when I was your age, son, when I was your age, here's what we did back in the day. Like I talk like I ain't got no teeth. Like, boy, back when I was 41, we used to do it. So anyway, so what I was telling him, I was like, when I was your age, that was when I was leaving Syracuse University. And I remember when I decided I wanted to get off the plantation and stop being somebody's employee, I had to shift my thinking. I had to humble myself. And even though I was supposed to be so advanced and I'd had all these degrees and had this a whole doctorate in finance. I mean, Lord, come on. Like if anybody should understand making money, it should be someone in that space, but you'd be amazed. When you are trained to be fed, it is really hard to shift your thinking to know how to feed yourself. Do you understand? Like being fed is kind of a passive disposition. You just passively sit there and they say, open your mouth. You say, ah, and they feed you. They feed you money, right? So and honestly, let's just be real. That's what white folks been doing with black folks for 100. We sit there, we sit there like the puppy, waiting to be fed. And they say, okay, open your mouth. And they go, ah, and then they feed us, right? And the thing that we forget is well, here's some DEI, right? Here's some crumbs, here's some scraps, here's a seat at the table. Now we don't let the dog sit at the table, and you can't sit at the head of the table, but we'll give you a little bowl next to the table, and you can sit kind of at the table because everybody, white people love their dogs, right? They love their dogs and they love their black people, so they don't want you to go away. They just need you to know your place. They need you to make sure that you don't step out of line, that you don't disrupt your place in the hierarchy. That's what it is. Right? They like having us around. They just don't want us acting like we running stuff. That's why you had even I'm gonna make fun of all the like uh, I saw all these black folks that were really, really, really into Donald Trump. And again, I told you I don't care who you vote for. Vote for whoever you want. I don't care. I don't think it's gonna make a difference for black wealth. I really don't. But they had all these black folks that were really pushing for Trump. And I really will admit I was kind of cackling a little bit when I saw that when he picked his cabinet, though, he didn't pick none of these. He picked one. I think there was one black guy that got into the cabinet. All these other cabinet spots, I think there's a whole bunch of them. I can't remember how many there are. There's like no other black people. He looked out for his own. He got I know I'm not saying that it's okay because it's not, it's not diversity and everything, but I'm kind of like I kind of get it a little bit because shit, yeah, y'all let me go up in the White House. Oh, it's gonna be the Black House, 100%. It's going to be the Black House because I'm going to pick from people that I trust and people that are in my circle, and most of those people are black. So, I'm like, okay, well, White House, Black House is what it is, right? And really, this space right here, this is kind of the Black House. I don't tell white people to go away. I don't tell white people I don't like them. There are white people in this room right now, and you are welcome. I respect you. I love you too. But I'm a black man. And that's part of who I am. That's my cultural DNA. That's I've invested in a black woman, in a black family, in black wealth. Like that's my thing. That's who I am. That's where I live. So you tend to connect to the things that are right where you live. So what I'm saying is the reason that building black economics is so critical is because you tend to grab what you need right where you live. Just like Trump reached over to the next white boy sitting next to him, and Bob, he's known since the 1950s, and Joe, he's worked with since they did a deal in 1979, right? And that's kind of honestly how economics works. Again, we want to, of course, we can label it. It's racism, it's this, it's that. Yeah, but really at the end of the day, research shows that people, when they're drawing and they're giving out opportunities and they're giving out economic cookies, they tend to give the cookies to the people that live in their neighborhood. They tend to, meaning that people that they're connected to, people in their social circles, right? This does not excuse the president for not having more black people in his cabinet. I was kind of surprised. I was like, gosh, they were really, the black Trump, like the black Trump supporters, I know a few of them and they're my friends. I have nothing against them at all. I didn't vote for Trump or Biden, but they did, and that's okay. they really were down for him. They were all up in the, one of my friends was in up in the White House with when they had the Black History thing and all those black Trump supporters were there. And I was like, y'all should probably get more representation for the amount of support that you're giving. So to some extent, you're kind of where the Democrats are. We have that problem with the Democrats too. And I really think that a lot of this comes back to just that conversation about power, right? And the conversation about economics and circling back to why it's so important for Black folks to learn how to make our own money and to build our own systems and to build our own economies. Because that is truly the secret to power. Because what you're doing is you're not necessarily gaining enough power to go conquer the world. You don't have to go conquer the whole world. Um, all you got to do is make sure you control your neighborhood, that you control your space, and you control what's happening around you. I don't know how much power I have outside of my house. But I know that I'm running my house. I know that in my house, you can't come and buy people in my house. You can't come and have more influence in my house than me. I'm posted up, 10 toes down. The infrastructure is built in this house, in this space. And when I say my house is probably a little bit bigger than just a regular house. It's my family and my wife and kids, but also I got a house out there, right? When I'm talking to you, this is our house. This is the Black house, right? So ultimately, what I want you to do is really just think about, okay, what is my house? And what does it mean for me to have control and responsibility when it comes to my house? I'm talking about this like the men too. Like you gotta. I really encourage you to consider the idea that part of your masculinity is measured by your ability to have some influence in your house, in your space. And it's not something that you necessarily have to ask other people to give you. It's something that you command by exerting a certain amount of energy, attention, and authority. If you're paying attention, right? If you're in the life of your child and you're consistently talking to that child, consistently monitoring, watching that child, you're going to have some say in the life of that child. It's just very, very natural. It's inevitable. And that's one of the reasons why, just on that secondary note, when we were talking about the athlete, Antonio Brown and his child's mother, one of the things that I think that I wish he would understand is that because the mother is right there, she's feeding him, she's taking him to school, she's spending literally every waking moment of her life thinking about him. She has power over him. She has power over your legacy and over your seed. And this fact that you would rather save $1,000 or $2,000 than to think about the long-term impact on your legacy and your seed and how she's going to influence him, it's a bad investing move. It's a bad ROI. It's the you're gonna make you're gonna make $2,000 because you didn't want to send her a cash app, but you're gonna lose millions in terms of your legacy not existing when you become an old man. When you get older and he's 25 and he's looking back and at the struggles him and his mom had, and the fact that you told her to suck your blankety blank when she asked for help on the rent, he's gonna remember all these things. He's not gonna honor you. He's not gonna maybe even not even want to carry your name. He may even get on the internet and disparage your name. A lot of you're seeing some of that now. I think that Umar Johnson, some other people have had children go on the internet and say, look, this is what my daddy does. This is how my daddy operates, right? And so really, I think that just generally thinking about that really as an investing decision is critically important. Because remember, when you're investing, you're not just investing money, you're investing your energy and your time into things. So circling back on the sales thing, let me just make sure I finish off that point. I personally think that when you're talking about Black economics, the most important skill that your child can have is the ability to sell something. If they can sell a product, then they can become a producer. Producers in this economy have far more power than consumers. Consumers matter for sure. Without consumers, there is no economy. 70% of the American economy is driven by consumption, driven by spending. Americans spend, spend, spend. That's why our economy is so powerful and is so strong. The problem, though, is that when you look at who benefits from the consumption, it's not the consumer. The consumer gets depleted, and then the consumer has to go back to work in order to make money so they can come back to the dope man and give more money to the producer because it really is the dope man. They manipulate your dopamine to get you to buy products and to consume things. And so you become a dope addict. And as a dope addict, I want you to understand this. Biggie said this in the 10 Crack Commandments. You will never ever see a situation where the drug dealer has less power than the drug addict. Tell me if you know what I'm saying. The drug addict will never be able to override the drug dealer. The drug addict is the slave, the drug dealer is the master. So in this economy, we have the economic drug dealers, which would be big pharma selling opioids. Right? It's Facebook, manipulating your dopamine with through the scroll feed, getting you to sit there and waste your life scrolling all day so they can make money. Right? It might be your favorite retailer where they're selling you the overpriced sneakers or maybe the new iPhones or whatever. That's the dope man. They're the dope dealers, and the dope addicts are the people that just spin, and then say, "Gosh, I don't know why I don't have any money. How did I get broke like this?" Well, if you have a resource and you're depleting the resource, but you're not replenishing the resource, then what would surprise you about the fact that the resource is going to be gone? Like what makes you think that I can go chop down every tree in the forest and plant no trees in the forest and then somehow think I'm not gonna eventually run out of forest? So it's really simple, man. So and here's the thing, right? It's not a matter of having to shift from being a consumer to a producer. Nobody does that. And there's no producer who doesn't consume something. Right? All of us buy things. We buy cars, we buy shoes and clothes and vacations. Go out to eat. Me and my wife went out to eat this week. We both drive luxury cars. My wife is bougie. She got a Mercedes. She got the cheapest one on the lot, but she still got her Benz because she wanted the experience of having it's real cool. They put the big bow on the car and it was a shiny red and it was nice. I was like, okay, this is kind of cool, And but I mean, we didn't spend too much. We went in there. The amount we spent, probably could have bought like a brand new Honda for that amount. So we did not buy the like they tried to show her the $100,000 Benzes, and that was just a waste of time because she was gonna walk right past it. And I was like, oh, this man don't even know. He's barking up the wrong tree right now. He's trying to kick a dead horse. She ain't buying nothing but that one car that she pointed out that had the price tag that made sense for her. But still though, consuming is okay. What it is really is what people are missing, generally speaking, is balance. What people are missing is we are very aggressive with consuming, but we're not equally aggressive with producing. We're not equally aggressive with investing. We're not equally aggressive with saving. So what I'm saying is if you bout it to use Master P language, I met him in Atlanta. Nice man. But if you bout it like that, right? If you are really aggressive in your spending, I challenge you. This is the Dr. Boyce challenge for today. I challenge you to be equally aggressive in your investing. If you are aggressive about giving your money away, I challenge you to be equally aggressive about putting that money in your pocket. If you are aggressive about going to the mall, I need you to be equally aggressive about going to the bank and going to the investment club and generational wealth. If you're aggressive about making sure that you're paying your rent and your cell phone and your car note, then I would like for you to be equally aggressive when it comes to pouring money into your generational wealth. Right? If you do that, here's the thing. If you do it that way, everything works out great. It's fine at that point. And what you actually find, believe it or not, is that if you are an aggressive investor and producer, over time, you'll actually be a bigger consumer than you were before. You literally could be. You literally could be because when you're making $50,000 a month or something, you're gonna probably spend maybe 20,000 a month. That's a lot of spending. That's a lot of consuming. So don't think, here's the deal. This is the point I'm trying to make. A lot of people think it has to be either or. A lot of people think that either you are wasting money or you have to be a miser. Either you're doing it all right or you're doing it all wrong. Or if you're overspending, you got to cut everything out. And if I see you on the street holding a cup of Starbucks, I'm gonna slap it out your hand and kick you in the face and say, "What the hell are you doing? You jackass! You're throwing money away. Why you can't enjoy money? Why are you driving that car?" I'm not gonna do that to you because I want you to enjoy your life. I kid you not. When I talked to our middle child about college, and I was like, I want to give you a little speech real quick. Can I give you an old man speech for a second? She said yes, and because teenagers, you know how they don't want to listen. And I said, I just want you to know what I want for you in a profession. And I said, just make sure it's clear. I don't know if I've said this to you, but here's all I want for you is I want you to be happy. That's it. And I gave her the happiness speech. You've heard me give this maybe. I gave this to the 14-year-old already because she tends to kind of want to talk a little more. She's more talkative. The middle one is a little more stoic, so we had to work, but she works for me, so that gives us more chances to communicate. And she's a genius. I said, "Look, you're a genius. I'm very proud of you. And I just want you to be happy. That's it." And so, what I want you to understand is that I may talk about money and finances, but I need you to understand what money really is. Money is not a destination. I said a lot of people get tricked. They think money is what's going to make them happy. They think a new car is going to make them happy. They think a better job is going to make them happy. They think more clout is going to make them happy, or being famous or something, right? They think all those things are going to make them. I said those things don't really make you happy. I said happiness requires deep diving into who you are. That's where the healing and the therapy and all that stuff comes in. The meditation is really important because you got to really get in a vacuum and figure out what's going to make you happy. And when you find what makes you happy, then at that point the light bulb goes off. You're like, oh. And then we kicked into the inalienable rights. And I said, what are the inalienable rights? Have you studied that in school? She said, yeah. I said, what are they? She said, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. So I said, okay, so you know what it means to have life. I said, now make sure you understand this. I said, a lot of people are alive, but they're not actually living. I said, some people are alive, they're breathing, but they're not actually living. They're not, they haven't experienced life. They've experienced kind of this, they're in this rut maybe where they're just kind of existing, just going from step to step. There's a whole book called Black Pain by Terry Williams, where she talks about black women in particular. How many of them are just functionally depressed, but they're functional. They have to perform. Black women have to do it. You got to feed the babies. You got to get to work. You got to handle stuff that somebody else did not handle. This is why I think black women should be given grace, but also black women have a responsibility to heal from the trauma that caused you to shape the way you are, because some of it ain't pretty sometimes. It's hard. My wife and I talk about this. She grew up in Gary, the murder capital of the world. I mean, come on now, right? So with that said, though, a lot of people are alive, but they're not actually living. So we talked about that. Then I said, in liberty, I said freedom. I said black people. You'll hear black people talk all day about freedom, and a lot of the black folks ain't even free. I said a lot of people ain't even free enough to do what they want to do that day. They got to go to work. I said, people talk about freedom, but they ain't really about that life. They don't understand what freedom is. They don't understand the investment required. They don't understand the sacrifice required to truly have freedom. Freedom requires sacrifice. There's no group, no individual, no community in the history of this world that has ever had freedom that didn't have to fight like hell for it. There's no group in history that's ever had freedom that did not have to defend it. There's no group ever that had freedom that did not have to make an investment and prepare and build around that freedom. So if you're not prepared to build, to invest, to sacrifice, then you are not preparing to be free. Freedom ain't easy. Freedom is hard. Freedom, in fact, freedom is to some extent, you might even say freedom's a fallacy. It's a little bit of a fallacy. It's a little bit of a lie in the way it's presented, in my opinion. Freedom, to have freedom in your life, what I have found, it requires you to be a slave to something else. Like I have freedom. I can do what I want. I can fly around the world and do stuff and say stuff and all that. But I have to be a slave to I have to be committed to the values that will maintain and develop that freedom. My freedom is an asset. Assets have to be preserved, protected, and invested in. If you have a company that makes you free, if you run a business that makes you free, then you damn well better know you got to work your ass off to keep that company strong. So what I'm saying is that even if you are free, you're still gonna have to be committed to whatever that thing is that allows you to be free in the first place. Do you understand what I'm saying? Do you get what I'm saying? Like if you have a relationship that makes you feel free, maybe you married a billionaire or something, well, you better invest in that relationship and you better be committed to it. Because if you get sloppy, if you get lazy and you say, "Well, I want to be free. I just want to do whatever I want," then guess what? The very thing that allows you to be free is going to disappear, and then you go right back into the hell of slavery that everybody else is living in. So really, the idea that you can have freedom without discipline is absolute bullshit. Excuse my French. I'm not going to cuss anymore, but I had to say it. It's BS. And I said the reason a lot of people are not free, in my opinion, is number one, that I don't even know if they know what freedom is, and number two, I don't even know if they understand the sacrifice and the discipline required for freedom. Everybody, every veteran in here, I know the veterans understand it because y'all got on the front lines and put your lives on the line to defend freedoms in this country. We can't have freedom without our military. So shout out to every veteran in here. I will never disrespect a veteran. You go and put your life on it. And also even good cops, not the corrupt ones, but the good cops. You go put your life on the line to defend something you believe in. Half the people talking crazy wouldn't you pick up a gun to defend their mama? Shoot, so shout out to everybody who does that, who defends something, right? So the last part we got to was I said, so then there's like the pursuit of happiness, and I said, so happiness, I said most people don't even know what makes them happy, in my opinion. They think it's money or a job or living in a certain city or dating a certain person. And then they try all these things and then they're like, I'm still unhappy. I don't know why. Well, because you didn't really ask the person that actually matters. You asked the world where your happiness lies, but you didn't ask you. You didn't ask your soul. And your soul is what tells you what's going to make you happy. Like I think I know some of the things that make me happy because I'm really like I'm smiling because I really feel happy right now. You know what the stuff that makes me happy is number one, coming in the morning and talking to you. That makes me happy. Having a morning cup of coffee, that makes me happy. Going to the gym in the morning makes me happy. Sleeping next to the most beautiful woman in the world, makes me very happy. Drinking lots of water makes me happy. Taking an afternoon nap makes me happy. These are the things in my life that make me the happiest. It ain't got shit to do with no. I keep saying I'm not gonna cuss, see, but it's like a habit. When you start it, you just so that's kids don't cuss because when you start it, it's addictive. Then you start doing it all the time. Um, my happiness ain't got nothing to do with internet clout or making a bunch of money or like all this other stuff. No, a car, a car. How can a car make you happy, really? No, it doesn't. Right? So long story short, that's what we talked about. And I said, so once you know what makes you happy, then you might find, I said, happiness rarely lands in your lap. And it's very rare that you're perfectly happy doing exactly what you're doing in the exact place that you are. So what happens is you realize, okay, being over there would probably make me happier. So then you got to go pursue it. And the ability to pursue happiness requires a few things. First, it requires you to know where happiness is located. So you have to have that navigational insight. Number two, it requires courage. You have to have the courage to, and the discipline and the sacrifice to leave where you are, leave your comfort zone, and go to the place that's going to make you happy, right? Without courage, you cannot make that journey. And then the last part is that you actually have to have some type of freedom. I said a lot of people can't go pursue happiness because they got to go to work that day. If happiness on a given day means I want to just take a spa day, or I want to go talk to my mother, or I want to go and spend time with the kids, a lot of people can't do that because capitalism is not built on your happiness. Capitalism is built on your labor. Capitalism doesn't thrive when you are committed to you and your family. Capitalism thrives when you're committed to a system. And that's why these systems, and they do this and they're very sinister about it. That's why these systems work extremely hard to to train you to value the system above yourself, to value the system above your family, to value the system above your community. So they tell you, you're not black, you're an American. We're integrating you. You get to be one. You get to be like white people now, and family doesn't matter. You don't need a mother and a father. You can single mom. That's cool. Just come to work every day, and then you could take care of that family all by yourself because you're a strong black woman. You're a strong black woman, right? That's what they train you on these things. They prepare you. That well, being black and successful and everything means, okay, first you're gonna go to public school and we're gonna make sure we fill your head up with a bunch of stuff that really isn't gonna make you independent. It's gonna make you part of the system. You're trained to fit into the system, and then when you get to college, you're gonna go borrow $200,000. So we need you in debt to the system so that you have to be committed to the system. And then you have to go to work. Now you have to, because how else are you gonna pay those student loans, right? No, we're not going to give you a business loan because a business loan would make you independent, right? So we're not going to give you 20,000 to start a business, but we'll give you 200,000 to get a college degree. Because well, why? Because a college degree is not worth 200,000, but we get to inflate the value and then give you a supersized jumbo loan that's going to put you in debt and make you basically into a corporate sharecropper. Sharecroppers were individuals who would go so deep in debt to the master that they could never leave the farm. See, debt itself, if you don't understand it and you're not careful with it, debt can become an economic hell, a perpetual economic hell. Go watch that movie Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, the new one, not the old one. The new one, both of them are good. The latest one was amazing. The old one is a classic. And there's the part in that movie where Willy Wonka was this guy. He's a weirdo coming in with all these dreams of making the best chocolate ever. And he gets to London, and the first thing that happens is somebody that runs a business gets him to sign a contract where he is so deep in debt that he has to go work for the factory. And because he's working for the factory, he can't go pursue his dream. He can't go and fulfill his destiny. He can't go and do what God put him on this earth to do to become a chocolatier. He has to do laundry all day. So his first goal was he had to escape the corporate plantation. And I told our son, I said, man, this is just like America. This is just like this is mob. This pay attention. Pay attention. And so so I wish I could say that to some of these rappers that come out complaining about the slave deals they signed in the music industry. That's because you made a deal with the devil, ma'am. That's why you have made five number one albums and you still can't afford a Honda Accord. Okay, so long story short, understanding these things, I think is really important. I think explaining these things to kids is really important, and I think that's what allows us to be successful in life and to be happy. And again, and like I said, it's just, at the end of the day, it's not about the all the money and stuff. The money is a tool. The money is a vehicle. It's a wonderful vehicle. Money matters. Money is a key to power. It's a key to a lot of things, right? But once you get that money kind of having an awareness, being truly woke, like really being woke, what that looks like that has to exist in order for you to really navigate this beast called capitalism in America. Capitalism is something else. So anyway, I didn't know Willy Wonka was written by a British spy. I think that's quite fascinating. So maybe spies, I'm gonna tell you, spies are smart. They're very observant. Ever seen how like the KGB, how the KGB when have you ever seen them doing analysis on Americans and our psyche and how they work to manipulate us and stuff? It's really fascinating stuff. So yeah, so now I know why Willy Wonka was written by a spy. But anyway, let's go ahead and finish up for today. I want to say it was great to see you, and also tonight we're doing Powernomics training. So if you want to be invited to Powernomics training, make sure you're on our text list. Text the word morning to the number 87948, and I will send you not just lots of free information and some investing stuff and everything else, but also you'll get invited to our morning class, which someone says, I love the class. Well, bless you too. Thank you for saying that. And yes, tonight, that's what that is. The Powernomics training is the book club, Jen. And so we do that Wednesday nights at 8:30. We're reading Dr. Claude Anderson books because he's the goatiest of all goats. I never want to give you the impression that I did all this by myself, that I became who I am without people like him. So I will always give credit to the originator. The same way Farrakhan talks about the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, I'm gonna talk about Dr. Claude Anderson in that same way because I think it's really important for us to give credit to the people that paved the way for us. You know, if we don't create our own superheroes, then who else will? Right? Ain't nobody. Why would we wait for white folks to acknowledge Dr. Anderson? No, we have to do that. That is our job. That is our responsibility. I don't even blame them for not acknowledging him. Why would they? Why would they? They don't benefit from his existence the way we do. So if somebody feeds you, then if somebody gives me food, it's my job to pay them. I can't say, well, I'm not going to pay you, but the man over here that you didn't feed, he should be paying you. No, the person who fed you should be compensated by you. And Dr. Anderson has fed us, and that's why I love this man. And you can't tell me no different. The other thing too is also the ladies for Fly Nubian Queen. They go live every day at 1 o'clock, and so So sometimes if you get a text and I say Fly Nubian Queen is live or something like that, you know what that is. These ladies are really smart. Dr. Lene Javette is an expert on black entrepreneurs. You have people like Constance Carter, who ran the largest black-owned real estate firm in California. You have my wife, Dr. Alicia Watkins, who is a licensed therapist and a full professor of social work. You have so many other people in there that are extremely good at what they do. And so they tend to do stuff every day about 1 o'clock. And on that same YouTube channel, Madam President goes live early. Madam President is amazing. If you haven't seen her, you got to check her out. And Constance does stuff. So we got women that are really doing it. It ain't just people like me. There's a whole lot of people that I think we've got enough in our community to build whatever we want and to be whatever we want. So let's just go do it. Let's just go be it. Let's stop complaining about what somebody else took away or what somebody else is doing or what somebody won't let us do. Ain't nobody gonna tell us what we can and cannot do. We make that decision. Does that make sense? Give me a yes if we're on the same page. Let's end on that vibe. Everybody put a yes in here if you understand where I'm coming from. And also one more quick reminder, our financial slumber party is going to be Friday night at 11 p.m. and we're going to do some stock options. It's called How to Make Money on Monday. And I literally will lay out some plays where you literally, if you have a little bit of a capital base to invest in the market with, I'll show you exactly how to pull money out. I'm pulling money out today after we get done. So it's something, the stock market, whether you know it or not, it's like groundwater. Literally, if you have water underneath your land and you know how to drill for it, you can pull the water up. The stock market's kind of the same way. It can generate income for you. Thousands of you are doing it, and I think those of you who haven't done it yet, you may want to take a look at that. So anyway, that's going to be Friday night. I'll send you guys the link. So make sure you're on the text list. If you're not, text the word morning to the number 87948. And those who are overseas, you can go to drboyceelevate.com and you'll get an invitation there as well. All right, so have a good day, everybody. God bless you. Thank you so much for listening, and I will see you all soon. Take care. Bye bye. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. I hope you guys are having a wonderful day. Welcome to Money in the Morning. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. This is our millionaire training camp where we talk about the art of economic elevation, what economic elevation looks like, and how you can achieve that for your family. We do not honor generational curses. We break those dang things because you got to get rid of the nonsense if you want to get to the dollars and cents. Yeah, I just made that up. There's like totally bars. I really should have been a rapper or something, or maybe I was in my previous life. Anyway, how's everybody doing? I hope you're having a great day. It's great to see all of you. I'm super excited. Yeah, I am not. I was not in the 5 a.m. club this morning. I was in the 6:30 a.m. club, which is crazy. When you get used to getting up, like peeling yourself out of bed at 4:45 a.m., you totally feel like a slob when you get out at 6:30. It's the crazy, like you feel like you cheated or you just slept too long or whatever. And it's crazy. It really makes me think about standards, how our brain gets acclimated to standards. Because there was a time where waking up at 11 was normal, but now it's like, man, if I get up at 7, oh my gosh, I start questioning my life. Like, am I a loser now? Am I a bum? Like, what's going on here? But anyway, I want to talk about a couple of things actually. First off, I'm going to talk about this recession that's coming. And yes, I think there is one coming. But then again, it always happens, right? What goes up must come down. And I'm going to talk about ways to prepare for the coming recession. And we're going to talk about why it's happening. I'm going to explain the economic fundamentals and dynamics of why this recession's coming. Again, I don't care if you voted for Trump or not, but this is on him. This is a guy that campaigned on, we're going to make the economy great. We're going to make America rich again. Well, right now it ain't working. So stage one is leading to a recession. Most experts will say that a lot of these policies with the tariffs and all that stuff is just like, it's just not really gonna be that great for economic activity. At the same time, though, again, I'm not here to question who you voted for or why. I don't do that. I'm just here to really give you the facts. And right now, the data pretty much says not only that a recession is likely coming, but also that most Americans right at this very moment are actually not in approval. Most voting Americans, most people, registered voters, are not in approval of the way the administration's handling the economy, and that's going to be a big deal for them. So as we start our Money in the Morning. One thing I want to let everybody know, remind everybody is that I sometimes I send out the text, sometimes I don't. So if you want to make sure that you that you're aware when class starts. Make sure you're on the text list. And also, just a reminder, don't forget that our financial slumber party is going to be Friday night at 11 o'clock. And I only invite people that are in this class because I'm kind of like that. It's almost like when you were little and you were on the basketball team and you had a sleepover and you only invited other people from the basketball team. I'm kind of like that now. Like y'all are like the basketball team. Like we out here winning championships and other people don't understand what it's like to go through our practices and win games and all this other stuff. So I'm not interested in I ain't gonna lie, I'm a little bit reclusive, but I've always been like that. I've always been an introvert who is who has I have to be an extrovert because of what I do. So if you meet me like at the convention, I'll hug you, shake your hand, talk to you and everything else. But I'm really naturally introverted. I'm naturally like to myself. I focus internally, I focus on the people around me. I'm the person that would go to a party and I'd rather have a really deep conversation that's 2 hours long with one or two people than to try to go around and talk to everybody. That's a lot of work. You ever do that? It's hard. Well, wait, so you got to have these a bunch of stupid, shallow conversations like, "Hey, how you doing? Good to see you." And then as soon as the conversation gets going, it's like, "Oh, I gotta go network with this other person here. The rich guy just walked in the room. Gotta go talk to him." I don't do that. I just don't. I don't. That's not. No, I want to talk to you because I like you and you're interesting. I don't want to talk to you just because you're rich or famous or something. I know a lot of rich and famous people who are just terrible to talk to. I'm telling you. So anyway, with that being said, that's why I'm inviting y'all to the slumber party. Y'all can come. I ain't inviting the whole world. So anyway, I will text out the link to join if you want to join us on Friday. Some of you have already signed up. We're going to talk about stock options. It's called How to Make Money on Monday. I'm literally going to give you a stock options playbook, a couple of little plays that you can apply right away that will turn into real money. But it helps if you have a capital base. Like so, if you have a little bit to invest where you can buy some stock, I will show you exactly how to make money from that stock on Monday. And also, we're gonna have fun. We play music and stuff. I just act a fool and that just, but don't judge me. Don't judge me. Just pretend like I was drunk or something, right? Don't make fun of me. All right. So here is what I want to drill into. Another thought that I had economically before we start talking about the recession that's coming and getting ready for that is I thought about the black community, right? And I thought about this. How many of you, give me a yes or no in the chat. How many of you have heard repeatedly, and how many of you believe that America was built on the backs of black people? How many of you believe that black people built this country? Give me a yes in the chat if you firmly believe that America was built by us. Like we did this. This is ours. You know, even I think Trump said that too, actually, believe it or not. You built America or something, right? That's a fact, and I do agree with this fact. But I thought about this and I said, okay, so if we built America, if black people built America, then why is it so hard to believe that we can build our own community? I mean, I imagine building Black America would be easier than building America, right? So if we built America, if we built the whole damn country, why can't we build why can't we build up our neighborhoods? Like why can't we build up our families? Why can't we build up our businesses? Why can't we build up our own economic system? Why can't we build for ourselves? Like that doesn't make any sense. That's kind of crazy to me. So either people who believe that black people built America, either they're lying or, which I don't think you're lying, I think you're correct. Or we underestimate what we're able to do. I was thinking about this because I was talking to a guy last night who is a smart young guy, about 34 years old, and he represents a lot of athletes. He's kind of like a sports agent, and I said, these damn athletes, I love them. Don't get me wrong, I'm not making fun of them. But I said, why can't they build their own sports league? It's easy. Like, just get a board of people that know what they're doing and stop comparing yourself to white people. Stop thinking that you're going to build the NFL in 2 weeks. You're not going to build the NFL in 2 weeks. You're going to build a league that's probably going to look like what the NFL looked like in its first 10 or 15 years. But that's okay, though. You're still operating at warp speed. You'd still be much further ahead of where the NFL was in 2 weeks, because you've got access to hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars. You got plenty of people who are not black who pretend to be your friends. Well, this is their chance to prove it. Tell that bank that wants to sponsor you to write a check to give you the financing, get you a committee of smart people. Use you got over probably if LeBron James got together with his 20 best friends and they all agreed to back this league, you need two things. You would need two things to start this sports league. And I'm gonna get to the recession stuff in a minute, but y'all know what it is. This is conversational learning. You need two things. All you need is the ability to be rich and famous. You need wealth and you need distribution. You need to make money and you need to have visibility. Those are only two things. If you have those two things, if everybody sees you and you're making bread, then you're winning. Then the league is successful, right? Well, think about it. If if you're talking about LeBron James or some other famous athlete who gives a damn, um, why wouldn't it be the case that if he got together with his 20 best friends, his 20 most famous friends, and they all agreed, okay, with this league, we're all going to back it. That means every time there's a game, we're all going to stream the game on our social media. Well, that right there would be 300 million viewers right there. That would be distribution. That's your NBC, that's your CBS, that's your ESPN. That's all. And just that alone is worth hundreds of millions of dollars in distribution. Just that alone can build an entire economy. You can build a whole economy around that. You can get your little Stephen A. Smiths and maybe get somebody like a Jeff Lightsey Jr. to do your commentary and right. So you can build an economy around this, right? You can sell products on that platform. You can get sponsors if that's what you want to do. Whatever, right? I think developing your own products might be the best approach. And then the second thing is if you're looking to develop the infrastructure, just get your people to go, I would literally go up and jack up all these other folks, all these non-black people that want to be around me, and I'd say, if you're really my ally, are you my ally? Of course, I'm your ally. But our family, Abraham and I, we've always loved you, LeBron. Okay, well, if you love me, then I need you to go to Chase Bank and tell them to give us, 30 million to back what we're doing. And then I want you to go to Wells Fargo, tell them to put in their 30, 50, 100 million or whatever. And then I need you to go to the third bank, well, the next bank on the list, Bank of America, and they need to they need to drop in 100 million, right? So then at that point, you got your capital base. So now you don't have an NFL level capital base. You don't, it took 100 years to build the NFL. It took 100 years to make the Chicago Bears worth $5 billion, or in the New York Giants to be worth 5 or 6 billion. It took 100 years to do that. So you're not going to have that overnight. But you can have a league in about 2 weeks that's worth hundreds of millions of dollars. And that league, if it's done properly and managed by smart people who aren't interested in comparing themselves to white folks, that league could be making 50 to $100 million in profit in the first year, first 5 years. Very easy to do. But you have to sort of understand where you are. Like when I started the Black Business School, I didn't say I want to build Harvard University in a month. I didn't say that. I didn't say, oh, we're going to be as big as the University of Texas. I can't. Our annual budget is probably like the amount of money the University of Texas spends in about 5 hours. I can't do that. But what I can do is I can use my PhD, and I got friends that got doctorates, and that's kind of what makes a university tick, is like having lots of smart people you can learn from. And I don't have the ability to reach millions, 100 million people, but I can reach about 5 million. Um, and so you build where you stand, you build with what you've got. And I did not spend 1 second comparing myself to somebody else. I just didn't do it because everybody else's their blessings aren't your blessings. Their challenges are not your challenges. Their opportunities are not your opportunities. You're in a different space. I never once woke up and looked in the mirror and thought that I saw a white man. I don't look in the mirror and see a guy with blonde hair and blue eyes. I see a bald black man with glasses and a gray and goatee, and I say, let's work with what he's got instead of trying to be like Steve down the hall. And I think that's what keeps us from building. It's the fact that we're comparing ourselves to people who've been building institutions for over 100 years. You're trying to compare your little raggedy black owned business that started, in 2023 to a corporation that's been around since 1845. How the hell are you gonna compete with that? If you want to make a comparison, go look at what that company looked like in 1855. Compare yourself to that. Stop comparing yourself to what other people have. I think so. So this is it. Like I just don't. It baffles me, and it doesn't baffle me completely. I mean, the NFL and stuff. They're pretty good at protecting their assets and their intellectual property. They own their Negroes, and they don't want them participating in something outside of what has been sanctioned by the league, right? And this is a dilemma they're going to have to deal with, right? So they're going to fight you. I know people. I talked to some guys who started something with the 40-yard dash where they kind of glammed it up a little bit and did a really great job. They had a really like a whole thing around it because the running the 40-yard dash. If you're an athlete, that's a big deal. So they had made it into this amazing competition, and they tried to get the NFL to partner with them. And the NFL's like, "Yeah, we'll partner with you, bud. Sure, we'll back you. We'll give you some money, bro." And then the NFL was like kind of like quietly they claimed anyway they claimed that that they were going behind their back and sabotaging all of their corporate brand deals they were trying to make. And in the back of my mind, I was thinking, that's a great concept you have. But in the other part of my mind, I was like, yeah, I understand why haters be hating. I understand why the NFL wouldn't be happy with what you're doing. And then the other part of my mind is like, why are we going to the same white folks to raise money? Why are we even worried about corporate sponsors and all that? Why don't we start with what we have? Like, you don't see the Black Business School out here trying to go get corporate sponsorship. I don't take money from corporations. You don't see the Black Business School going to the government trying to get government money. I never woke up thinking that I was white. And I'm not saying that only white people can do this. I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying that I don't play the corporate game. I just don't, because that is a racist game. I not, so I don't try to win the game of racism. I don't play the game of racism. Do you understand the difference? Do you understand what I'm saying? I'm not saying that I like maybe I could win the game if I tried, maybe I could, but no, there's a difference. There's playing the game, there's winning the game, losing the game, and then there's transcending the game and just getting out of the game altogether. There's overcoming the system and fighting through the system and fighting the power, and then there's leaving the system and developing alternative systems that are going to not put you through every ounce of an economic hell. So what is one of the keys to wealth that isn't discussed at all is Black people loving ourselves enough to understand and to commit to the possibility that we can develop alternative systems that serve us. Do you understand? Some of y'all playing a rigged game. That's why you keep losing. I don't play rigged games. I don't. If I see a game like I got into, Damon Dash came through here, right? Damon, we used to be buddies back in the day. We don't hang out as much as we used to. But Damon's a funny guy, right? And I told you about my experience with Kanye. That kind of drove me crazy. And and Kanye had a great lyric one time where he said me and Dame get along because we're both assholes. And I said, yeah, I can confirm that. Yeah, that's a good you're both assholes. I don't like assholes. So anyway, but with that being said though, but Dame is a nice guy though, so don't I'm not making fun of him. Anyway, I remember Damon came in and he was having a debate with me about something. I think he was mad about one of his baby's mamas or something crazy like that, and child support or something. And I'm just listening and we're just talking and we're on the air. And then he tries to like get me to agree with something that he said that I just didn't agree with. And he's like, "Well, what don't you think that if your child's father pays for this and pays for that, that you shouldn't ask for more money and da 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 da?" And I was like, "I don't know. That's not my situation." And he's like, "Well, tell me. It's like seriously, like, don't you think that?" And I'm like, "No, I don't. No, I don't know. I don't have a response to that." And he kept trying to back me into this yes or no question that was gonna support his argument whether I said yes or whether I said no. And I was like, no, I'm not even gonna participate. I'm not even gonna because I see what you're doing. You're doing kind of like the Democrat Republican thing, like when you get sort of boxed in and you really have no choice other than to make the choice of the person who structured the whole debate in the first place or the whole situation in the first place. So my thought was, um, I'm not even walking down that hallway with you. Right? Just like with politics, so people don't understand when they say, "Well, you're voting Democrat or Republican." I'm like, neither, because those are bad choices to begin with. That's not true choice. That's the illusion of choice. Do you understand? So what I'm saying to you, here's my point, and I'm gonna make this point, then I'm gonna get to the recession stuff, because I know that's what I talked about before. You gotta really kind of be able to process things to sort of understand what racism does. Racism does not really give Black people a real choice. Racial systems, the integration that we were sucked into, we were tricked into, never gave you a real choice to have real power. They make you think you have choices, but really, at the end of the day, I don't think I think our choices are far more limited than they would be if we were able to step to the side, step away, and be in a space where we decide what choices are going to be available in the first place. Do you understand? So the power in a game is not just from the people who win the game. The power of the game is from the people who design the game. So when you go into this economic system, I encourage you, learn how to design the game. We have models in the Black Business School. We use things like the Sturdy model for children to teach them about wealth, systems, technology, entrepreneurship, relationships, and delegation for the youth. Most of this model doesn't have anything to do with like getting a good job or going to make sure you go to college or or managing your 401k. No, it's systems. Systems is like if you can think like if you're a systematic thinker, you can scale a business. Technology. Well, most of the wealthiest people in America are people that know technology, AI and all that stuff, Silicon Valley. Entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurs are economic gods because entrepreneurs have the ability to give themselves a pay raise. Entrepreneurs get to decide who gets to climb through the glass ceiling and who doesn't because you structured the organization in your image. You get to decide what happens in that system. That's where systematic racism or whatever you want to call it works in your favor. Relationships means that you have that ability to connect with people that are going to help you elevate, right? Which goes down all the way down to who you choose to marry, which unfortunately a lot of people never learn that. So they marry somebody that drains all their wealth. And then also delegation, the ability to team build and then pass the ball. And then you get to be like LeBron James used to be. If you remember, I'm gonna make this last analogy. This is a compliment to LeBron. I had a good buddy that was on the faculty at Georgetown University, who's a great professor there. I think he's still there. And we used to argue we would argue for hours back 25 years ago when LeBron James first came into the league. And the argument was this. I said, there's this kid who played in a McDonald's All-Star game. I said, I think he's going to be amazing. And my friend was like, no, he's not going to be amazing. He's going to be average. The NFL's full of great players. He's going to be average. I said, no, no, no. He's different. And he's like, well, why is he so different? I said, because he's not just able to score, like a lot of great players can. This kid he controls the game. He can see everything that's happening, and he manages the game. I said, watching him play in that game, he didn't even score all the points in the McDonald's All-Star game, but I had a feeling that he could decide at any point if he wants to score or not. But what he would do is he would see other players and distribute the ball. He would say, "Okay, you haven't gotten the ball in a while. You haven't gotten the ball in a while." I said he reminded me of a father playing basketball with his 10-year-old sons, right? If he's got three sons that they're 8, 9, and 10, and he's playing basketball, the dad knows he's the dominant player, but he doesn't have to dominate to know that he's the dominant player. He gets to decide, okay, little Billy didn't get the ball this time, so I'm gonna pass it to him. Okay, JoJo, you go around this way, and I'm gonna give you the ball, right? So he's controlling the game. Do you understand? LeBron transcended basketball from a psychological level, and he's still great, right? He's still hanging in there. I love him as an athlete, 100%, and as a human being, right? Married to his wife, been a good citizen. I have a lot of respect for him. And the thing is though that the economic game is kind of similar. You have people that are in the game and trying to score points in the game. Some people are winning the game. Some people are losing the game. Some people win and then they lose and they lose and they win. And then there's some people that just kind of have the ball like LeBron and just kind of know where everybody's positioned. They tell you they do this, and that means you know you're supposed to go through the pick and roll, or they do this, like the point guard. And so what I really encourage you is to really trying to get your child into spaces where they can learn how to be an economic point guard. That's my point. There are people in this economy. What you got to understand is that there's levels to all of this. There's like people on the chessboard who are just the pawns. There are some higher level players on the chessboard, and then there are people who just move the pieces around, right? And I think that comes back to financial consciousness. That's one of the reasons why the first name that I gave this class was financial consciousness. I said you got to be able to see the game the way LeBron saw the whole court, right? And it's not about just always scoring all the points or getting all the money. It's about knowing where the money's at, knowing how to position yourself. Like sports is, basketball might be about positioning, right? It's about knowing how the players are moving. Do you understand? And these are things that get taught early. If you don't teach your children these things early, they'll never learn it. And they'll always feel like a victim because they'll feel the pressure of somebody moving them around. Like I'm gonna tell you, as much as whether you like Donald Trump or not, he's not training his kids to become anybody's pawn. He's training his children to be chess masters. to move the pieces around. Okay. Anyway, but that's what they do with the Ivy League schools. That's what they do at Harvard and Yale and Stanford. They train you to be a chess master, not to be a piece on the board. All right. So anyway, one thing I want to remind everybody about is that we're doing stock market class today. If you haven't joined our Stock Market Investors Club, feel free to go to drboystockmarket.com. You can go there, and also I sent you all that list of the companies in Europe that I'm taking a look at to invest in because I think these Trump tariffs, what they've done is they've reignited Germany. Germany now has become like this raging war machine because they don't have the security guarantees that they used to get from the United States. All these were in place since World War II, and so Germany, because of the whole thing with with what happened in World War II, they've kind of backed away from this the whole military thing. Well, they've reignited. His policies have kind of reignited the beast. So Germany is literally talking about borrowing insane amounts of money to really develop their infrastructure around defense. And that's going to stimulate, if it goes through, if any of it goes through on a significant level, it should stimulate spending and infrastructure all throughout Europe and really boost their economy. It kind of made the Europeans kind of competitive. For a long time, they kind of had a wimpy little economy and they weren't really reaching their potential. But there's something about about Trump and just his sort of doing things the way he does things that's caused them to say, "Screw you!" Like we can fight too. So it'll be interesting to see that. So I'll put the list in the chat if you guys didn't get the list via text. If you're not on the text list, make sure you're on the text list for this class. Text the word morning to the number 87948. So text morning to the phone number 87948. And Tracy, I'm going to put this in here right here for you. So you should see this in the chat. So you can click on that link and you can get that list of stocks in Europe. These are good companies, good quality investments that and again, everything's buy and hold, right? We're not here about the fast money. I'm all about the sturdy money, right? So I'm not here about we're not here to talk about, quick, get rich quick sorts of things. I will show you how to get rich slowly. It's very easy to get rich slowly, very hard to get rich quick. And if you get rich quick, then chances are the money won't last. So I put that link in there and I'll also text it out. Make sure you're on the text list. Text the word morning to the number 87948 on your phone and you'll get that list. Now, let me give you, before we bounce out, let me mention this coming recession. So yeah, the recession's coming. The market now again. There's no guarantees. I think that they've revised it. Let's see here. The CNBC Fed survey says that the probability of a recession rose to 36% from 23% in January. The average 2025 GDP forecast declined to 1.7% from 2.4%. And tariffs are now seen as the top threat to the U.S. economy, replacing inflation. So in the Biden administration, inflation was all the rage. Now, under the Trump administration, tariffs are all the rage. So, do I think that they're going to do something about this? Yes, I do. I do believe that the Trump administration is going to respond because now his clout is kind of being affected. His reputation is really being hit, even amongst the people that support him. I think that his political capital is starting to dwindle. So one thing that they're probably going to try to do is create clarity around their tariff policy. That's one of the big complaints is that it's very confusing. And if you know economic models, what you'll notice is that when there's confusion and uncertainty, valuations drop. Whenever things are just confusing, uh, the willingness to invest in something drops. Like think about if you're dating somebody and the person who's clear about the fact that they like you, they answer the phone, they treat you well, they tell you that they like you. That's gonna stimulate an investment in that person. All right, you might invest more time, you might invest your body, you might invest your money in that person versus the person who isn't clear, the person who says one day that they like you, the next day they don't, next day they like you again. Sometimes they ghost you. You don't know what's going on with her ex-boyfriend, right? So that person is not going to stimulate as much investment from you because there's uncertainty. You're not sure. But people that are 100% clear, you invest in those people. When I got together with my wife, who'd been my friend for a very long time, my goal was to have complete clarity in terms of how I felt about her and what my intentions were. She knew within about 3 or 4 months what my goal was with this relationship. And my sister met my wife for the first time, and she said, Boyce isn't usually this clear about the fact that he's dating his wife. Like he's really super clear about this. And so that let her know that I was a safer investment because I wasn't going nowhere, right? So clarity is something that's lacking in the Trump policy as it pertains to tariffs. That's been a big complaint. But even with the clarity, it's still pretty much understood by most economists that tariffs are not good for overall gross domestic product. Because what they do is they also cause these trade wars. So countries stop getting along with each other. It's on like you have a relative who just if they get mad, they cuss people out and want to fight, and then some other cousins like, well, I'm gonna fight you back. And next thing you know, your one cousin done shot the other one and stuff like that. This actually really happened. Tierra Williams from the Fly Nubian Money Club. She told a story about that last week, where her family members all got together to invest together and build generational wealth. And in the building of this generational wealth, they called it a susu, but it wasn't really a susu. It was a Ponzi scheme, basically. It was one of those blessing looms, right? They call them susus, but that's not a susu. Susus are a safe investing vehicle that's been used for a very long time, mostly in the Caribbean. But again, people will hijack language to get you into their scam. So they all invested in this susu, and it was one of these things like if you put in $50 and I put in $50, then we'll all have $500, that kind of thing. So so it got so bad that one of her cousins said, if I don't get back my $1,500, I'm coming over to the house and I'm shooting everybody. Like this was her cousin. Her cousin literally was like, I'm coming over. I got my gun. Everybody's gonna die if I don't get my $1,500 back. And so investing in wealth is supposed to bring families together, but in this case, you almost had somebody catch a case because you had them investing in the wrong way. So no, so if you want to know that was not a susu. That was I don't maybe that I think Tierra jokingly called it a pew pew, like pew pew. I don't know, but it's that it wasn't a susu, definitely. Maybe it was a death wish. So be careful about stuff like that when you start investing together. But investing together can benefit you, but you have to do it safely, especially when you're talking about your relatives' money. Now, here are a few tips that you can apply as you get ready for this coming recession. I do believe that one is going to come because recessions happen. It's just like having a bad day or a rainstorm. It's going to rain eventually. So first thing you want to do is if you don't have an emergency fund, you want to create one if you can. And they say that an emergency fund should be 3 to 6 months of living expenses. For some people, that's easier than others. I personally think also that it's okay to have a chunk of your emergency fund in the stock market and other places. I gave you all that list of safe haven companies you can invest in on the text list. If you're on the text list, and you'll get it eventually because I think I put it in there. And so having that 3 to 6 months of living expenses is critical. Or it also, I think that things like I not think I know that little things like having that second stream of income in the household is beneficial. So maybe you might not want to break up with your wife or your boyfriend, too soon, because having that extra stream of income does make a difference. A lot of people, if you go back 100 years, people had relationships and families for survival. They didn't just do it because they thought somebody was cute. Number two, you can cut a lot of unnecessary expenses, right? So maybe go through your subscriptions, things like that. Maybe cook at home a little bit more. That's a good way to save money. Diversifying your income. If you haven't started the side hustle yet, maybe this is the time to look into the side hustle, right? It doesn't cost money to just sit down with family and friends and just talk about ideas. One thing I've noticed is that sometimes we think that in order to start a business, we have to spend money. I don't spend money when I start a new business. I'd rather, instead of paying money, I'd rather just pay attention or realize it doesn't cost me anything to have a conversation. It doesn't cost me anything to sit back, maybe talk to AI, talk to my family, and just kind of process different ideas, things like that, explore things before I get to the point where I spend money, I really want to understand and be able to visualize very clearly exactly where this money is going to go. Because a lot of times, people's investment ideas will suck your money dry and then you won't have anything coming back. You'll have all your money going in one direction and not the other. So I would encourage you to look into the side hustle or invest in skills that can help you learn how to earn more money, or maybe ways to generate passive income. There are things like dividends and rental income. I've told you I make a lot of my passive income selling stock options. That's a great way to make passive income, but it's if you have a capital base. If you don't have a capital base, it's a little bit tougher. So it's almost like trying to generate income with stock options without a capital base is like trying to collect rent when you don't own any property, right? In order for you to collect rent money, you have to own property in order to have something to rent out. So this is why having the capital base is more important than even the college degree for young people. Because if you have a good enough capital base, you don't even have to go to work because your money is working for you. Like that, when they talk about your money working for you, that's what they're talking about. So there are lots of things out there. And one thing that I mentioned, if you guys want to go into business with us, with me, we actually have the Black Wealth Ambassadors program where you can buy my book. It's a best-selling book, The Ten Commandments of Black Economic Power. You can buy them at $15 a copy, and I'll sign it for you, which adds value to the book. And you can, as you form your investment clubs, or if you educate the kids in the neighborhood, or you educate your church, let people, offer the book for people where people can buy it from you and make that your business, right? And you can make most of the money. The book, if you go on the website, is $40 to buy an autographed copy of the book. I'll sell it to you for 15 if you're a Black Wealth Ambassador, and then you can resell it and make money from that. But also you can educate the community. So that's something that we have in place, and we're going to do the same thing soon with our children's workbooks. They're very, very popular. We've sold tens of thousands of these workbooks, and they cover every grade band, and they cover things like investing, stocks, and money. So we got things for first graders, fourth graders, seventh graders, etc. And so what I'll do is I'll text out another link where you can buy the workbooks cheaply, and you can resell those, make that into a business, right? Because if it's the goal anyway, the goal is for us to educate our own kids. So why don't we start doing that? Why do we have to wait for someone's permission? What are we waiting for? Who are we waiting for? Who is going to give us permission to do what every human being is supposed to do, which is to take responsibility for your children and responsibility for your community? I'm not waiting for anybody. So, long story short, I'll text you all the link. If you're interested in the Black Wealth Ambassadors Program, you can pull out your phone, text the word wealth to the phone number 87948. So, if you text wealth to 87948, later on today, I'll send you a link and you can get the workbooks really cheaply. And it takes like 70% off or something. And again, if you want to make that a business, I support you completely. If you're doing content creation and you say you want to bring up the books or whatever, that's really awesome because that's our distribution system. We're not mainstream. I don't want to be mainstream. I want to be black stream. And black stream is how we can actually get the blood flow to where it needs to get to, right? So moving on. All right. So another thing you can do in order to prepare for the recession is to reduce high interest debt. If you have credit cards that are where the interest rate is very, very high, maybe refinancing that or paying some of that down, especially while the getting's good. If you're making good money, get rid of some of that high interest debt because that really does weigh you down. Also, investing wisely is really important too. One of the biggest things that you want to avoid in this economy is a lot of panic selling. We talked about that last time, so I'm not going to belabor this point. But literally, I told you all when Muhammad El Arian, who's a great economist that I respect, he's the president of Queens College. He literally said something like, he said, volatility causes you to make bad investment decisions. So what that means is that when you have a bad day with stocks, like I think today is kind of a rough day, a lot of people get scared and they sell, and then next thing you know, you end up missing out on the bulk of the money. You didn't stick around until the party got good. You left when the party got a little bit slow. And I just want to tell you, just reiterate that the stock market has been the number one investing tool in America for about 150 years. So sticking around, great term, Charlene. Sticking around is how you make the money long term, right? Just like New Edition used to say, "Tell me, baby, can you stand the rain? If you can stand the rain, then you'll be good." But everybody likes the sunny days, but you can't run away just because it's a little bit cloudy. So I think leaving your investments there and really thinking of investing as a long term process, at least 3 to 5 years, really more like 5 to 10, then you're typically going to be fine. There's very few investments you could have made, say, in 2016 that would not have paid off right now in terms of S&P 500 companies. If you look at, say, the top 100 companies in the S&P 500, if you dollar cost average, meaning to just invested a little bit in any of those companies since, say, 2016, chances are you would have a ridiculous amount of money right now. Even Apple, I mean, Apple, everybody knew about Apple. 25 years ago, everybody knew about Apple. So it's crazy to me to even think that a poor person who consistently bought Apple stock, like, or maybe they just said, okay, every time I buy an iPhone, I'm gonna buy the same amount of Apple stock. I'm gonna take the same money I spent on the iPhone, and I'm gonna also buy some stock to go with it, so that I can't just, so I'm not just giving them money, I'm also making money when other people give them money. A person who simply applied a simple program like that to their own lives would have just insane amounts of wealth. Like I'm talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars in their bank account. So if you want to know where the money's at, it's in investing. We've talked about this. Okay. So anyway, I'm going to go ahead and finish up for today. And by the way, as you guys know, the stock options program, Coin just started, Certified Options Investing Network, and we're doing 12 straight weeks where we're covering options from A to Z. We already did the first week. We meet every Thursday night. And if you want to talk to someone about joining the Coin program, you can go to drboycecoin.com. You have to apply. It's more exclusive. It's a smaller group. And so, but if you want to talk to someone, just feel free to go to drboycecoin.com, drboycecoin.com. And later on today, we're going to be talking about stocks, and I'll send you guys links on stuff. So make sure you're on the text list. Text the word morning to the number 87948. And we do this every morning at 10 a.m. Eastern. And God bless you. And I will see you all very, very soon. Take care. Bye bye. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Welcome, welcome, welcome. It's so good to see you. This is Money in the Morning. This is where we get together and we practice the art of economic elevation. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins, and it is always great to see everybody. And I have to confess, this morning I was not in the 5 a.m. club. That's always the goal. Today I think I was in the 6:30 a.m. club or something, which isn't bad. That's not terrible. That's not terrible. That's not terrible. All right. So anyway, um, I have a question I wanted to ask you all. Did anybody see where these Chase ATMs kept getting robbed because of something on TikTok? There was like a TikTok trend where people would deposit a check and then withdraw the money really fast, and somehow they were stupid enough to think that the bank would never catch on and start prosecuting them and like trying to like get them sent to prison for 20 years. I don't know if anybody else saw this, but it was really interesting to me because, I'm a finance guy, and and also I'm a common sense guy, and I really 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 just thought it was kind of unfortunate and sad that there are young people who truly believe that you can do something like this and get away with it. And it was like, wait a minute, what? So you thought the bank was never that the bank don't count their own money? Is that what you thought? You thought banks just they don't know how to count? So anyway, um, yeah, it's led to prosecutions and lawsuits and everything that you would expect, right? Like, okay, you're going to jail, you're going to jail, you're going to jail. And the thing about the United States that's really fascinating to me is America is the kind of country that will prosecute you more for a financial crime than they'll prosecute you for murder, rape, like anything else. Like it's crazy. It's really interesting. When they get you on those federal crimes that relate to money. Because remember, America is a country that kind of worships money, and that's not healthy at all. You should not worship money, but that's the country that we live in. And so ultimately, one of the things that I think is important to understand. And I really was thinking about this a lot when I saw things happening in our own community where maybe people could, they had a big platform, so they were able to raise millions of dollars to from investors and stuff like that, like the guy on the Breakfast Club and the stuff that happened with the Tulsa Fund and all that. I think that sometimes we don't understand that the just the seriousness of controlling other people's money. And when it goes bad, it can cause some real significant harm, to your life and to the lives of those who are affected. Like you think about Bernie Madoff and how many years, like Bernie Madoff, didn't he die? I think he died in prison. This was a billionaire. You can keep going down the list. There are a lot of scenarios like this. And in fact, I remember when the Tulsa Fund got started, and the mistake I made with the Tulsa Fund was that I just tend to support Black initiatives and Black businesses, and I went to they invited me to go speak there one time, and I went there and I spoke and I said, yeah, of course I'm investing. I want to I want to support what this brother's doing, and it just didn't go well. And I remember, and I lost my money. But I know investing. I know that with investing, sometimes you put money into stuff and it doesn't work out, right? And I think a lot of people sometimes forget that, or people think that their money's going to flip and all this other stuff, and your money's not going to double in 2 years. That's not going to typically happen. So anyway, I remember when I heard about it, my wife said, "Well, why don't you do something like that? Have you ever thought about that?" And other people have said the same thing. And I said, I never would do that. I would not, I don't want to do that because number one, if you raise a whole lot of money from a lot of unqualified investors, meaning people that have never really invested before, uh, if it goes bad, then they're going to assume that you stole the money. That's going to be the assumption. People are going to say, "Oh, you robbed me," and because if you don't understand investing, then it's easy to think someone took your money when really it might have just been an investment that went bad. But sometimes people tell you it's an investment that went bad when somebody might have really taken your money. So it kind of goes both ways. It's kind of a tricky thing. But I said I wouldn't want to invest with anybody who doesn't really understand investing and the bumps in the road and the ups and the downs and what can go wrong. The second thing I remember saying to my wife about it was I said, our community's kind of volatile and there's not a lot of money to go around and people get built they build up a lot of hope, in individuals or they'll have a messiah and they say, I put my money behind this messiah and they're gonna change my whole life. And I said that leads to a lot of disappointment. Those are psychological bubbles that are easily burst. And so I said, no, I do not want to raise money like that. I do not want to do anything that involves something like that because I think that the financial maturity has to grow a little bit. And also, you want to, if you ever do a project like that, just know that just because you can raise the money doesn't mean that you should. You should raise the money from individuals that kind of understand really what's going on. Also, when you raise that money, there should be transparency. And that was, I think there was a guy that went on the Breakfast Club. He was kind of a big guy, and DJ Envy, brought him on there, and he raised a bunch of money for real estate or something, Caesar or something. And next thing you know, the projects were kind of going south, and a lot of weird shenanigans were kind of happening in terms of, I think there was a point where he couldn't pay a guy his money, so he gave him a bag of jewelry and said, "You can hold my jewelry until I pay you," or something like that. And I was like, "That's kind of ghetto. Like that's kind of hood, like that's not how multi-million dollar investments go." And really, another thing too is transparency is really important. So if you have a project like that, one way to defend and protect what you're building is you got to have a board. You have to have a group of individuals independent from yourself that are able to give some sort of report on what's happening at all times. When you are managing other people's money, you have accountability to those people. You have to tell them what's happening. This is what we did with your money. This is what went bad. And this doesn't just protect them, it also protects you. Because if it is opaque, meaning that you cannot see through the process, then people are going to just make whatever assumption that they want to make. And so really I would almost say that now when I see people that like a lot of times we get excited, like there'll be an announcement I'll see on social media where they'll talk about somebody who created like a lemonade brand or a brand of teddy bears or something. They'll say she just received a $1 million investment from Costco or something like that, and or a venture-backed company just gave him $10 million to launch his business. I honestly feel sorry for people like that because we think that money comes with no strings attached. A lot of times it's easy to think that money is given without something being expected in return. And the bigger question you must ask is whenever you're given a bunch of money, your first question has to be, okay, what's the trade-off here? What am I actually giving up in exchange for this money? And if you don't have that conversation with yourself, then it's very easy to be duped. Like, and I see this a lot of times when I see how enthusiastic people will get just when they found out that a black-owned business raised money. My thought process is, well, who gave you the money? What did they expect in return? What ownership stake do they have? How are they going to shape your decisions? And what are you expected to deliver in exchange for this money? So I'll give you an example. So with the Breakfast Club guy, I remember noticing that like a lot of his deals where he was raising so much money so easily, so quickly, a lot of these deals were really, really crazy. Like, it was like, okay, I'm going to charge you 50% interest, but you got to give me my money back in 6 months with 50% interest or something. Yeah, of course somebody's going to loan you $1 million if you can guarantee that they're going to get 50% ROI on their money in 6 months or 30% or some exorbitant amount of money, or you're going to double my money and right, right. So a lot of times it's important to understand. I think a lot of times we don't get this, that all money's not good money. Ever since we started doing what we do, we don't take money I told you we don't take money from the government because the government expects something back for their investment. We don't take money from corporations. We didn't want to get into the DEI game because I don't fit under DEI. I'm not really so much an integrationist. I'm not anti-integration. I just believe that black people should be owning things. I believe that we should have some sort of control over our destiny. I know enough history to know that when somebody invites you in the house, they're going to make the rules of what you can do inside that house. And I don't want that. I want power and control, even if it means we have to work for it. Also, we never really took on investors. I said, no, I have a vision with this thing that we're trying to do, and I don't need anybody getting in the way of that. I know how this works. My doctorate's in finance, and some of the stuff that I do is going to seem a little radical, but I know what the end result's going to be. We need to do radical economic surgery on our community, on our families, on our people, so that we can elevate, right? Because if we don't make that adjustment, if we don't really do the hard work required to really make ourselves better, then we will never get better. And one thing I have very little patience with is I have a very small amount of patience with all the false solutions that are out there. I just don't have time to sit here and have you tell me that if we march and pray again, like we've been doing for hundreds of years, that somehow this is going to be different. Or if I vote for this politician that you put in front of me, that that's going to change everything. No, it's not. It never does, right? I need something that's really going to work, and I need to see results, right? Just like mathematics. In mathematics, I taught math at the University of Kentucky. And the thing about mathematics that I love is that you can't really pretend like you have the solution, right? If 2 plus 2 is 4, you got to show it and you can see the result and you know it's going to work. So you say, oh, I've got 2. Okay, I need to get to 4. There's only one way to get to 4. I got to add another 2. Right. Some people will say, no, the way you get to 4 is 2 plus bananas equals 4, or 2 plus hamburger gives you 12. No, don't tell me that 2 plus Jesus is gonna get me 4. No, I'm sorry. I know 2 plus 2 is gonna give me 4 because I saw it proven in the math problem. So I think that for black people, if you see that black wealth is here and you want black wealth to get here, then you've got to figure out how to get this part here. You got to put the piece on top of that, right? And you do that family by family. You don't do that with some broad initiative where we're going to elevate the economic condition of 40 million people by getting them to all do the same thing. That doesn't really work, in my opinion. I think that what you do is you go family by family and you say, okay, let's look at your wealth building process and let's look at what's working and what's not working. How do you feel? And this is the part of the conversation that's very easy. I don't have to tell you how you feel. I don't have to tell you that what you feel is wrong. I just want to ask you, how do you feel? Do you feel? Give me a yes in the chat if you agree that you feel that there's like you were tricked a little bit when it came to this whole wealth building thing. Give me a yes if you agree that you realize, wait, there's some shenanigans going on. Like right, like wait, they told me to do this and this and this, and then it didn't equal that. They told me that two plus giraffe equals 4, or or 2 plus twerking equals 6. Like, no, 2 plus twerking does not equal 6. 2 plus 4 equals 6. And this is it's, to me the logic is very simple, right? And so let's drop the shenanigans and let's really talk about what a wealth building process looks like. Oh, very easy. Stock market, we've talked about that a lot. There's some other things, entrepreneurship, having families that have an intergenerational plan, having parents that care about you enough that they actually start the process before you get into the wealth game. Getting a running start is really probably the biggest part of the wealth building process that's simple that we have not embraced. A running start means that this culture that says my kids got to get it out the mud, that literally I'm gonna work my whole life and build up all this momentum. Thank you, Calvin. See, Calvin didn't. Calvin does that. He does every time. I think we might be related because Calvin will say a word. I'll see the word and I'll say that's the word I'm looking for. I didn't even know Calvin said it. I literally just said it because I saw momentum. And Calvin, we got to meet, man. We probably have met. I forget stuff. So if we've met before and I forgot, just forgive me. I love you though. I respect you. So anyway, let's keep going here. So think about this, right? This simple logic of like, I'm gonna work my whole life. I'm gonna work 40 straight years and bust my butt. But then I want to make sure my children start all over. I want to make sure my children start with absolutely nothing, right? And go into a really competitive situation. Right? That's crazy. I've got a big running start. I could just hand the baton to my kid where they've got a running start and then they can jump right into the race. Instead, I'm forcing them to start from standing still, and all the other people are running by them at 200 miles an hour, or in race cars coming by at 200 miles an hour. They're standing still on the track. I'm expecting them to catch up with everybody else. It's just not going to work. So little basic things like having an intergenerational plan, like saying, okay, it is my job to make sure that you have momentum going into the economic game. That right there would solve probably about 50-60% of the economic problems that most 20 and 30 somethings are going through right now. Most of them are struggling because they do not have a shall we say, a capital base. They don't have that capital base to kind of help them to make money. So instead, only capital base you can access is the one that God gave you, which is your time, your body. Some people sell their bodies for money, right? That's why OnlyFans is a multi-billion dollar business. Maybe it is it might be your college degree, right? So it doesn't mean that you have to sell something unethical, right? So all these things are intrinsic and they're very valuable. But the thing about it is that really, I explained to my kids, I said, actually, working for money is the hardest way on earth to make money. I said, actually, what's supposed to happen is eventually your money's supposed to be working for you, and your money can work harder than you can ever work. Your money doesn't sleep. Your money's working night and day all the time. So when you give that child the capital base, you give them some money that they can invest with, then they're able to make more money than most people. I think we talked about that the other day where I was like, yeah, well, if you you can get your kid through college and get them to get a good job and they can spend 20 years on the job and hopefully one day make six figures, or you can just invest a little bit for them uh, early in life so that by the time they're 25 years old, they've got three or four hundred thousand dollars in a capital base, which allows them to generate a pretty high amount of income if they know what to do with those assets. Okay, so anyway, let me circle back on the Chase thing, and before I do that, I want to mention to everybody really quickly. Don't forget that Friday night at 11, we're going to do another financial slumber party. This is where we get together on a Zoom at 11 o'clock at night, and we wear our pajamas and we play music and have fun, but we also learn some financial topics. So this one is called How to Make Money on Monday, the Stock Options Playbook. So what I'm going to do is give you a step-by-step process that you can apply to make money on Monday. Like literally you can go out into the market. You have to have a little bit of investment capital though. So I can't it's not like you can make something out of nothing, but you can definitely make something out of something. So how about that? So if you want to join us, make sure you're on the text list. I'll send out the invitation again. Text the word morning to the number 87948. So you can text morning to 87948. If you are not on the list, or if you live in another country and you still want to come, you can actually just go to drboyceelevate.com. So if you go to drboyceelevate.com, you can get there. Now, Daniel, did you say you couldn't register? Um, what do you mean you couldn't register? Like you tried to register and it didn't work? Or if that happens, then let me know because I know a few hundred of you registered, But if you had any trouble, write down the email address to our support team. You can email support at theblackbusinessschool.com. That's support at theblackbusinessschool.com. Did everybody else, did you get in okay? Let me know if you got in okay, because I like to know about these things. From what we saw in the analytics, we didn't see anything that indicated an issue, but okay, Josephine got in okay. Okay, good. All right, so yeah, all right, so yeah, that's it. That's gonna happen Friday night at 11. Garnell, okay, yes, okay, great. Thank you. All right, so let's see. Matilda, okay, you're gonna email, yeah, email support at theblackbusinessschool.com and let me know because I'd like to know about these things. All right, so let's talk about this Chase thing again. So a lot of people saw what was going on with Chase. I don't know if you saw that story where basically it was the weirdest thing. The people, I guess, follow stupid internet trends because they just, I don't know, aren't thinking or something. I have no idea, or maybe their brains aren't working. But basically, this trend was where people were doing something that any normal person would just know you're going to get caught. So they would deposit a fake check into their Chase account, and it would be like a massive amount of money, like $100,000. And then they would withdraw like thousands of dollars out of the account before the check cleared. And so a lot of people got prosecuted and sued and stuff like that. So what's fascinating is that whenever I hear a story about money, especially people doing something weird or crazy about money, I always think about financial psychology, which is something I thought a lot about in my doctoral program. And there are theories that relate to this stuff. Believe it or not, money is the ultimate drug. And so some quick little theories that you can that I want to introduce you to that relate to this actually is one is the illusion of free money and moral hazard. Moral hazard would be defined. One definition is when individuals take excessive risks because they don't bear the consequences. So a lot of people thought they were just going to get free money. They thought they could just deposit this check and that Chase would absorb the losses, right? And I don't know if they thought Chase just wouldn't notice or maybe Chase wouldn't be able to find them or whatever it is, right? All that's ridiculous, but moral hazard pops up a lot actually. Uh, when you don't align incentives. Moral hazard, there's so many different ways. Like my brain is exploding because there's so many different ways I want things I want to explain, but I'm gonna try not to talk too much or talk too fast because I get excited, I talk fast, and then it confuses everybody. One example of moral hazard is when I remember I was a freshman in college and I didn't have any money. I was broke. I was almost homeless my freshman year. Like it was real. There was this nice lady named Joyce Beatty who worked at the University of Kentucky who used to go around with me to help me find a job. I applied for a job at Bojangles and I mean I had nothing. I had no money, nothing. And but I finally got a dorm. I was super happy to have a place to live. That's crazy. Um, and um, and my roommate was this white kid from Louisiana, and he was on the swim team. And I didn't realize until that year just how many pricks were on the swim team. Like they're all like a bunch of like young Donald Trumps. Like they at least these guys were. They were just a bunch of jerks. And they were just wild. They would stay up till 4 in the morning drunk and then get up at 6 a.m. for swim practice. I'm like, how do you I don't know how you even do that. It was crazy. So anyway, this little jerk, it was my roommate. He I remember him telling me that his father, he said, my dad told me that if I can get a 3.0 grade point average, he's going to buy me a $30,000 car. And I remember just sitting there just thinking, this is so ridiculous that this kid can't even get a 3.0 to get a $30,000 car. I had a 4.0 and wasn't nobody giving me nothing. I was barely still in school. They didn't even the university didn't give me no money. I was mad. I was still mad about that. Eventually they did. Eventually I got all the scholarships because I came and took everything. I was like, no, this is survival. And the beauty of that is being pushed to rock bottom really brings out the most in you. And that's when I began to emerge as a student. Before that, I wasn't very good at school. But anyway, I remember just thinking about how many of my friends I knew who would go to college and waste their parents' money. Right? Have you ever seen that? Where it's not even just, and Veronica says that's white privilege. It could be white privilege, but I've seen black kids do that too. I've seen black people do that. I had a friend, the first girl that I ever kissed a long time ago. I'm not gonna say her name though, but if I was 15, it was awesome. Anyway, but you know what? I think she married a woman. So what does that say about me? I don't know. Anyway, but she went to college, and the school she went to cost like $30,000 a year, and her parents paid all this money for her to go to this school. And so I was a freshman, and I think my mother knew her mother, and my mother talked to her mom in the grocery store, and she said, and my mother, I remember her telling me, she said, "Do you know that they paid $30,000 and she didn't even pick up the key to her dorm room? She didn't even show up to school. Forget like dropping out. She didn't even show up." And so her parents lost $30,000. And a lot of you have seen this. Maybe some of y'all have kids like this, where they go to school and don't do what they're supposed to do, and then next thing you know, you're mad because you lost all this money. Well, that's moral hazard. That's moral hazard. And where moral hazard creeps into that conversation is that they were okay losing money because it was your money. Do you understand? Like it wasn't their money. If it was their money, they would have protected it. See, people will protect their own stuff far more than they'll ever protect your stuff. Do you get what I'm saying? Do you follow the logic here? Like every study shows, for example, that when people own their property, they take better care of the property than they do when it's somebody else's property. Owners take care of the lawn better than renters do. This is what the studies show. People who own a car will drive the car more carefully than somebody who's renting the car. Some of y'all might be in a rental car. You know, how it is. You the floor, you pedal to the metal, don't let the car warm up, driving really hard, twisting, turning, they'll throw trash on the floor, right? Because you don't care. It's not your car, right? That's moral hazard. Moral hazard is when one person is making decisions, but they're not necessarily feeling the consequences of those decisions. That's a type of moral hazard. So in this particular case with the Chase Bank scenario, it was a moral hazard issue. It could be defined that way, that people were like, yeah, I can just put this check in here and I can go and get the cash out, and Chase will absorb the losses, so it's YOLO. I can do whatever I want. And clearly, obviously, that was not actually what occurred. Other examples of where moral hazard comes into play is when you transfer power to another person. This is why you got to be really careful about who you marry and things like that. Like you might have seen scenarios where maybe you have two people that are dating, and one person's really nice to the other one. Let's say you have some athlete who's got $100 million contract, and he's got a girlfriend who's super nice to him, and then after they get married and they tie the knot, then suddenly she's like, "Oh, I think I want a divorce, and I want half, by the way. I want half your money. Like I'm out of this marriage." Well, that's a moral hazard issue. That would mean that he probably should have vetted the situation better. Maybe what they call optimal contracting. You make a contract. Like this is what prenups do. Prenups are like, yeah, okay, if you ever screw me, then I'm going to make sure that I minimize the amount to which you can screw me. Another example in real life might be you've probably seen scenarios where a guy is super nice to a woman, and until she gives him the you know what I'm talking about. And then after that happens, suddenly maybe he's not calling anymore, right? Because okay, he's got what he wants now. Now he's kind of moving on, and maybe vetting him or optimal contracting or somehow protecting yourself would be a way to kind of manage that sort of risk. So moral hazard can be, a lot of scenarios, or maybe if you loan money to somebody, we've talked about that, how unethical it is. It's basically stealing when somebody borrows money from you and they don't pay you back. I wrote about that in my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, that is theft, and that creates financial trauma. And that financial trauma minimizes economic activity, because then you have people that say, this is why I don't loan money to relatives. This is why I don't invest in my relatives' businesses. This is why I don't involve money in family at all, right? Which is really actually opposite of what wealthy communities do. Wealthy communities actually connect money and family on a very deep level. If you look at Indian families that come to Detroit and buy up every damn gas station in the city, they do that because they operate as a family. They'll loan money to each other, but they also have optimal contracting to minimize the moral hazard problem. You're not going to hear about Pradeep borrowing $1 million from the family and not paying it back. Oh, they're going to find Pradeep and they're going to whoop that ass, right? Same thing with the Jewish community. They will blend money and family all day, but there are consequences to you screwing the family, stealing from the family. You will never be invited back to the synagogue. You will be excommunicated from all other activities of this family because you stole from the family, and that is not appropriate. And I just think about whether or not there are consequences in place when you talk about our family wealth process. I even think about just even scenarios where sometimes we enable people, like maybe you got that cousin or that uncle who's getting like 50 girls pregnant and doesn't take care of any of his kids, but his mama like steps up and babysits the kids and pays his child support for him. Like are we really enabling that behavior sometimes? I don't know. It's a family by family situation, but I've seen it all, right? I've been black a long time, and I think I'm gonna stick with it. Being black has been pretty cool. I've been black most of my life now, since the surgery, and so ultimately, these are problems that you have to deal with, right? Economics and sociology are connected in the black community. Yeah, I know that was I just that was me. I'm just being sick. I didn't get no surgery, y'all. This is really me. No plastic surgery. All right, so all right, so one more thing I want to mention really quick is this summer we're going to Ghana. If you want to join us on the Ghana trip and get information, Jay Cameron is going to help us get there. He's got a great company. Forgot the name of the company, but it's a great travel company, and he's extremely good at what he does. And so, if you want to join us in Ghana, we went to Egypt last year. That was really successful, a lot of fun. And just a lot of bonding and everything else. And me and my wife will be there too. So if you want to join us in on any of the trips, just text the word travel to the number 87948. So text travel to 87948 on your phone, and we'll send you information about the travel. All right. So a couple more theories that relate to this chase thing, just in terms of the financial lesson here, is something the get rich quick psychology, they call it prospect theory, which came out from two researchers named Kahneman and Tversky, it's connected to something else called the hot hand fallacy, this fallacious idea that somehow, with investing you can have a hot hand and great things can happen. So what happens is that when people see other people winning, they overestimate the odds that they're going to win too. So maybe a lot of people saw on TikTok, they saw all these people doing something stupid and making lots of money, and they're like, "Oh, well, if all these people are doing it and it's working for all these other people, then it'll probably work for me too," right? Which is obviously false thinking, because something else kicks in. It's called selection bias, where you're only seeing the people who succeeded. What they're not showing you are all the people who did the same thing, who got 20 years in prison. They're not showing you all the people who did the same thing, who ended up getting sued, and to this day are in debt for $500,000. To this day, can't get a bank account anywhere. To this day, can't get a job because it's on their record permanently. To this day, have a scarlet letter, a financial stain, a social stain on their record that will last them for the rest of their lives. They have what can best be described as a financial STD that ain't gonna go away. And it's going to, they did it when they were 18, but it's going to affect them when they're 48. That's crazy that you do something at 18 that affects you when you're 40. I feel bad when I see young people do that. And this happens all the time. This sort of this sort of prospect theory, it happens a lot. I think about black boys, and I think about why is it that if I go into a classroom full of black boys, and let's say a lot of them can't even read at grade level. Most black boys, in case you don't know, most black boys in public schools, 86% can't read at grade level. That's a crisis. That's an emergency. That's something that as a community we cannot allow, but we allow it because we're used to white people deciding if we're going to be successful or not. I don't buy into any of that. That's not who I am. That's not my philosophy at all. But other people can disagree. But here's the deal. I think about the fact that if I go in that classroom and I say, how many of you are going to be a professional athlete? 30, 40, 50% of those boys are going to raise their hands. I remember talking to a young black kid who was about 16, and he was in special ed. They put him in special ed classes when he was in the first grade, and he's been in there ever since. But it was really interesting because he became a genius when it came to playing video games and stuff like that. So when it came to stuff he wanted to do, he was fine. He was smart. He was normal. But when it came to school, for whatever reason, they decided that he wasn't smart. So there's no point in teaching him anything. So anyway, I remember saying to him, I said, "So what do you want to do when you grow up?" He said, "I want to be a football player." And I said, "Do you play football?" No, he wasn't. And something I was like, "How are you going to be a football player if you're not on the football team?" Right? Just basic stuff. And I find it really fascinating how many black boys grow up thinking they're going to be professional athletes. That is prospect theory. That's a big chunk of it. Prospect theory, selection bias, stuff like that. Why does this apply? Well, because the reason these black boys, they had to get this message from somewhere. The reason these black boys are willing to make this investment, this massive investment, where you're not just investing money, you're investing your life. Like your life is more valuable than money. The reason that they are investing and betting it all on professional sports is because every time they turn on the TV, they see some athlete that's making millions of dollars. They see some guy who's playing with LeBron. They see somebody, and then they'll hear these little stories about somebody who started in the hood with a single mom and they struggled, and now he just signed for a $200 million contract with the Minnesota Timberwolves. And they're like, oh, I'm in the hood with a single mom. One day I'll get a $200 million contract with the Minnesota Timberwolves. And that's what they see. That's prospect theory. That affects his decisions as an investor. Everybody's an investor. Everybody is an investor. Just some investors are better than others. Everybody's an investor. Most of your investments have nothing to do with money. So as an investor, he's investing his life into this lie of a dream, this false hope that he's going to be a great athlete. He hasn't really had the time because his brain hasn't properly formed yet. His prefrontal cortex won't be developed till he's 25 years old. So he doesn't even consider the fact that, wait a minute, this guy that I'm looking at on TV is 6'8", 240 pounds. I'm 5'5", 160 pounds. He's not even thinking about that, right? And also, what he's not seeing is he's not seeing the other 10,000 kids who tried to do the same thing that this guy on TV did, and every last one of them failed. Every last one of them made the investment and they lost. They bought the lottery ticket and lost their money. They lost 100% of their investment. They invested thousands of hours that could have been spent learning how to be an entrepreneur so they could be millionaires. Thousands of hours that could have been spent learning about stock market so they could have had a plenty of money or a big fat nest egg. Thousands of hours that could have been spent picking up a skill like plumbing or maybe becoming surgeons or whatever. It takes more energy to become a professional basketball player than it takes to become a neurosurgeon, in my opinion. If you look at how good you have to be, how much time you got to put in, how much work it takes to get there, it takes less work to be a surgeon than it takes to be a basketball player in the NBA. It takes less work to become an entrepreneur. In fact, it takes probably 1/1000th of the work to become a great entrepreneur that it takes to make it to the NFL. And in the NFL, you're gonna have some concussions and CTE, brain damage to go with it. So the cost of your investment is gonna be pretty huge. Pretty huge. In fact, I told you all the story about when I met Antoine Randall L., who was, I think, NFL Man of the Year and Super Bowl champion, who had a long career with the Pittsburgh Steelers, who literally sat there and we were talking, and I didn't even know that he was. I was asking him about CTE, and he was telling me because I was giving a speech, and we were at the same thing or whatever. And because I told you, I was kind of hating a little bit because we were the same height and the same size, and I was looking at him and thinking, man, I could have played in the NFL too. I was literally thinking that. I was like, I thought you had to be big. Like, you're not big. You're the same height as me. What the hell, man? Anyway, so we talked. And after we talked, he was on the cover of USA Today the following year. And he said, I wish I had never played football. That is heavy. I said, oh my God. I told Elise, I said, I, we were talking about this topic, but he was talking about other people. I was asking him, I was saying something like, I think I was saying something like, yeah, do you have any friends that have been affected by this CTE thing? He said, yeah, oh yeah, a lot of my friends. Yeah, a lot of them, they'll go to pick up their kids from school and can't remember how to get home, or they'll talk to you and about something and then bring the same topic up as if they never talked about it before. Like a lot of weird stuff. I didn't know that he was experiencing the symptoms himself. I didn't even think to ask him because I'm thinking you were the NFL Man of the Year. You were a Super Bowl champion. Of course, you're happy with your life. You're happy with your investment. No, he wanted a refund. He was like, I wish I could do a do-over and I would have picked a whole different profession. What? How heavy is that when even the most successful people are wishing that they'd never played football? That's scary as hell. So when you look at the millions of black boys that invest their entire lives, again, they make an investment, but it's more valuable than money. They invest their entire lives into trying to chase this sports dream. That's prospect theory and selection bias. Prospect theory, where you see other people doing it, so you're like, oh, I can do that too. And selection bias, in that they have selected. There's a rare selection of individuals that you see on TV. Same thing happens even when you talk about just the art of thugging, right? When you talk about they call them YNs, which you can figure out what YN stands for. The guys that run around with the ski masks around Chicago that want to, get into the thug life, and they 14, 15, 16 years old, whatever, running around with a gun or whatever. Well, that's prospect theory, because what happens is that they are hearing from these rappers that are making this thug life, this street life look glamorous. They're also seeing only a segment of that life. They're seeing the glamorous side. What they're not seeing the whole picture. The whole picture is where you also need to go see the guy who's 38 years old, who got locked up in 1996, who has missed his whole entire life. He's been in prison for 30 years, and or maybe he's 48 years old, whatever, right? I got to do the math, right? And he's been and he's the whole time he's in prison, he's missed out on everything. He's missed out on his youth. He's missed out on girls. He's missed out on getting married. He's missed out on having kids. He's missed out. His parents both died while he was locked away, right? He lost his whole entire life. There are thousands of people who can tell that story. So my position, my thought is, I wish they could see all of that, because a lot of them eventually see it, but they see it after it's too late, right? It's like you're in the trap, and then you get to see what hell looks like after you're caught in hell. But instead, they should have a glimpse of hell. They should see what the daily life of a prison inmate actually looks like, and ask themselves, is this something that you want to do for the next 40 years? And a lot of them, I think, possibly might be affected by that. But again, the prefrontal cortex isn't developed yet when you're a kid, so you're going to make irrational decisions. But even then, you take that prospect theory out, where you're not just seeing the glamorous lifestyle. In fact, I think it's absolutely criminal that you have some of the rappers like the Rick Rosses and others who glorify and glamorize violent criminal behavior, because once they get caught in that system, once that white man got that grip around their neck, he does not let them go. And you got men, I've known these. I know a lot of people, right? I know a lot of brothers who just came home from prison, who literally got caught in a situation in 1992 where they could have made a different choice, right? Instead of being in the club, they could have been in the library, but nobody told them to go to the library. Everybody was going to the club. They didn't have to be drunk that night. They didn't have to be carrying a strap. They didn't have to shoot back when the guy shot at them. But again, what you see, the glorification of this lifestyle ends up affecting your investment decisions. Except you're not investing money, you're investing your life. And now you had a negative 100% return on investment, but nobody told you in advance. This is what we've lost in the community when we lost our fathers, and we lost the intergenerational knowledge transfer. See, we talk about the transfer of intergenerational wealth, but what we don't talk about enough is the intergenerational transfer of knowledge. See, for everything you go through at 22, there's some 62-year-old who can tell you what lies down the road, right? And this isn't just for investments in terms of choices. This is investments in terms of your finances. If you're 22, you should probably talk to a 62-year-old who knows what happens when you spend 40 years not investing in the stock market. When you're 22, you should probably talk to that 58-year-old who can tell you what happens when you spend the next 3 decades not investing in your physical health, like eating chitlins and cheeseburgers and everything else, right? You know, when you're 22, you should probably talk to somebody who can tell you what happens if you spend 40 years not investing in family, taking care of your kids, finding a good woman or a good man and loving them and fighting through and working through whatever it takes to keep that family together. You should probably talk to somebody. You should, like there was a whole conversation for a while about, dying alone and stuff. Y'all remember that? And it's like, yeah, there are some people who die alone, and when I kind of addressed the late Kevin Samuels about it, I said, yeah, dying alone sucks, but women aren't the only ones who die alone. I know a lot of men who are dying alone too. You should probably go and I told him, I said, you should probably go look at that video of the lady The black nurse who works in the stroke ward, who said that she sees lots of handsome, well-to-do black men in their 40s and 50s who never invested in family, who are sitting in the stroke ward. And they have to have their diapers changed because they can't do things anymore. And they have nobody coming to see them, nobody coming to help them, no children checking on them because they don't have relationships with their kids. And there's no woman that's sitting there worried about them or making sure that everything's okay. Like, right? Like when I thought about making the investment in having a wife, um, it's not a coincidence that my wife is a social worker and a therapist. I was like, I like that. And she's a nurturer. And she's the person where when I went to the doctor and they put me under, I had to be put under twice, once for the colonoscopy, another time for a dental procedure. My wife, I felt good knowing, going to sleep, knowing that there's another person who's going to be checking these doctors to make sure that everything's okay and making sure that I'm all right, right? And so I'm not telling anybody what to do or how to choose, how to make their choices. I don't do that. I don't do any of that. I think that the best thing I could do as a teacher is to just say, get all the information. Right? Just make sure that you should have full information when you make a decision. Right? So it's like young people, I wish I could tell them like just listen to the older people, even if you don't want it, they don't have to tell you what to do, but a smart decision maker gets full information when they make a choice. If you don't have full information, then you're kind of going in blind. And sometimes ego can make us blind. Ego can cause us to make decisions that have long-term implications when we never talked to anybody to tell us what's going to happen down the road. I'm talking about everything. I heard something today that related to investing, but I think it relates to life. I wrote it down and I don't know where I wrote it, but I'm gonna try to remember what was said. There's a guy named Muhammad El Arian, who's the president of Queens College, who's a brilliant economist. And one thing he said that was really interesting to me was he was talking about the stock market. This is stock market stuff, but I think it relates to everything. He said that he was talking about the volatility. And I've told you all that in terms of what's happening with Trump in the White House and the stock market, there's a lot of jumpiness in the market, a lot of volatility up and down, up and down. And I've told you all my position. My position is, look, just because the market's crazy don't mean I got to be crazy, right? So I buy dips. I just, when I see stocks go down that I like, I just buy them and I just wait, right? That's a good strategy. And by the way, if you want a stock that I'm going to buy today, PayPal, I'm going to buy shares of PayPal. So there's some investment information if you do with it as you wish. Um, and what one thing he said was, I'm gonna make sure I try to say it right, is he said volatility can cause us to make bad investing decisions that have long-term implications. He didn't say it quite like that. He said it better than I said it, but I think I can get the point across with this. He said volatility causes us to make investing decisions that have negative long-term implications. And what he was talking about is that when you own stock and you see the stock go up and down and it goes down and your heart rate, rises and it's about to come out of your chest and you're scared to death, a lot of people do, especially those who haven't healed from trauma and things like that. You make trauma-based decisions or trauma responses. You run away, right? You sell. Charles Rogers, the billionaire in Chicago, a black guy, he wrote a great article explaining how the black community probably lost about $2 trillion because we sold so much of our stock during the 2008, 2009 financial market decline because everything went right back up and people that bought your stock from you made tons of money because their stocks doubled and tripled on the comeback. Um, but here's the thing. I when I heard that statement, I said, man, that was really interesting because it makes me think about life. And what I want you to process, and this is an investment conversation, but as you all know, I'm more interested in it from a holistic standpoint. All the investments you make, not just your money. Money is part of it, though. It all applies to financial theory. Is this? I was thinking about how many times we let volatility cause us to make long-term decisions or make a decision in the moment where you're paying for that decision for the rest of your life. Right? Like I think about I just one example. I did know a guy who got into a dispute at the club in 1994 or something, and he made the wrong decision in that moment, and he was literally away from his kids for 25 years, right? Because the volatility of the moment and he had a lack of consciousness, right? And he because he was drunk and he'd been drinking too. Drinking reduces your consciousness level and causes you to make bad choices. So he made a bad choice and he paid for it for the rest of his life. Investors, they see temporary market volatility, they sell their stock, and then they look back and they regret the fact that they didn't stick it out. Um, Bitcoin, even I sold Bitcoin when Bitcoin crashed, and I'm mad as hell about that. I'm like, God, so don't think anybody's immune from this. We're all human beings. A lot of us have trauma. Give me a guess if you're traumatized. If you went through trauma as a kid, I went through a lot of trauma. So sometimes I have to stop myself from having a trauma response to things. I still have to fight that. It's like a drug addiction or something. You can't, you have to consciously work to shake it in every moment. It doesn't, there's not a point where I just am just always the person I want to be. I have to make myself the person I need to be so I can maintain whatever it is I'm trying to build. Think about marriages and relationships. Think about how many times you might have been in a situation that with a person that you love and it got really volatile, really rocky. And in that moment, you divested, you stopped investing in that relationship. And then the next thing you know, you're spending 20 years wishing that you'd made a different choice in that situation. But now you're both 50 years old and you can't go back to 1998. You can't do that, right? Um, so there's so many scenarios where that statement that he made applies to life. And I think that the solution to this is really, if you want to just really win, I think in life is making a commitment to having some degree of consciousness about decisions that you make. Like get yourself out of the moment. This is something I was mentoring. There's a young guy I mentor. He's about 30 years old, and I just told him, I said, when you're dealing with your child's mother and everything else, get yourself out of the moment. When she's yelling, you're yelling, things are hard, things are crazy, it's volatile. Just get out of the moment. Rise out of the moment, do some breathing exercises, step away for a little bit, and really think about the long-term implications of the choice you're going to make because that's how good investing should be done too. Good investing is the exact same way, right? When Bitcoin crashed, if you get out of the moment and stop worrying about right now and think about the next 5 to 10 years, guess what? You don't just maintain ownership in your Bitcoin, you double down on your investment. If I am in a bad situation with my wife and we get in some sort of disagreement, every couple has disagreements. My goal is to step back and remember how blessed I am to have such a wonderful wife and how much time I put into building a great relationship, um, and doing what is necessary to get out of this tough situation so we can have the next 20 or 30 years together. There was a time, I'm gonna tell on myself on this, and then I'm gonna stop before I keep confessing, before I over confess. But there was a time where I got so mad one time, and I said something that the kids overheard, and I broke one of my rules. My rule is I don't believe in arguing in front of the kids at all. And I said something the kids overheard, and it hurt their feelings. It really did. I'm not gonna say what it was, but I was like, "Okay, boys, this is your moment. Are you going to man up and do what you need to do, which was to apologize? I needed to, I sat each of them down one by one and said, look, here's what happened. Here's what I said. I am so sorry. And I want you to know how important you are to me. And it was wrong. I was wrong. A lot of times, I can tell you the truth. Maybe 20 years ago, I don't know if I would have done that, right? Because that's just hard. You know what I mean? Like you want to gaslight your way through it and just, like you got to admit you're wrong and all that. That's really hard to do. But after I got done, everything was back to normal and I saved my investment. Do you understand? Like the family I invested in, it's like we were back together again. Everything's okay. And we get to have the next 30 or 40 years in a healthy space as opposed to what would have happened if I just said, well, I ain't apologizing for nothing. Y'all can just, So anyway, long story short, I'm telling you, like that volatility piece, what Muhammad El Arian said about volatility causing you to make bad decisions in the moment that will have long-term implications. If you understand that and memorize something like that, that will not just help you with your finances, that will help you with your health, that will help you with your relationships, that will help you with your life. Get out of the moment, transcend, elevate the consciousness. This is why we do elevate your consciousness and look at the next 5, 10, 20 years so you can realize, okay, how much am I going to allow this moment to shape what's going to happen in the future. And if you do that, I guarantee you, you're going to make better choices. And teach that to your kids. You can have them watch this video if you want to. I think it's a good rule of life. All right. So anyway, I'm going to go ahead and go. It was great to see you all today. Thank you for hanging out with me today. Also, if you're not on the text list for this class, make sure you get on there. You text the word morning to the number 87948, MORNG, morning to the phone number 87948. And also, the financial slumber party is going to be Friday night at 11 p.m. Eastern. We are going to cover some stock option stuff, but we're going to have fun. They're always fun. A lot of you seem to like it. So I said, okay, let's do one of these once a month. That'd be kind of fun. And yeah, that's it, guys. So have a good day. God bless you. Thank you so much for hanging out, and I'll see you soon. Take care now. Bye-bye. What's going on, everybody? What's going on? I hope you guys are having a wonderful day. Welcome to drboycetv.com, the home for intelligent Black people. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins, and I'm your friendly neighborhood finance professor. My goal is to help you have a better life and to put more money in your pocket. That's what we do, and we do it very well. We have almost 200,000 students in the Black Business School, and all of y'all are smart people because you're listening to people that understand how economics works, right? Because we know that money drives a lot of things. We know that money is the key to power. We know that there are lots of people in America and around the world that are very powerful, and it's only because they have more money than you, right? So we want to fix that. And I want to say welcome to everybody who came in. And do me a quick favor. Give me a quick yes if you can hear me. Let me know if you can hear me okay. I wanted to talk about some things that related to our Black jobs. And a lot of there was a whole conversation about Black jobs, like what is a Black job and what does that look like and stuff like that. And so what I thought I would do is kind of go through and sort of look at just what's really out there. What are the highest paying Black jobs in America? And the reason I call them Black jobs is not because only Black people can do these jobs, but because I feel that any job out there that you want should be yours if that's what you want. And also, I hope to explain some things about wealth that'll help you grow out of that a little bit. So I was being facetious when I said Black jobs. I'm being silly. I mean, it's really, if you white, you can do the job too. There's white people working too. So is that okay? Do y'all get it? Do y'all understand my sense of humor? Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth? I hope you get what I'm saying. I'm just having fun. It's a Sunday, man. I'm trying to have a good life. Anyway, let's get it cracking here. All right. So basically, I'm going to run through this list of the best Black jobs that are available. And what I'm going to do is also sort the list. I decided to sort based on qualifications, right? Some jobs might require an advanced degree. Some jobs might require a bachelor's degree. Some jobs might require no degree. So I kind of covered all of that, just so you would have full data to kind of look at. And I think that the reason that this came to my mind was because I heard a mom talking to her daughter, and she was talking to her about what profession she wanted to go into. And one thing that that the conversation kind of came down to was her son kind of came up and said, well, you don't want to pick that profession because ain't no money in that. So anyway, now is my audio choppy? Can you guys hear me okay? Because somebody said my audio's choppy. So now I'm getting a little bit nervous here. I hope that it's okay. I hope you guys can hear me all right. All right. So let's just jump into the list. And what I'm going to do is I got a million screens open, and that might be why my audio is choppy. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to shut down every screen except for the ones that matter. Also, just a reminder, this podcast is on Spotify. So if you are into the whole Black wealth conversation, then Spotify is a place you can go. Search for my name, and you will find lots of stuff that I do on Spotify. All right, so let's start. Let's take it from the top. All right, so here are the 8 highest paying professions out here. Now, I call them Black jobs, but y'all know why I said that. I said it because I'm being silly. I'm having fun. So don't get mad at a Black man for making a joke, okay? All right. So the highest paying job on the list is anesthesiologist. Did y'all know anesthesiologists make $239,000 a year? How crazy is that? Does that seem like a lot of money to you? How do y'all feel about that? Do y'all feel like $239,000 a year is a lot of money or a little bit of money? How do y'all feel about that? Do you feel like that's like, wow, oh my God, that's crazy, that's ridiculous? Or do you think like, oh man, that's all right? I mean, but there's other ways to make more money than that. How do y'all feel? Like, I don't know. All right, so let me keep going here. Number 2 is orthodontist. They make $239. Oral and maxillofacial surgeons make $239. A lot of these people make 239. That's kind of crazy. That's weird. All right. Oh, and they have median annual salary equal to or greater than 239. So I'll just name the list. And a lot of these people are surgeons. So let's skip that part. Let's go down to bachelor's degrees. And it looks like engineers make a lot of the highest salaries here. Petroleum engineers are at the top. Computer about 137. Then you have computer and hardware engineers about 128. Aerospace engineers, software developers, chemical engineers, actuaries, electrical and electronic engineers, construction managers. Okay. Now, the next list, I decided to go into areas where there is no bachelor's degree required. And here you have commercial pilots making 121. That's kind of interesting. I think that's a little bit misleading because I did my pilot's training and I am a student pilot. I have landed and taken off in airplanes like on multiple occasions, but I'm not a great pilot. So don't get in the plane with me unless you like living on the edge. I'm safe though. I'm a safe pilot. I'm just not an experienced pilot. Anyway, I was really shocked and surprised and saddened by how little pilots make. I thought that they made more money, and they really don't. They actually, it takes a lot of years to make good money as a pilot. I don't know. Does anybody else know that? And it's to me, it creates what I refer to as the impossible trade-off. The impossible trade-off is where you give years of your life to you give years of your life just to make a little bit more money. And I personally think that that's not the best way to make money. I think the trading years of your life, you can't get years of your life back. And if you want to look at some other professions that are listed here under high paying, they got dentists and nurse anesthetists, like anesthesia nurses, physicists, architectural and engineering managers, petroleum engineers, computer and information system engineers. They make a lot of money too. So here's some other professions that don't require a bachelor's degree. They've got commercial pilots, transportation, storage, and distribution managers, elevator and escalator installers and repairers. That's a rare profession. Power plant operators, distributors, and dispatchers. Let's see, first line supervisors and police detectives. They do pretty well. Electrical, about 91,000. Electrical power line installers and repairers make 85K. Aircraft and avionics equipment mechanics and technicians, they make about 75. Detectives and criminal investigators. I didn't know that they made that much money. That's really, really interesting. Are you impressed with this list? What do you all think? I mean, do you all feel, I feel like there are other professions out there that pay a lot more. I know that I've seen surgeons make, hundreds of thousands of dollars a year, stuff like that. I think the thing about it, the thing I didn't realize until I got older is that it's kind of it's really a little bit of a waste of time to sort of fall into the belief that to make a bunch of money, you got to go to school for like a decade, right? I think that, or get 20 years of experience. I think that you may want to reconsider what you do with your life. But there are professions. Okay, so here's some better data. Pediatric surgeons make about 449. Cardiologists make 423. Orthopedic surgeons 378. Dermatologists 342. So it looks like the surgeons are way up there. Let me see if we can find out without the surgeons, because I kind of feel like surgery is kind of way up there. Chief executives, of course, make money. Orthodontists, psychiatrists, lawyers, computer and information systems managers. Let's see, cardiologists, radiologists, anesthesiologists. So the medical profession is where a lot of the money lies, right? And we've talked about that actually in terms of investing in that profession. I think healthcare is where a lot of money gets made, because quite frankly, that's where a lot of money gets stolen, in my opinion. I kind of feel like that profession, they just sort of dupe the American people pretty badly in terms of overcharging you for mediocre healthcare. And so what happens is that anybody who's in that profession does really well, the nurses, the doctors, the insurance companies, stuff like that. But it ends up becoming kind of a wealth drain. If you want to lose all your wealth, just go get sick. Go get sick in America and then watch how quickly you can go broke. It's very hard to have enough wealth where you can withstand the economic onslaught of what occurs when you get an illness or something like that. And so anyway, so that's kind of that, right? And actually, one more thing I wanted to mention too is one of you asked me about a stock that I like right now. I'm actually going to buy shares in European companies. I'm going to buy shares in this ticker IEUR. IEUR, that's a Euro shares ETF, which basically invests in a lot of major companies in Europe. And the reason I'm going to do that is because Trump is stupid. And I'm not saying this politically. I don't care who you voted for. I did not vote for Trump or Biden. If you ever wonder who I voted for, but he's stupid because the tariffs, he's rolling out the tariffs in a very sloppy way. And that's going to be economically expensive on the U.S. economy. The country's going to pay a big price for his tariffs. And you already see the stock market kind of getting really volatile and very rocky because it's very hard to build wealth when you have instability. And instability is one of the quickest ways to ruin an economic system. In the Black community, there's a lot of instability that might come from things like undiagnosed, untreated trauma. This is why in the Black Business School, my wife's a therapist, we created the first ever Black financial therapy department because I said a lot of our people need therapy. Like whenever you see people out here doing something crazy, it's because they never got help. They never got treatment for what happened to them when they were children. And nobody wants to do business with a crazy person. Nobody wants to do business with a person who's loud and obnoxious and irritating and angry all the time and ready to fight and ready to cut off relationships and all this other stuff because it's not a smart risk return trade-off. So what I'm saying to you is that if you want to be a good business person and a wealth builder, get therapy. Think of therapy as an investment in you. Stop thinking of it as like, well, I only go to therapy. There's something wrong with me. I don't need no therapy. Therapy's for weak people. You ever hear people talk like that? They will, therapy. I don't need no therapy. I'm all right. I got this. No, stop thinking that way. Stop thinking therapy is only for people that are broken or screwed up. And what's crazy is that it's the screwed up people who always say that anyway. Right? It's the ones who are the most broken who are the most anti-therapy. Therapy is to just help you understand yourself so you can calm your butt down and focus on getting to the money. You understand? Therapy is emotional intelligence. Do you understand? Do you follow what I'm saying? Therapy is about kind of being smart, being able to balance between long-term and short-term decisions. Do you follow? Do you get what I'm saying? So really, and maybe I get it. I'm not making fun of anybody who thinks that way, but I'm saying we got to kill that because that's why a lot of your economics does not grow. Because right now you have you have a president of the United States, and I'm not saying Biden's any better. So do not think I am not a Joe. Y'all know I'm not a Joe Biden fan. I'm mad at him because he incarcerated all those Black men in the 90s. A lot of them are still locked up, by the way. But you have a man in the White House who could be a narcissist, who's definitely unstable, who's definitely got an ego and a chip on his shoulder, who has been diagnosed by many of the experts that have come on this platform as having some potential mental health issues. So when you watch what happens when a crazy person has power, just look at the White House. Just look at that. And then I want you to translate that to your own life. I want you to translate to what happens in a household, financially and otherwise, when you have a father with undiagnosed, untreated mental health issues. Has anybody ever seen that? Has anybody ever been around a crazy father who just wreaks havoc on his family and it makes everybody want to run away from him? Or your mother has a drug issue or something, right? Drugs are big on the Black community. I have a friend who wants to build businesses with her mother, but she can't because her mother used to smoke crack. And now her mama is a recovering drug addict who still has significant bipolar, all the chemical imbalances that come from drug use. She got all of that and she can't do anything productive. She's like, my mama, she's pretty smart and I like her, but I can't build nothing with her because she's crazy. You understand? So mental health is critical for wealth building. I hope I impressed that point upon you. So speaking of that, just in terms of offering not just a problem, but a solution, we provide solutions. Dr. Alicia does a book club, a mental health book club on Sunday nights. It's going to be tonight. If you want to join and be invited, all you got to do is text the word love to the number 87948. Text love to 87948. She's an award-winning researcher. She's a top-notch scholar. She is a full professor in her field. Very few PhDs become full professors, by the way. I got to give a shout out to my wife. Some of y'all guys are intimidated by smart Black women and all that. I'm not like that. No, I like them. I like them smart. So my wife she's not just gorgeous, but she's smart as hell. And she's somebody that can help you and support you in your journey to become a better human being. So text the word love to 87948 and we'll send you an invitation. All right. So let me go through this list really quickly in terms of highest paying professions. I was joking when I said highest paying Black jobs in America. These are not black jobs. We have to let white people have these jobs too. And and so when I'm looking at this list and I see things like petroleum engineers, financial managers, airline pilots, co-pilots, and flight engineers, physicians, psychiatrists, orthodontists, ophthalmologists, anesthesiologists. They have athletes and sports competitors on the list, but that don't count. Most of y'all ain't 6'5". Radiologists, cardiologists, etc. Okay, so all right. Okay, so if you were to kind of dig into this list a little further, one thing you would notice is that really, with the cost of living going up in America, even people that are making good money are struggling, right? If you look at some of the professions that don't even require an advanced degree, most people don't have an advanced degree. In case you want to know what those professions might be, air traffic controllers at the top of the list, 132. Funeral home managers, 107, nuclear power reactor operators, 104,000, first line supervisors of police and detectives, that's 98K, power plant operators, 97K, transportation storage distribution managers, 96, elevator installers and repairs, detectives, electrical power line installers and repairs, they make 85K. Real estate brokers make 82, et cetera. All right. So here's what I want you to kind of consider here. And this is one of the reasons why I did this conversation today. So I told you I was listening to a mom talk to her daughter about what profession she wanted to do. And she was sort of looking at all the things she wanted to do. And then, then her brother comes up and goes, ain't no money in that. Ain't no money in that. And I was like, I said, it's kind of unfortunate. And tell me if you can get where I'm coming from. You don't have to agree. I think it's very sad that when we're young and we're trying to decide what to do with our lives, that we have to make decisions based on where the money's at. You know what I mean? Like, I get it. Like, I remember going through that. I remember when I started college, my three favorite fields were psychology, computer science, and finance, in that order. And I picked finance because I figured if I want to make some money, I have to learn about money. And I remember hearing that psychologists didn't make that much money. And I'm going to tell you, I think that it's really important to understand, and I say this as a finance professor, that wealth can make your dreams come true, but money can be a dream killer. Money can be the ultimate dream killer. Money is that thing that will bitch slap you back into reality whenever you start dreaming just a little bit, or start thinking about how you can live your best life. Or whenever you start expanding, it will contract you back into this reality, right? Like, think about it like this, right? One of the professions on that list was like nuclear power plant operator, right? And another one was air traffic controller. Does anybody know how stressful those jobs are? Air traffic controller, that means you mess up. People are dying that day. Like, planes crash into each other because you're at Heathrow because you want to make, or not Heathrow, or let's say Heathrow or Atlanta Hartsfield Airport, busiest airport in America. So you climb to the pinnacle of your profession. You're making that 104K, 110 maybe 120. But you're under so much stress that you're going to die probably 15 years earlier than a regular person. I don't think human beings are supposed to have that much stress. I'm not saying that we don't need air traffic controllers. God bless you. Thank you for keeping us safe. But that's a hard job. That's a hard way to make money. Nuclear power plant operator? Are you kidding me? Do you know how many exams you probably have to pass and protocols you've got to remember? And nuclear power, like, that's big, right? So I kind of feel like those people deserve more money. I do. I really do. And I'll say this too. There's easier ways to make money. That's what I'm saying. There's easier ways to make money especially if you have a generational wealth plan. Let me give you a simple example. I'll try to make it simple. Y'all know what I believe. And this is what I said to the mom when she was telling her daughter what profession she couldn't pick because there's not enough money. I said, if you invest for a child when they're little, and you invest If everyone were to simply put the same amount of money in the stock market every month from the child for the time their child is born, if they put the same amount of money in the stock market every month that they spend on their car note, their child would have hundreds of thousands of dollars in liquid wealth by the time they're 25. They would literally have hundreds of thousands of dollars in liquid wealth. And do you know what you could do? Like, okay, so let's do the math simply, right? We have something in the Black Business School, in case you knew, called the $5 a day plan, where we literally say, if you just invest the amount of money it costs you to buy a McDonald's value meal, you could literally create wealth in less than a generation. Lots of, like a large amount of wealth. So the $5 a day plan is $5 a day, about $150 a month. And I think that after 10 years, roughly, the estimate, it goes to about 29,000. After 20 years, it's about 102,000. 30 years is about $250,000. 40 years is about $750,000. So if you take that number and you go take it up to, say, $600 a month, which a lot of people have car notes that are $600 a month. Some people even have, it's between their cell phone bill and what they spend going out to eat. That's $600, $700 a month. So $600 a month, you multiply that by 4. So the numbers then become like 120, roughly about 120K after a decade, about 400,000 after 20 years, about $1 million after 30 years, maybe a little less, maybe 800 to 900,000. But I want you to stop for a minute. And what I really want to help you consider, and a lot of people are not having these conversations. I wish more people did. If you had, let's say that a lot of y'all like, maybe do things like real estate, stuff like that. And so let's say that you took that money and you bought, your kid had, $600,000. So you helped them buy like 1,000 shares of Meta stock. I like to use this example because it's easy. Do you know that they could actually, today's the 16th of March, they could sell a call option on Meta stock. The price is 607. They could sell a call option. They call these strike prices, which is, we can talk about that later. But you could sell a call option on Meta stock. Your kid could literally be making $18,000 a month selling that option on Meta stock every month. $18,000 a month. $18,000 a month. Let me do the math real quick. $18,000 a month is 18 times 12. That's $216,000 a year. And that's money that they make without working. And people, when I say it, people think I'm crazy. They don't believe me. But what people don't understand is that income comes from a capital base. A capital base is some resource you have that generates something that you need, that generates, like a tree can be a capital base because it might generate apples or something, right? And you can get apples. The more apple trees you have, the more apples you can have. Income is like those apples, right? And the problem that most Americans have is that nobody teaches you how to build a capital base. Nobody talks to you about that because it's something that has to be done in advance. It's almost like during the pandemic, I was really frustrated during the pandemic because everybody was telling Black people and everyone else, you have to get this shot because you have all these pre-existing conditions. Black people have obesity and diabetes and these pre-existing conditions. So the only way to stay safe is to get this shot. Okay, fine. Believe what you want about that. But my question was, why is that pre-existing condition a pre-existing condition? Because we all pre-existed years ago where we could have worked to eliminate the pre-existing condition so we didn't have to take these extreme measures in order to stay safe. Do you understand? What I was simply saying was that an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. And one of the things that, and it really kind of, it didn't infuriate me, but it really saddened me because a couple of years earlier, I'd actually been in all the national and international newspapers because I told the singer Lizzo, I said, stop telling people that being obese is a good thing because people die from obesity. More Black people die from obesity than ever died from the KKK or racism or police shootings. So I said, stop promoting obesity because people are getting diabetes, heart disease, cancer. They're dying from obesity. So stop acting like it's a good thing. It's okay to be obese. I'm not making fun of you for being obese, but you shouldn't tell people like that being obese is as good as being healthy because that is simply not true. So I got attacked, of course, and they called me a sexist and all, they use all this, political language, right? Oh, this Black man, because they don't want young Black people listening to Black men who have experience. Like the Black male does not get the respect he deserves in our society. But it doesn't matter. I'm going to command respect because I know what I know. Well, check this out. So just less than a year later, they're saying, well, Black people, they all have obesity. They all need to get this shot. And I was like, that's exactly what I was saying. And so if you really cared about people, you would have prevented the obesity in the first place. You wouldn't be trying to give them a shot to fix the obesity. You would have helped to eliminate the issue in the past, right? You understand? So the same thing is true with wealth. This is where I'm getting at. This is what I'm getting at. With wealth, people are struggling. A lot of people are doing very desperate things to get money. They're doing very desperate things to get money. And as a financial scientist, I can tell you the number one reason that they're doing desperate things to get money is because they don't have a capital base. They don't have resources. They don't own any assets. I think that that's by design. I really do. I really think that because it's very easy to own assets, but you have to start in advance. It's just like being in shape. If you want to be in shape, you can't start yesterday and then train for the Olympics and be ready by tomorrow. You have to have started a year ago, 2 years ago, 5 years ago. You understand? So with wealth, it's the same thing. You got to start in the past, and the past is now. Hey, you get ready for the year 2030 and 2040 by preparing in the year 2025. That is a simple idea that has not translated throughout society. As a result, you see economic desperation everywhere. You see people struggling, broke, having a really hard time, and it's all easily preventable. All these people, they go take these stressful jobs, like I'm going to go run a freaking nuclear power plant just so I can make six figures. That is not necessary. I told this mom, I said, if you help this child, if you just invest for the child consistently, and they had enough money to own, say, 1,000 shares of Meta stock, they'd make $200,000 a year without any work at all. And they'd be able to go and actually live life. They wouldn't have to make all their decisions based on money. Do you understand? If you don't control your money, then your money will control you. Does everybody follow what I'm saying? Give me a yes. Just give me a little feedback. Let me know if this is resonating, if this is making sense, because I just really don't understand why we want to do everything the hard way. But I think that's a culture. We're trained to do everything the hard way. We're trained to create the problem and then go back and fix it, as opposed to fixing the problem in advance by avoiding the damn thing in the first place. Do you understand? Okay. So anyway, before I move on, let me let you guys know. I do have a whole list of like European stocks that I really like. If you want me to send that to you, I'll send it out this afternoon. Pull out your phone, text the word stock to the phone number 87948. So if you text stock to 87948, I will send you the list of stocks, the Euro stocks. That'll go out. Actually, I said today, I'm sorry, I misspoke. Actually, I think they'll have it ready tomorrow. But either way, text the word stock to 87948. And also, if you go to drboyceelevate.com, you can join us for our morning class. We do Money in the Morning every day, and we do something called economic elevation through conversational learning. All these are things that we put together in the Black Business School because we have the experts that are qualified to do this, because these are the best ways for people to learn about economics and finance. It's not stressful. It's fun. It's diverse. It allows us to talk about a lot of different issues, and it helps us really solve the problem as opposed to getting hemmed up by problems and complaining about how hard life is later on. I don't want that for you, and I don't want that for my kids. You know, I really think we have to have different conversations about what our people are going to do with themselves. Okay, so drboyceelevate.com. You can go to that URL. Okay, so the last thing I want to mention really quickly is I actually gathered some stats about the impact of investing. And basically, that's the other thing too. When I heard this son say, well, you can't go into that profession, that's not where the money's at. And I kind of corrected them and said, actually, if you're trying to pick the profession where the money's at, there is no profession where the money's at, because the money is not in the hands of workers. America's not a society that is designed for workers to have the wealth. Because if workers had the wealth, then people like Elon Musk wouldn't have so much power. So ultimately, if you were to talk about stats that show that investors make more money than workers, first thing I'll tell you is that, every piece of data that I saw, I was on the Syracuse University faculty for a lot of years, and all we did was research money. The stock market was the number one driver of wealth. A lot of you know this. We've talked about this. In fact, I did the survey of the students that come to the morning class, which is free, by the way. You can bring. All I ask you to do is bring your families, bring your kids, because they need to hear this stuff. 88% of you are stock market investors. That right there tells me that a large percentage of you are going to have more generational wealth than other people. Because if you grab somebody off the street and you say, "Are you a stock market investor or not?" the answer to that question about whether they're consistently in the stock market tells you everything about where they are in the wealth stratosphere typically. Also, the other things you may want to just consider, just to chew on, is that, did you all know that if you had invested, say, $1,000 in Amazon stock in the 1990s. That would be worth over $1 million right now. 80% of all millionaires invest in stocks, and compared to only 31% of people that make under, say, $40,000 a year. Also, what's really crazy about America is that the wealthiest 1% own 53% of the stock. Like, that's insane. That is insane. Oh my God. The wealthiest 1% in this country own 53% of the stock. That's crazy. So I would say if you want to go where the money's at, then you copy off the people that have the money. That's, to me, the money's not at your job. That's for damn sure. The money's in your boss's office. Yeah. So anyway, so let's see. Jan says my kids are grown. What about me now? Well, one thing about wealth that I believe, Jan, is that the first step to understanding generational wealth is to understand that it's not about one person. Wealth is never about just you. It is about you too. But it's really remember when Obama used to say the rising tide will lift all boats? Well, you're on the boat too. So when the tide rises, you and your family will lift, but you're not the only person on the boat. Your kids are on the boat. Your grandkids are on the boat. Your unborn grandchildren are on the boat. So when somebody comes to me and they say, well, what about me? I'm 70 years old and I'm just now getting started. I say, no, you're not. You're not just now getting started. Your story, you're just now getting started with wealth, but you think your story is ending soon. It's not ending. Your story is just beginning because you are the ancestor. You're the one who has the opportunity to set it off in a positive way for future generations, or you can ignore that responsibility and let your grandkids suffer. In 50 years, 100 years, your great grandchildren are going to need money, right? As much as we think that we're like the modern Negroes and we're the most important people ever, we're not. Think about that. Imagine how people in 1924 thought. They thought they were hip on the technology. They thought they were some sort of new fancy generation or whatever. And we're the youth. No, you're not the youth. You're the old people. You're going to be dead soon. And the people in 2024 are going to be affected by the things you choose to do and choose not to do. So when I think about generational wealth, I'm thinking, what about people in 21, 25 and 22, 25 and 23, 25? And what little things could I do now that would really, really put them in a great position? It's very easy for me to do things that will be very hard for them. It's very easy to prevent a problem. It's very hard to reverse it. So if I sit here and I let 100 years go by where nobody's built a nickel of wealth for those kids, grandkids, great grandkids, then it's my fault when they suffer. It's my fault when they are destitute. It's my fault when they are economically desperate. It's my fault when they are slaves to the capitalist corporate plantation. So what I would say to you, Jan said, thank you. You're welcome. I hope this helps. I'm not scolding. I'm not here to scold you. I promise you. I might sound harsh, but I'm not trying to be that way. I'm just being I'm serious about this. We can do, there's so much we can do. There's so many. Think about this. Think about it like this. Imagine, I'll give you, in fact, no, don't even imagine this. I'm gonna give you a real life example. My wife bought her first house in the year 2000 and something from a couple of little savings bonds that her great grandfather bought in World War II. Like, he didn't spend that much money, but because there were 60 years of compound interest on these freaking things, it was a massive sum of money that helped his great granddaughter buy her first house. And then another one of his grandkids, they bought this little building on the south side of Chicago, cost about $5,000 to $10,000, and they bought it in like 1930 something. Now, 100 years later, that building's worth over $1 million, and his other great granddaughter is actually living in that building and has never had to work because she's charging rent to people that live in the building. Now she's the landlord because all the money that he could have took to the liquor store, he actually took that money and said, let me go ahead and buy this property. Let me buy these assets. Do you understand? So just little things like that can really not just help you overcome the system. See, overcoming the system means you're in the system. I'm not saying you can get out of the system completely, but the economic system, you can disconnect from that. You just have to have enough money to feed yourself, right? So if you give your children the opportunity to have enough resources to feed themselves, they don't have to get up and go to work every day. They don't. They don't. Having to get up and go to work every day happens because nobody built you a capital base. If somebody had built you a capital base, you would never have to go to work. Capital preservation, one of the most important concepts in wealth. Now, somebody's asking, how do you sell covered calls? That's a whole that's a whole conversation. But there is a training I did called How to Make Money Without Working. If you text the word money to the number 87948, I can send it to you, and it introduces the covered call thing. So how to make money without working. Just text the word money to the number 87948. Also, we're doing a financial slumber party on Friday. And if you're on one of those text lists, I'll send you a link and you can join us. And we will talk about, I think I called it How to Make Money on Monday. And so we're going to do some covered call examples. I'll give you a couple of stock options plays. And because I realized that the best way I could support you is to help you figure out where the money's at and how to get there in a way that's safe and effective and doesn't take forever, right? Because a lot of times we have to see it a little bit in order to realize that it's real, because investing is confusing for people because there's so much BS out here. There's so much nonsense. There's so many scams. There's so many really overly risky investing opportunities. So many times people tell you to, bet it all and put everything in there. And then you lose a lot. And then you're like, man, investing sucks. It's terrible. So I get it. It's kind of like a jungle, right? So, if you're interested and if I can support you, I don't mind being your guide. I actually enjoyed this. This is really fun for me because I can really see it. It's like Neo in the Matrix. He's like, oh my God, the money's over there. It's over there. It's over there. It's over there. And this is another thing that I'll mention too, is I think that every one of our children, just by default, just as a rite of passage, should learn about economics, learn all the different ways to make money that go outside of just getting a job. like getting a job is just one out of many ways to make money. That should not be your only play. You have to have many options. You got to be able to dribble with your left hand and your right hand, right? So you got to have a 3-point shot and be able to shoot a layup if you want to be able to play this game of wealth. And so, anyway, so Dr. Bingham, I see you said Dr. Boyce's courses are some of the best courses I've taken in my entire professional life as a student. Well, thank you, Dr. Bingham. That means a lot. And I know your name very well, sir. I see you in here all the time, and I respect you, man. I look forward to meeting you in person, brother. If we have not met yet, that's a wonderful thing to say. Thank you so much. All right. So anyway, I'm going to finish up and head on out. It's a Sunday, so it's a kind of a casual day. Thank you guys for hanging out. What's the $5 a day link? You can go to drboyceelevate.com and you get in the ecosystem and we can get you some stuff. Also, if you're looking to, if you haven't started your business yet, I have this great book called The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. And the deal that we've made with our students is one that I believe can be profitable for you and profitable for the community, and also support the Black Business School, because we don't take government money. We don't take corporate money. So we have to raise money to build our institution. We're doing the Booker T. Washington thing. We're building our own Tuskegee, but God bless Tuskegee. One of our kids is going there. And so, so what we did was we created the Black Wealth Ambassadors program, where I want to train and deputize you to just share a message of wealth, a message of safe, healthy wealth in our community that comes with stronger families, more stable communities, better relationships, etc. So you can not just have money, but you can also be happy at the same time. A lot of people have money that they're not happy, or you can make money without selling out. You can make money without being stressed to death, right? So long story short, this book, I just checked Amazon. It is the #1 bestseller in the public finance category, which makes me proud as heck, because we don't have mainstream publishers, or mainstream doesn't really like stuff like that. Like I identify with Marcus Garvey. There's another reason why people, they never teach about Marcus Garvey in school. They only teach about, I think, failed solutions when it comes to our people. So long story short, this book is the #1 bestseller in public finance. So here's what, here's the deal that we've offered people. And thousands of you have taken us up on it. And I invite the rest of you to participate as well. If you're looking to start a business, this book is a damn good book. It's a bestseller. And it's one where an autographed copy of this book, we sell that for $40, right? So I'll sign it, send it to you for $40. Anybody who wants to be a Black Wealth Ambassador, I will sign this book for you and send it to you, and you can get it for $15. Now, the reason that we reduced the price And the URL to take advantage of that is right here on the screen, 10commandments.boycewatkins.com, or you can also text the word wealth to the number 87948. So the plan here, here's the master plan, and I think it's working pretty well, is we said, okay, well, if we distribute these books at a really good cost, and then I put my sign of authenticity on the book, my signature, which adds value to it, you can take this book and you can do whatever you want with it. You can just get some for your own collection. What I'm hoping you'll do is you'll consider, especially those of you that have some extra money, you can give away copies to kids in the neighborhood. Y'all know these little knuckleheads need it. And y'all know how many of our kids ain't got no daddy, ain't got no guidance, are not getting a good message. They're being led down a path of misery. So you are empowered to give them a pivot, right? You have the power to give them that little piece of information that might make them think more broadly about how they make their money, other than going and just filling out that job application or whatever, or going to the corporate plantation. So if you got extra copies, give them away to the kids in the neighborhood. That's what me and my wife do. We do that all the time. We give away copies of Powernomics, Garvey books. We love to do that. We gave away copies of books at our wedding. We did not accept any gifts at our wedding. We said, look, we're blessed. We don't want nobody giving us no gifts. We're going to give you a gift. So we bought a few hundred copies of Dr. Claude Anderson's book, and we gave them away to every single person who came to our wedding. Because I said, I want y'all to know what we about. We're 10 toes down on this Black wealth and Black power thing. We're not messing around with this. So anyway, you can give them away. The third thing you could do, and this is totally legit, is you can make it into a business, right? If you like the book and you like the message, you can literally, as a Black Wealth ambassador, buy the books from us for $15, resell them for whatever price you want, and make a profit from that and make that into your business. And then at that point, we'll be in business together. This is not just us talking about building Black businesses. This is us actually doing it. And so this does work. Like I said, the book is good. It's a #1 bestseller on Amazon. The reviews are all nearly 5-star. You can go look it up on Amazon right now if you want to see it. And I just invite you to become our partners, because that helps. It helps everyone, right? It helps you make money, because I know a lot of you want to make more money. It helps the community, because the community needs a message of strong Black economic empowerment, not the same old, like, go to school and get a job so you can drown in student loan debt and stress yourself out on the racist corporate plantation for the rest of your life and then die with no wealth. That plan is dead. That plan is DEAD. That is gone, right? So this is a better plan, right? This comes from my PhD's in finance, right? And then the third area that it benefits is it also helps the school. I told you, we got to raise money. So, so we're willing to compromise and share and distribute at a good cost. And so if you guys are interested, you can go to 10commandments.boycewatkins.com. The URL is right there on the screen. Or you can also, if you want to, you can also just text the word wealth to the number 87948. The book is called The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. So I hope that pitch makes sense. That's me just giving you my little appeal. You might hear it again, because I really was really excited and inspired by how many thousands of you wanted to participate. I was always doing signing books. I signed probably 5,000 books a week or something, and we ship them all out. And it's our family business. So our middle child, the one that's going to go to Tuskegee, that poor thing, all she's doing is packing books. She's like, what are you doing? What are all these people doing? But I'm like, no, this is the Black economic revolution in action. And I wanted her to understand, you're born in the middle of it. You are in the epicenter of something that is going to change our community for the next 300 years, right? You're right in the middle of it. So this is just like being a child of the civil rights movement or something, or the Harlem Renaissance. Like we are doing this. This Black economic revolution is something that people will talk about for the next 150 years. This is where it all changed. But we got to be serious. We got to seize the moment. So I want to seize the moment with you. And I appreciate those of you who hear me out on this and who are with me on this, because I have no doubt that this is going to be extraordinary. In fact, I know it's going to be extraordinary because it already is, right? Like, I know I could die tomorrow and feel like, okay, I did my job. I would sleep well in that casket if this was my last conversation I ever had with you. Hopefully it won't be. But if it was, I'd say, okay, we did good. We ran the baton. That's our job. Wealth is a relay race. You just run your leg as fast as you can, and then you pass the baton and you get off the track. So anyway, God bless you guys. Have a great day. If you want to become a Black Wealth ambassador, you can go to 10commandments.boycewatkins.com, or you can also text the word wealth to the phone number 87948, and I'll send you a link as well. And so have a great day, everybody. God bless you. And Charlene says, I just left church. What's popping? All right, tell the good Lord I said hello. I don't go to church. I ain't gonna lie. But I do believe deeply in God, and I believe that when I'm talking, God is telling me what to say. I do believe stuff like that. So anyway, take care, everybody. And if you missed it, it's okay. You can just watch the recording. Love you guys. I'll see you soon. Have a good one. Bye bye. Good today. It is a Saturday morning, and I want to welcome everyone to Money in the Morning. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins, and in case you don't know, Money in the Morning is where we get up every day and we practice the art of economic elevation and financial consciousness. So, economic elevation is the goal. I want you to elevate your finances. I want you to elevate your wealth. I want you to be filthy, stinking, just disgustingly rich one day. That's the goal. And there's a formula for that. There's a process for that. You just have to follow the process and believe in the process. And so, anyway, how's everybody doing today? It's a Saturday morning, and I know that sometimes on Saturday mornings, that's when everybody kind of sleeps in. Not everybody, but a lot of people do. So, the real soldiers that come in on Saturday mornings, I have a special amount of love for you because I know that that you're really dedicated to what you're doing in your life, and I can tell you that that sort of extreme commitment. You might call it extreme, is really, really actually that's what champions are made of. That's where great people come from. Great people typically are extreme about something. I'm an extremist. I'm an extremist about black wealth. I'm an extremist about black families. I'm an extremist about protecting black children. I'm an extremist about how much I love black women. I'm an extremist about education. I'm an extremist about building our communities. I'm an extremist about overcoming racism. I'm not afraid of other people. I don't sit around shaking in my boots wondering what white folks is going to do to me. Lord Jesus, they coming. They coming, y'all. They coming to get me, y'all. I don't operate like that. I operate with intentionality. That's the goal. Because I believe that if you're intentional, you have strategy, you have good teammates, and you make a plan, you've got a really good chance to win. All right, give me a yes in the chat or amen or something to let me know if you agree with that or any of that. If any of that resonates with you, let me know because I think that that saying it loud, I'm black and I'm proud means that you can't say it loud, I'm black and I'm scared, or say it loud, I'm black and I'm weak. Right? Say it loud. I'm black and I'm a punk. Right? We don't do that. Like I don't do that. No, say it loud. I'm black and I'm proud. And that which you are proud of is that which you will defend. That which you are proud of is that which you will love. That which you are proud of is that which you will protect. That which you are proud of is that which you will invest in, right? So when you love something, you invest in it. So if you love your kids, you invest in your kids. We talk about the $5 a day investing plan, where literally for small amounts of money invested right now in the stock market, you can set your kids up for life. Make sure they don't have to go through the struggle. They ain't got to be broke. They can quit their job if they want to. They can tell their boss to kiss their butt. But a lot of people don't make that choice. They put their children on the struggle bus, and then it becomes an intergenerational struggle bus. And you got the struggle bus because you inherited it from your parents. They might have loved you, but maybe they didn't know quite how to love you economically. So real love to me, Mary J. Blige had that song called Real Love. To me, real love is when I make sure you're good. That's it. That real love is when I make sure that you're fed. Real love is when I make sure you're secure. I make sure you're safe. Give me a amen if you agree with that. All right. So anyway, how many of you saw this story? Apparently, there are there are NFL players and NBA players and stuff getting robbed right now. Did anybody see that? Did anybody see the story? The FBI and the CIA and Homeland Security have been putting out warnings to professional athletes saying like hide your wife, hide your kids, hide your jewels because there are apparently these massive theft rings. They say they're coming out of South America. That's what the report is that I saw. They're coming up and they are literally robbing athletes and taking all their stuff, like busting up in their house, like running up in their spot and taking all their stuff, all the jewels, and because that you're young and you're making millions of dollars. Of course, you're gonna have 100 grand in your closet and like $200,000 worth of jewelry in your living room just because that's like the most ridiculous thing you could do as a 25-year-old who's got an endless supply of money. But anyway, so so this is really crazy. And I want to talk about this because this talks about money. And believe it or not, see, anytime I'm gonna tell you, I'm your money man. Remember how you had the guy in Forrest Gump? who Bubba who could do anything with shrimp. He's like, got fried shrimp, broiled shrimp, shrimp and potatoes, shrimp and mushrooms, grilled shrimp. Right? I'm kind of like that when it comes to money, right? Like when you talk, anytime you bring up money, because this is how weird you become when you have to get a PhD in this stuff, because all you do is study money. It's like you're like fried money, broiled money, grilled money, barbecue money, Negro money, white people money, women's money. Like you just know, you just anything that relates to money. I'm like, oh, there's a financial theory that relates to that. And believe it or not, when you're talking about money, there's a whole theory. There are literally research papers that are written about this, like why these guys are being robbed and why they're being targeted. So here's what the story basically says. It says that the FBI has warned the NFL and the NBA that there are these theft rings, very, very highly sophisticated, highly organized theft rings that are basically targeting these wealthy athletes. And what they're doing, which is really interesting, kind of slick in a way, is they're like, well, you're easy to rob because you're young and stupid, first off. I'm sorry if you're 25. I was stupid when I young and stupid when I was 25. So you're probably young and stupid. I ain't making fun of you, but you need to go listen to your daddy or something so you can learn something about life. If you don't have a daddy, you should go find one because we know how stupid we were when we were your age, but we didn't admit it. We thought we knew everything. Um, but uh, but the other thing too is the athletes tend to be very, very flashy. They show you what they have. They wear their wealth on their wrist. You ever seen Deion Sanders' son after he wins a game? He does this. Apparently, that's a thing because you just showing off your jewels and stuff. Now, me, I can't show. This is a Walmart watch, so I tell you, I can pretend to be flashy, but no, there ain't nothing flashy about this. This watch ain't gonna blind you. And then also you have. I look at some of the players, and it's really crazy. Has anybody ever seen how the NBA and the NFL players, not all of them, but how many of them will dress before a game? Like they would literally make it into like the Ultimate Divas fashion show, and they will show up wearing like a pink leprechaun uniform or some little weird zesty looking shorts, which makes your mama wonder about your sexuality. But I'm not gonna question it because you're 200, you're 6'5", 240 pounds. You can probably beat me up. But like just weird stuff like that, right? Like everybody is trying to compete in the fashion show. Well, what you basically have is you have young guys who are not just announcing how much money they have and drawing lots of attention. Look at me, look at me, look at me. Because when you're young and insecure, you feel like attention is a good thing. When you really become truly powerful and successful, you realize attention isn't always good. But then on top of that, the players were easy targets because they know exactly when you ain't gonna be home, right? They knew when Joe Burrow, who's this great quarterback for the Bengals, they knew when Joe Burrow was on the road playing the Pittsburgh Steelers. So they were like, "Oh, we're gonna go rob this fool while he's out playing football." And they did this to a lot of players. There's a long like Patrick Kelsey, he's got his girlfriend. I wanted to say Britney Spears. That's not she old. Um, the other one, Taylor Swift. Yeah, Taylor Swift. Right. And so basically what they've been doing is literally, I mean, setting up these really highly sophisticated operations where they are literally going out and robbing a lot of these players when they leave. Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelsey both had their houses burglarized. Over $2 million worth of stuff was stolen. It's crazy that you have $2 million worth of stuff just sitting around in the house. Bobby Portis, he's an NBA player. He was robbed in Wisconsin. They put out a $40,000 reward. There was a New York Jets player that was actually followed at home and robbed at gunpoint at his house. And so I'm looking here on ESPN.com, and basically, there were some people that have been charged, but I don't think the ring is done. I think that it's probably just kind of just part of something bigger. And the FBI also linked them into robberies of other prominent athletes. I mentioned that earlier. Three of the men have been charged by a federal grand jury in Cincinnati. Much of the evidence outlined in the FBI complaint is from cell phone data, surveillance video, license plate numbers that allegedly placed the defendants in the vicinity of the burglaries. The burglars, according to the FBI affidavit, quote, will approach the residences from cover, such as but not limited to a wooded or dark area before breaking into the homes. The groups often would separate into smaller units to commit multiple burglaries, according to the FBI. However, Though burglary groups may consist of 4 or 5 members, these separate groups often work in concert with one another. Organized crime people communicate with one another and use the same buyers of stolen merchandise. So they have a whole ring, they have a whole market for these stolen goods that they can turn to, so they can liquidate their investment by getting these stolen things on the black market. And there's some other players that I'm seeing here as well that have been hit. But anyway, that's not the whole point. The whole point is just sort of what's really happening here. Now this is interesting too, because anybody that's ever been in the hood knows that this happens all the time, right? Right? Like most people know, for example, if you live in a poor neighborhood, you probably, and you go make a lot of money, you probably shouldn't ride around shining in the hood. You shouldn't have the shiny rims and the shiny watch and the big gold chain and all that, because bad things can happen. You're drawing attention. The Chinese actually have an old saying. My students told me this when I taught in China a few years ago. They said that their saying is that the fattest pig always gets slaughtered. The fattest pig always gets slaughtered. Now, what does that mean? It means that when you are in a culture like ours, America's, where everybody wants to be the fattest pig, everybody wants to be the man, everybody wants the attention, everybody, the athletes and the rappers and everything, look at me, look at me, look at me. Well, there's a downside to that. And the Chinese, because they have a wise culture, they say, no, you don't want to be that person, because when you are that person, then you're pretty much asking to be taken out. You're asking to be slaughtered. And what you'll truly find too is that when you're talking about younger people that are maybe a little bit insecure, have something to prove, they're more attention seeking. Whereas you get a little bit older, truly powerful, truly wealthy people say, no, 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 I don't need the attention. There's one guy I read about literally who was he runs Tether, and he makes something like over $2 or $3 billion a year. And he does not do any interviews. He does not want anybody to know how rich he is. He quietly sits in the back and collects a couple $1 billion a year in income per year, not total, per year, and doesn't want anyone to even know about it because he knows that attention is bad. Or if you watch the movie American Gangster, remember when Frank Lucas went to the Muhammad Ali Joe Frazier fight? Shout out to Ali. I'm from Louisville too. Go Cards. They won last night. It was a great game. And he went to the Ali Frazier fight. His wife bought him the big furry coat with the big furry hat so he could look like all the other pimps and gangsters and dope dealers. And next thing you know, the FBI turned their camera and they're like, "Who is this guy? Who's this shiny fat pig? Let's snap some pictures of him. Snap, 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 snap." Next thing you know, he's on the FBI radar. So basically, with these athletes, this is what they call conspicuous consumption. Conspicuous consumption. And believe it or not, the Chinese, did anybody see this? The Chinese government actually made a law where they said that you're not going to be as stupid as Americans are. You can't, if you're wealthy, we don't want you on social media flaunting your wealth. Did anybody else see that? Give me a yes if you saw that. The Chinese government literally said, if you out here showing off everything you got, making people jealous, making people get distracted from their daily lives, we're not, you're going to be in trouble. We might actually come and take your social media down or arrest you because we don't allow that. And there's a kind of a reason for that, right? A lot of people say that when that part of the reason that you might have criminal activity is because you have the poor person who's sitting there and he's hungry, he's broke, he's sitting there like, trying to figure out how to pay the rent, and you're like throwing around $100 bills. Well, if that don't make you a hater, I don't know what does. I'd be kind of like, okay, so you're telling me you don't really need the money anyway. So I got a gun and nothing to lose. Maybe we can do a trade. Maybe I can, like let you know that I won't kill you if you give me like just a couple $1,000s of that 100,000 that you have in your bank account. So here's some theories that you might want to link to this so you can understand finances and really tell your sons and your daughters and stuff. First, I've seen so many people when they get a new job and they start making money. First thing they do is they want to go tell everybody how much money they make, and it typically brings bad attention. So there's one theory called the conspicuous consumption theory, introduced by economist Thorstein Veblen in 1899. So they've been knowing about flossing since 1899. This theory suggests that individuals purchase luxury goods to showcase their wealth and obtain social status. So psychologically, a lot of people that You know, if you notice, the flashiest people with money tend to be people who ain't never had no money before. Anybody ever notice that? That typically the flashiest person in the room is the person who is new money. They ain't never had no money, and they just want everybody to know they have money. And you ask, well, why would you do that? Well, the reason people do that is because they inherently understand that if I show you I have wealth, you're going to treat me different. You're not going to treat me like a Negro. You're not going to treat me like a poor person. You're going to treat me like I am somebody. So this is one of the reasons why, if you look at old videos from Ebony Magazine back in the 50s called How to Sell to the Negro, part of that was built on this idea that black people know that they are second class citizens, and part of the way that they want to show that they are equal and that they are worthy is by buying lots of things from white people. So that was a trap that you fell into. There was a whole episode about that on Different World. Remember back when, Bill Cosby and people were trying to make TV shows that actually help black people. Different World. There's a part where Jasmine Guy's character Whitley goes into a store and the lady kind of blows her off or whatever, and to show the lady up, to show off to the lady, she goes back and buys everything in the store to basically say, oh, you were picking on the wrong person, or you were ignoring the wrong person. And I think Sister Soldier was in that episode, and she was kind of like why would you give all your money to somebody who hates you? Just to prove that you're worthy. Like, no, you should not give them your money. And I love that. I mean, that was way ahead of its time. We've talked about this, that money is power. You don't give your power away to someone who's going to use their power to hurt you. You give your power to people that are going to use that power to help you. So Jasmine Guy went back and gave and returned everything. She said, I know that I'm better than or as good as you, not better, but and I'm not going to give you money just to prove to you that I'm your equal. I know I am. All right. So anyway, so this theory on conspicuous consumption suggests that individuals purchase luxury goods to showcase wealth and obtain social status. Such visible displays, though, can make them targets of fraud and theft. There's a financial vulnerability framework that says that it examines how behavioral and social factors, including the public display of wealth, can increase an individual's susceptibility to financial fraud and scams. Let me tell you something about having money. I've had money for a little while. It's probably about let me see, what is it? About 23 years. I got my first job when I finished my doctorate when I was 30 years old, and I was making $115,000 a year, which felt like $1 trillion. And so suddenly I'm bringing in $10,000 a month, and I could buy pretty much whatever I wanted. And I was young and single, and it was I told you my whole dating life changed. I suddenly became 6 foot tall. I became very handsome, and my jokes became very funny. I became the most interesting man in the world to a lot of women that I met. And so anyway, when that occurred, I can tell you that it was interesting because in the beginning, making all that money was pretty cool, and the word got around in the family that I was making six figures and all this other stuff. But then it started to change. It started to get a little bit dark because then what I noticed was that money makes you a magnet. You become a magnet for every sob story known to man. Anyone with a sob story within a 100-mile radius, tell me if you've ever gone through this. Anybody with a sob story within a 100-mile radius will be calling you to tell you the sob story. And what happens is that it's traumatic because you'll have somebody and you'll say something like, "Hey, let me know if you ever need anything." But then it actually means something because they know you have something to give them, right? So before you'd be like, "Hey man, let me know if you need anything." And it's like, yeah, if you need like a phone call or a ride to the grocery store or something. Yeah, but when you really got something and everybody around you needs something, like you got food and everybody around you is starving, and you say, "Let me know if you need anything," they're gonna say, "Oh, well, now that you mention it, now that you brought it up, my stomach is growling right now." And so literally, it's kind of crazy. It sounds ridiculous, but you get nervous about even saying things like, "Hey, let me know if you need anything," because people will really call you on that. People will really be like, "Yeah, well, you said if I need anything, I can call you." Be like, "Damn, I didn't really mean it." Like I didn't, like I kind of meant it, but didn't mean it. And so I would just, yeah, that was hard. That was real weird. And then also you become targets of not just people that might want to rob you or steal from you and scam from you. If lawyers target people that have money. So if you are anywhere near an incident that leads to a lawsuit, the lawyers will add you to the lawsuit just because they want to try to see if they can get something from you. Anybody ever notice that? It doesn't matter. Like you literally, you could be the rich guy who's just in the restaurant when the lady punches the other lady, and the one lady sues the other lady, and then somebody sues you too because you were looking too hard, or because you didn't move the coffee pot in time, or whatever. It'll just be something crazy, and they throw darts. They just throw spaghetti at the wall to see what sticks. Will Smith. Will Smith said something that was really profound. Will Smith is a smart man. Let me just give him credit for that. I know his wife they did that crazy Red Table show. I hated it. If you know Will, tell him I hated that show. Um, because I felt like it was just too much. Like you just stop telling us things. We don't some things we don't want to know anymore. But Will, I love the way conducted his career. And I never met Will. I've never met him. But I did meet his brother Harry, and I met Harry in Hollywood. We sat down and had lunch, and we talked 2 hours each time. We just really, really had a great connection, conversation. I should have stayed friends with him. I probably got his number somewhere, but I love talking to this guy. And what I love because we connected on two key things. Finance. He was into finance. He used to do Will's finances apparently back in the day, and also we had this thing with history, like the history of war. I think the history of war is really fascinating because it teaches you about how the real world works and that nobody cares about you and that you better be able to defend yourself or someone's going to kick your ass and take your stuff. That's kind of how that's what America was built on. And I think black people should could benefit from this. This is part of the reason why a lot of you are veterans. I didn't know this, but a lot of veterans follow me because I'm always think I'm kind of military minded in terms of realizing that sympathy and whining and crying and marching and praying and feeling sorry for yourself is not going to get you anything in a battle. You are in a battle with black people. You're in a competition, and you have to really understand these things. And competition requires hard work, preparation, sacrifice. And if you can't do that, then you're going to struggle. That's just my reality. So anyway, we were talking and I remember like noticing first of all talking to his brother was weird because they looked just alike, and I was looking in Will Smith's eyes, but it wasn't Will Smith, it was his brother. That was crazy. And but then also I remember thinking to myself, this is a smart family. Like these are smart people. Like I really got that sense. And so I have a lot of respect for Will, by the way. He said a couple things through the years where I'm like, okay, that was actually pretty wise. I like this guy. And one thing that he said that I liked was he was talking about what it's like to be rich and famous. And he said something that I'd actually observed myself that it was interesting. The difference was like I'm not Will Smith famous. I'm no, but I can say I can go to a few hundred cities and get recognized on the street. Everyone won't recognize me, but there will be that person who says, right? And I love you. I love you, by the way. If you are that person, I'm gonna hug you when I see you because I appreciate you so much. But I'm not for everybody. I'm an acquired taste in a way, right? But Will said something that made me think a little bit. And so, but Will Smith is kind of global, right? In his stuff. And one thing he said that was really interesting was he was explaining to his niece or nephew what it's like to be famous, and he said, two things. One, he said it's amazing because you can literally say one little thing to someone that changes their whole life. You can give them one compliment, you can lift them up and say, you're really smart, or I really love that outfit, or you're really pretty, or you can do it, and they will like it supercharges people. So it's like a superpower, and I was like, oh, it's great. He's conscious of that. I love that because I'd noticed that, but I didn't know if everybody else kind of thought the same way. It's an amazing experience. But then the second part of that though was he said that he has to have 8 lawyers that work for him all the time because people will just add him to lawsuits just because. He said, I have to have 8 lawyers defending me in court all the time from so many frivolous lawsuits being filed for no reason. And I thought, wow, that's really interesting that he said that. And one piece of advice he gave, and I like this advice a lot because I was actually kind of having an experience at the time that made me think. My manager actually sent it to me so I could see it. And he said, you have to know how to fight off the predators without letting your heart go dark, right? You have to fight off the predators without letting your heart go dark because what you'll see sometimes is you'll see people that are rich and successful or famous or whatever, and they're just mean to everybody. They're mean to everybody, while sometimes it's just because they're a prick, like I met Janelle Monáe when I was on the Breakfast Club. She wasn't very nice. I tried to make conversation, and she's like, yeah, 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 whatever, right? And And I didn't like that. But then at the same time, you have these experiences, where you get traumatized. Maybe you let somebody get too close, and next thing you know, they're trying to take things from you, or they're trying to harm you in some way, or whatever. So some people just build a big wall. It's kind of like black trauma. It's kind of like trauma in the black community. You ever see people that just have a big wall around them, and they're like, I'm safe inside the gates of this castle that no one can get into except for me. And they unfortunately spend their whole lives like alone and sad and angry and whatever, and really therapy will help you through that because therapy helps you become elastic enough to just know that, yeah, sometimes people will disappoint you, but you can come back from that, and there's a lot of joy in the world that you can acquire as well by learning how to have adequate boundaries while at the same time engaging with the rest of the planet, right? And this is a dance. This is a real dance, especially as your economic status changes. Because all y'all, if y'all not some rich black people already, you're going to be. I told you, you're gonna be. Your families are gonna be wealthy. Most of you, if you're consistent. Why? Well, because I know how wealth works and I know where the money flows. And the reality is that when you look where the money flows and where the money grows and flows in stock market participation. So when I saw that survey result that showed me that 88% of you are investing in the stock market and that a large percent of you are investing consistently, that right there tells me not where you are. I have no idea exactly where you are financially. It tells me where you're going. And it's where you're going that matters more than where you are. It's not what you are right now, it's what you're becoming. You're becoming wealthy people. If you're not there yet, I promise you, be consistent with this and you will. If you have been doing the same damn thing, like right now, let me give me a yes in the chat. How many of you are investors in the stock market? How many of you are in this? I love that this is like me flexing right now because I'm so excited about this. How many of you are invested? Like you made some money this week, maybe you lost a little bit, whatever, right? Okay, now here's what I want you to consider. Most of you are invested right now. A lot of you are investing consistently. Do you know that if you had been doing that exact same thing since the year 2005, it would be almost impossible for you to not be wealthy? Like if you literally were buying stock consistently and holding more than you're selling, like not selling it all, but just literally acquiring consistently, almost every single person, almost every single one of you would be wealthy right now. Imagine if you just, bought, imagine if you just took your spare change starting in 2015 and just bought a little Bitcoin every week. I'm gonna buy $20 worth of Bitcoin, $50 worth of Bitcoin. Back when Bitcoin only cost $20, when a whole Bitcoin was $1.50, right? You'd be filthy rich, you'd be multimillionaires, right? So as your wealth grows, and as you rise up an economic ladder, your life will change. It will change in a lot of ways. You're going to lose some friends. You're going to have some conflicts. You're going to have some challenges. You're going to get your feelings hurt. But take it from someone who's gone through this. I'm talking about life. I'm talking about my experience, right? And you kind of have to know how to balance that. And that's why things like therapy can be really helpful, no matter what stage of your life that you're in. Therapy will help you maintain those healthy relationships. Therapy will help you process what's happening to you. Therapy will help you reframe so that you don't want to go jump off a cliff because something went wrong. Therapy will help you keep going when your business has some sort of catastrophe that makes you think that you're supposed to stop, right? So this is my belief, all right? So anyway, with that being said, one thing I want to mention is in the Black Business School, by the way, we do have the first ever Black Financial Therapy Department. I repeat that just because some of you have heard me say this 1,000 times. I repeat things because new people come in every week. We literally have hundreds of new people that sign up for this class every week. So I want to make sure everyone knows what we got going on. And my wife, who's a licensed therapist and a full professor of social work, Dr. Alicia, she runs that department. That she helped me create that. And we work with the best Black therapists to figure out what psychological barriers are keeping us from building Black wealth. If you don't study the psychology, then you'll never understand the economics behind the psychology because money is about mindset. It's completely about mindset. So anyway, Dr. Alicia is she has a book club on Sundays. She's going to talk about using conflicts to your advantage, like how conflict can elevate you, things like that. So if you want to be notified when she goes live tomorrow, and then she does Mental Health Mondays. Actually, Mental Health Monday, she's going to speak with Dr. Cleo Monago, and they're going to talk about the Luther Vandross documentary and what Luther went through. In his experience, he was super talented and all these other things, but he was in the closet for a long time, and I think they're going to kind of talk about that as well. So if that's your jam, you pull out your phone, text the word love to the number 87948 on your phone. Text love to 87948, and Dr. Alicia will send you a notification when they meet. Now let's hop back into this conversation about the athletes really quick because I want to introduce you to a couple more theories on just basically why being flashy with money is a terrible idea, but a lot of young people do it because they ain't never had nothing. There's something called a bias-induced gullibility. This study was on investment scams, and it found that individuals that were typically attracted to the high return, low risk opportunities often associated with affluent lifestyles are more prone to fraud due to bias-induced gullibility. Interesting. So what they're basically saying is that people who like the flashy lifestyle, like the people who are scrolling through Instagram and get excited because they see some influencer driving a Lamborghini. Anybody seen that? Like the influencer that's like where they actually have, did y'all know that they have movie sets in LA you can rent that where you can pretend like you're on a private jet. So you'll see some influencer that's sitting there on their phone on their private jet, like they're about to fly somewhere. They ain't flying nowhere. They're like they about to get in the Uber and go home, but they're pretending to be on a private jet because they have whole movie sets set up where you can pretend to be an influencer who owns a private jet. Well, anyway, they said that people who are more attracted to that, and I don't believe in any of that. I think that's a bunch of crap. I think it's all like so much of the stuff on the internet when it comes to finances and investing is all built on not just silly materialism, but it's built on drilling into your greed and your fear, right? To sort of getting you to sort of believe that you can make a lot of money really fast. So a lot of people that talk about stock options, for example, approach it in a way where they approach it basically like sports betting. It becomes like gambling. And I study stock options, and we read academic research papers on how options work. I see them as this vast income generating opportunity, but also as a risk management tool that can allow you to really have a safe, stable portfolio, but also generate income at the same time. And if you want a little bit of risk, that's there, but that's not all that there is, right? And so ultimately, the internet's sort of full of a lot of crazy stuff that, and they'll just lie, like they'll just say stuff that's just unbelievable, like there was one of my friends, she her name's Tiara. She runs the Fly Nubian Money Club, and she was talking about how one of her relatives reached out to everybody during the pandemic. That's when there were a lot of scams during the pandemic, and the person said, "We're going to start a susu." Now, if you know what a susu is, a susu's been around for a long time. This is something that's done in a lot of, East Indian countries, things like that, where basically it's like where a community gets together and they all help each other save. Everybody puts money into this pot, and then every few weeks, someone gets a big pile of money because everyone in the community has been saving together. Almost the way taxes might work or insurance might work. You're all sort of contributing a little bit, but then that turns into a lot where you get blessed with a lot of money at one point because everybody sort of put into this pot. Well, this person Susu, this was not a Jamaican Susu. This was a Pittsburgh Susu, and so in this Pittsburgh Susu, in this like this ghetto Susu, this person basically said gave the same. You've probably seen emails like this. Let me know if you've seen this, where it's like, okay, if you put in $500 and I put in $500, then we'll both have $5,000. Anybody seen that? Like almost like that Jesus water into wine, take one fish and feed 500 people type of thing. And it's all a lie. It's all a scam. It's a Ponzi scheme. It's a pyramid scheme. And it's a pyramid scheme. What makes it a pyramid scheme? Well, what makes it a pyramid scheme is the fact that really the way you're getting money is by recruiting new people, right? Does anybody know this, right? Like, so typically, did anybody notice, like, most of these scenarios require you, they're like, okay, if you get two people and she gets two people, and then those two people get two people, and all those people come in and they're pouring money into this pot, then the people in the center, the people at the top, the people who created the scheme, who created the fake susu, are the ones who are going to get paid, right? So it's like a financial version of musical chairs. And so anyway, she told this story where she basically said that that they started this susu, and they use all they know it's psychological, so they use all this, language like pro black, pro Jesus, we got to get together and bless each other because we are part of the same community and we got to build generational wealth. And it drives me crazy because I use terms like generational wealth and I'm really thinking about generational wealth, and then I'll hear people that talk the same way, they use the same language, and I'm like, no, but you're promoting a pyramid scheme. You're going to traumatize people because everybody's going to get in this damn thing and a bunch of people are going to lose their money. And then they're going to think investing is bad, but you're not teaching them investing. You're showing them how to throw their money in the toilet. So anyway, she said that their little fake susu, their little ghetto susu, went so bad that one of her cousins like called the other cousin and said, "If you don't give me back my $1,500, I'm coming over there and I'm shooting everybody. I'm shooting." He said, "I'm coming over with my gun and everybody gonna die if I don't get my $1,500 back." And I said, "So how did we go from this loving susu, building generational wealth, and we gonna bless each other, to I'm gonna shoot up the whole house if I don't get my $1,500 back?" See, that's financial trauma, and that's what happens when And here's the thing: there's studies that talk about like the types of people that are more likely to get sucked into that. And now, I'm not saying that you're bad if you have been fooled by this. A lot of people have, but there are tendencies, there are characteristics of people that are more susceptible to this kind of thing, and it's typically people who kind of want to make a whole lot of money real fast, right? They lean on your greed, or like just like those scams, when you get the email from the Nigerian prince who says like I have $20 million I'm gonna give you, or I have $20 million, I'll give you 2 million of the 20 million if you can help me get into my account, but you got to send me like $200 so I can pay the fee. Like it'll be something like that, right? So it's like you're thinking about the 2 million, and he's thinking about the $200 because he's thinking like if I can get you to give me $200 on this small probability that you're going to get 2 million, then I can just keep doing that. That's my hustle. So he's looking at the real money. You're looking at the imaginary money. So they're using the imaginary money to distract you from the real money. You pull real money out of your pocket because you're focused on this imaginary money. And when it's imaginary money, the sky's the limit. The sky's the limit. Like somebody could say, "Oh, I'll give you $1 billion," because they're not going to pay you, right? When you don't have to actually cash the check, then the check can be for any amount that you want. I had a cousin who used to scam people, and he would promise them any amount of money because for him it was no big deal. He had an endless supply of fake money. So it's like, oh, well, you don't want 100,000? Okay, I'll make it 250. How about that? I'll give you a good deal, 250. And what he's trying to do is trying to get this real money in your pocket. And one of the biggest things about investing in wealth and not getting scammed, write this down, put this in your head, is make sure you know the difference between real money and imaginary money. Like, make sure you know the difference between money that's in your pocket versus money that's in your mind, or the difference between money that's really being made right now versus money that might get made in the future. If you know the difference between the two, it really shifts your perspective quite a lot. The way I invest, the way I do business partnerships with people is I say, when they come to me, I get it all the time. I'm a target. I'm a target. I know wealth and money, and I'm kind of known in certain spaces. So I get all kinds of stuff pitched to me, and my big thing is like, okay, I need to just know what's real versus what is possible. You're telling me all about all the possibilities. Well, then that's endless. We could become trillionaires on Tuesday, right? Great. That's nice, but I want to know. I don't want to know about the 10 birds in the bush. Tell me about the bird that's in the hand. Show me, write a check. How about this? How about this? Instead of promising me you're going to write a check for $200,000 next year, write a check for $1,000 right now. And let me just see, let me cash that. Let me see if that's real. And then we can build off that. Because last time I checked, you can build off of the real, but you can't build off of the fake. You can build off things that exist. You cannot build on things that may or may not exist. And so this is just a particular style. It's not so much the only way to approach things. Hopes and dreams are important, but you got to understand that the biggest thing scammers understand is how to manipulate your hopes and dreams to get you to give them something real. They do it in love all the time, in relationships all the time. Lord, did anybody ever see that Netflix special called The Tinder Swindler? Anybody see that? Let me know if you saw that. It was really good. It's called The Tinder Swindler, and it's about this man who would basically this really handsome man that would just swindle women. He would get all their money, and he because he knew how women think. He knew how to play with their fantasies and everything else. And he had a real crazy type of almost like an emotional Ponzi scheme where he basically would because one other characteristic of Ponzi schemes is where you take the money from new investors to pay the old investors and or the money from the old investors to pay the new ones. So this guy would not just lie to you and manipulate you. Like, because a lot of people do that. They'll sell you a dream and tell you, baby, one day we're gonna get married and have kids or whatever. But you got to have sex with me tonight, right? So again, you're doing a trade. You're trading something that's imaginary for something that's real, right? Like he's helping you imagine this beautiful life you're gonna have together and how many great things he's gonna do for you one day. But you're really gonna have sex with him today. So he's getting something real in exchange for something fake and imaginary. Do you understand the trend there? Do you get the pattern? Right? So he can so if the dream that he gives you isn't good enough, he can just give you a bigger dream because dreams don't cost nothing, right? But what you're giving him in that moment, which usually is you know how these men are. You know what they want. They want the same thing, right? Right? What you're giving him in this moment is very, very real. And then later on, when it's time to cash in on the dream, he's like, I changed my mind. And I'll call you later. Good luck. Have a nice life. Whatever, right? So the Tinder swindler did that, but he did it in a really crazy way. He did something I didn't understand at first. I was like, how's he doing this? So what he would do is to prove that he was real, he would take you on a private jet to dinner in like Switzerland. And on the plane, he had his baby mama with the baby, and she would say all these amazing, wonderful things about what a great man he was. And so these women would say, well, he's probably not scamming me because I mean, who can pretend to have a private jet? Who can pretend to take somebody to dinner in Switzerland, right? And this lady I'm talking to her, she seems nice, she seems real, right? And what he was doing was basically because he had a whole production line of women that were at different stages of his process. He was using money from these other women to pay for him to market to new women to bring them into his little emotional pyramid scheme. It was crazy. Go watch it, it was just like, oh my God, I can't believe somebody's that sinister. I think they might have put him in jail, but then I think he got plastic surgery, so he's probably on the internet scamming. So be careful out there. And by the way, in fact, speaking of that, there's a lot of fake Boyce Watkinses out here that are going in people's DMs and creating entire fake crypto sites and saying, "Here, come on, brother, let's go invest together." Da, da, da. Please, that's not me. I am not in your DMs. I'm not creeping in your DMs. I creep in my wife's DM and I barely got time to do that. So just please be really careful out there because these people, they're collecting real money. One lady lost, I think, $200,000 and she because she came to me and she said this is what I was like I'm so sorry I didn't even know I can't stop it I've tried you cannot it's just there's too much so please be careful if it sounds too good to be true it probably is that's the big thing when it comes to investing if it sounds too good to be true it probably is so when it comes to investing stick with go back to TLC. Don't go chasing waterfalls. Please stick to the rivers and the lakes that you're used to, right? So stick to the rivers and the lakes. Shoot the layups. Don't worry about shooting the half court shots and the three pointers just yet. Just shoot the layups and the free throws. There's plenty of real money in the world that can come through investing. That you don't have to go chasing the fast money and the fake money because unfortunately that will leave you financially traumatized. And that's the reason I tell all these stories because the common theme is leaning on people's fantasies, maybe their greed. The greed attaches to the fantasy, and you're thinking, I'm gonna go make a whole bunch of money really fast. Allery says my voice is getting better. My wife thinks I'm a great singer. Ain't that crazy? I'm like, girl, you lying. You must really love me because I know you're lying right now. But anyway, yeah. So all right. So let's finish up. All right. So basically, with the athletes and the athletes kind of getting robbed and what's going on with that. One other study shows that basically Wealthy individuals are 35% more likely to be victims of fraud because their affluence is visible, making them attractive targets. Nobody robs a broke person. So really, maybe a good safety mechanism when you get your money, when you become wealthy, a lot of you are going to be wealthy because you're investing, and I'm very happy for you. Is literally maybe get past whatever emotional need you have to show off what you have. Sometimes you can't help it. Sometimes there are some people that can just tell how that you have money just by how you walk, right? So I'm not saying hide it, but I am saying flaunting should be something that's done with extreme caution, because that will make you a target of people who need things, who want things from you. All right. Now, a couple things I want to mention. Number one. I'm finishing that list today of stocks in Europe. I told you that with what's happening with the market, that a lot of money is being shifted overseas. And so I made a list of Euro stocks. I'll share that with you today. Make sure you're on the text list for this class to receive it. Text the word morning to the number 87948. So if you text morning to 87948, I will send that to you today, and you can take a look and decide if you want to put some money into some European countries as well. Number two, we are going to do another financial slumber party. Now, if you're new, you don't know what financial slumber parties are, but they're all the rage. They're all the rage. They're so much fun. And basically, what we do is we meet in a Zoom at 11 o'clock at night, and not midnight, because some of y'all be asleep by 9 o'clock and stuff. So you take your nap, and we basically study some financial topic. And we wear our pajamas, and we bring popcorn, and we play music, and we just have a blast. And we also learn about finance and economics. So the next financial slumber party is going to be March 21st, and I gave it a title. I forgot what I. Oh, I know what I called it. I like this. This is kind of cool. It's called "How to Make Money on Monday." Stock options for beginners. So literally, I'm going to show you how to make money on Monday. This will be real money. This is actually how you can go into this market and sell stock options and make some money on Monday. So I called it "How to Make Money on Monday: Stock Options for Beginners," or something like, or the Stock Options Playbook. That's it. The Stock Options Playbook. That was what I wanted to think about, like a fun way to title it. And the reason I say Stock Options Playbook is because some of you already know how to use stock options and you're good at it. So this will give you plays that you can run that will make you money on Monday. For those of you that are new, I am going to go through some of the basics so you can kind of know how it works in general. We can't cover everything. Stock options is a pretty broad topic, but I can introduce you and get you started, and you can literally take this blueprint, go out on the market on Monday, and turn that into actual cash. Believe it or not, this ain't no fooling. So anyway, if you want to join us in the financial slumber party, I will also send that link out via text. So text the word morning to the number 87948. I'll send you an invitation. So text morning to 87948. To be honest with you, when we do special events, I don't invite people that are outside of our group because I like talking to you. I don't need to talk to the world. I want to talk to people that understand why this is important and what we're trying to do as a community. Why you're doing this to me is more important as what you're doing. It's not just about the money. It's about us claiming our dignity. It's about reclaiming our families, right? It's about taking control of our communities, taking control of our destiny. I believe deeply in this, and in fact, yesterday I was giving our girls. One of our girls is about to go to Tuskegee, and the other one's 14. And I just walked up to him and I gave him a book, the Marcus Garvey book. It's This one's called Message to the People, and I said this is Marcus Garvey. I said he's one of the greatest human beings in the history of this planet, and there's a reason why your public school did not teach you about Marcus Garvey, because he's the black person that wants black people to be free. He wants us to really truly have power and truly be free, truly be wealthy, truly have strong communities, strong families, all these things. And I think that you have to be suspicious of any system that doesn't want you to know about people that are really going to make you strong, healthy, and free. So this is the kind of stuff that I believe in. So I hope that that's okay with you guys. If it's not, then I can't apologize for that. All right. So anyway, So if you want to be on the text list to be notified of the financial slumber party, pull out your phone, text the word morning to the number 87948. If you live in another country and you want to attend and you can't text the word morning to 87948, I will also email it out. So if you want to get on the email list where I'll send you out this stuff, go to drboyceelevate.com, drboyceelevate.com, and I will email it out to you as well, so that you can come to the slumber party. It's going to be Friday, March 21st, at 11 p.m. So God bless you guys. Have a great day. Thank you for listening, and I look forward to seeing you all tomorrow morning. Take care, everybody. Bye bye.